Would the members of the Toronto and East York Community Council please come to Committee Room 1? Thank you.
If I can ask everyone to please take a seat. We are going to get started. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to meeting number 23 of the Toronto East York Community Council. I would like to gratefully acknowledge that the Toronto East York Community Council meets on the traditional territories of the Mississaugas of the New Credit First Nations, the Haudenosaunee, and the Huron-Wendat, and home to many diverse Indigenous peoples. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, can I get someone to move the confirmation of the minutes from February 22, 2017? Thank you, Councillor Perks. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. We are going to begin today's agenda on page 100, the Goldenrod Papers, item number 23.48, appointments to business improvement arena boards of management. Yes. Sure.
Fellow members, I just want to invite you today at 1:00 p.m. at the Members Lounge. We're holding an event to celebrate Family Caregivers Day, to celebrate and support the many family caregivers across our city. And I just want to invite you to be there to support our community.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matlow, for the invitation. Coming back to TE 23.48, appointments to business improvement area boards of management. Can I get a mover, please? Thank you very much, Councillor Bailao. All those in favor? Thank you. Item 23.49, 81 Wellesley Street East, Public Art Plan, Ward 27. I would like to move the staff recommendations. All those in favor? Thank you. 23.50, the request to name the artificial ice rink at Christie Pitts in honor of Sid Smith, Ward 19. Councillor Layton.
I will move the staff recommendations and just very quickly reflect on Sid Smith, who was a Maple Leaf, but also grew up locally in the neighborhood. And the rumor has it that after Maple Leaf games, he would leave the gardens and go up to this very rink and play shinny with the kids. And that's a really exciting story. We're very happy that his family actually reached out to rename. He lived around the corner on Shaw Street. And this will just be a wonderful addition to an already very busy and fantastic park.
Okay, well done. All those in favor? Yeah, okay. Item 23.51, proposed naming of Canoe Landing Child Care Center, Ward 20.
I'll move the staff recommendations with thanks to Children's Services for all this work on this.
Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. TE 23.52, assigning the ceremonial name Harriet Bolton Smith Way to part of John Street, Ward 20.
Again, I'm going to move the staff recommendations, and I want to note and thank the Grange Community Association for bringing this idea forward and all of our local community stakeholders.
Thank you very much. All those in favor? Okay, that's adopted. TE 23.53, 1040 to 1042 Queen Street West Site Plan Control Application Final Report, Ward 19. Councillor Layton.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Which item?
53.
Yes, I will happily move staff recommendations on this item.
Okay, that's a happy move.
No, wait a second. If I could just hold that down for a second, please.
Okay. So we are holding that down.
I know, exactly.
TE 23.54, 1025 DuPont Street Zoning Amendment Application, Preliminary Report, Ward 18.
Move staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? That's adopted. Thank you very much. TE 23.55, 1245 DuPont Street, Galleria Mall, official plan amendment and zoning amendment applications, preliminary report, Ward 18.
Just one quick question to staff. We've had the meeting already, so I don't need to move the extended motion, the extended notification motion?
That's correct. And
We've done it.
recommendation is to have additional meetings, so we'll follow on the basis that we've already
Those boundaries.
established.
Okay, great. Thank you. So move staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? That's adopted. Thank you very much. TE 23.56, 110, 110 and a half, and 111 Havelock Street, and 2A, 2, 4, and 6 Sylvan Avenue, official plan amendment and rental housing demolition and conversion applications, preliminary report, Ward 18.
Move staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Thank you. TE 23.57, 25 Leonard Avenue, official plan amendment and zoning amendment, Ward 20.
I'm going to move staff recommendations, and I just want to note that this is for 22 new affordable housing units we're working on with St. Clair's Multifaith, and a neighborhood in Kensington that has proudly said yes in our backyard on it, and city staff who are going above and beyond through an OPA to make sure it can happen. And I just want to thank staff, the community, and Sean Gadden, who just walked in, for working to make this site work.
Great, wonderful, thank you. All those in favor? Okay, that's adopted, thank you. TE 23.58, 150 to 158 Pearl Street and 15 Duncan Street zoning bylaw amendment application preliminary report, Ward 20.
I'm going to move staff recommendations with expanded notice and that expanded notice is the Wong Tam special. And I just want to note that this 59-story building has 87% proposed one-bedroom units. So we got some work to do here.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion and the expanded amended staff recommendations? Okay, that's adopted. TE 23.59, 451 to 457 Richmond Street West zoning amendment application preliminary report, Ward 20.
Thank you. I'm going to move staff recommendations. No need for expanded notices. We already expedited with staff to host a public meeting.
Okay. Thank you. All those in favor? TE 23.61, 183, oh, sorry, 60. TE 23.60, 44 Jacks Avenue and 33 Rose Hill Avenue zoning amendment application preliminary report, Ward 22.
I move the preliminary report to hold the public meeting with the extended notice amendment.
Great. All those in favor of the motion and the amended report? Yeah, thank you. TE 23.61, 183, 189 Avenue Road and 109, 111 Pears Avenue, zoning amendment application preliminary report, Ward 27. I'd like to move the standard amendment with the expanded notification and then the report as amended. All those in favor indicate your support. Thank you very much. TE 23.62, Bloor Yorkville Area City Initiated Official Plan Amendment Preliminary Report, Ward 27. Thank you very much. I'd like to move two amendments to this item, and you could see it on the screen. I don't know if you want me to explain it. But essentially, we're asking staff to do some additional consultation work with the local advisory committee and to try to report back as soon as possible to see if there are pieces out of the teal core that we can advance a little bit earlier. So the motion is before you. All those in favor indicate your support. The report is amended. That is adopted. Thank you very much. TE 23.63, Village of Yorkville, 175 to 87 Cumberland Street, 141 to 68 Yorkville Avenue, and 28 to 100 Bel Air Street. City Initiative Zoning Bylaw Amendment Preliminary Report, Ward 27. I would also like to move a expanded notification. There it is on the screen. All those in favor? And the report is amended. Okay. So next one is TE.642227 George Street East, zoning amendment application and preliminary report, Ward 28.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is the correct, it's unusual, we've already had our meeting, so I'll move the staff recommendation, and we'll wait for the final report
Okay,
and the process in between, I guess. Thank you.
thank you. All those in favor? Okay, thank you, that is adopted. TE 23.65, 309 Cherry Street, zoning amendment application, preliminary report, Ward 30.
I'm just going to hold that. I'm just discussing with staff. Thanks, Madam Speaker, Chair.
Okay, that is held. TE 23.66, 794 George Street East, zoning amendment application, preliminary report, Councillor Fletcher, Ward 30.
Thank you. I'm hoping the clerk has an expanded notice for that one. Yes, they do.
And they do,
Thank you very much, yes.
and there it is on the
With that,
screen.
I would move approval.
All, they are very proficient mind readers. All those in favor indicate your support. That has been adopted. Thank you. TE 23.67, 49 Cranfield Road, zoning amendment application, preliminary report, Ward 31.
Just move the standard notice provision.
Okay, great. All those in favor?
Should I stand up?
Okay. Well done, Councillor Davis. TE 23.68, 507, 509, and 511 Kingston Road, official plan and zoning bylaw, amendment applications, preliminary report, Ward 32.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I move staff recommendation with the expanded notice area. Thank you.
All those in favor? Motion's on the screen. Thank you, that's adopted. Am I going too fast? No. Okay, great. Okay. TE 23.69, construction staging area, 700 Bay Street, Elizabeth Street, and Walton Street, Ward 27. I'd like to move a standard amendment that you've seen before, largely asking that we can keep all the bicycle lanes open wherever they are, making sure that the site is kept broom swept and cleaned and clear of debris and always made safe. Making sure that the existing sidewalks or pedestrian walkways will have proper illumination to ensure safety and visibility at all times, and to direct the applicant to clearly consult and communicate all construction, parking, road occupancy impacts with local business improvement areas, residents associations in advance of any physical road modifications, and to also direct the applicant to install appropriate signage and concurve mirrors to ensure that pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers can see one another. This is the first of 5 construction staging applications in Ward 27. I simply summarized the motion before you, so I don't have to read it again for the next 4 items. All those in favor indicate your support. Thank you very much. That's adopted. TE 2370, construction staging area, George Street, Ward 27. Moved before you is the same motion that you just voted on. This is the second of 5 construction staging applications in Ward 27. Yes, every single street will be shut down. All those in favor indicate your support. Yes, we are actually pedestrianizing. Okay. TE 23.71, construction staging, James Street. Again, I would move the amended, the motion that is before you, number 3 of 5, construction staging applications. All those in favor? Thank you very much. TE 23.72, construction staging area, 241 Jarvis Street, Ward 27. I'm moving the same motion again. This is number 4 of 5. Okay, all those in favor indicate your support. Thank you very much. TE 23.73, construction staging area, 501 Yonge Street, Alexander Street, and Maitland Street, Ward 27. Once again, I'll move that clause. This is number 5 of 5, and there you go, half of downtown Toronto has been taken up by construction sites. However, I should say that this particular one at 501 Yonge Street, I'm very pleased to say that we're keeping Yonge Street open, and most of the servicing is taking place on the lane. All those in favor indicate your support, and that means we've just closed down 5 major sites. Okay, 23.74. Construction staging, 200 Woodbine Avenue, Ward 32.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, or Chair. And so I'm moving staff recommendations and mentioning that this is a busy corner, Queen and Woodbine. And so we are making the developers use the back lane, which is a newly named lane called Inukshuk Lane. So it can be done.
Okay, wonderful. The staff report is before you. All those in favor indicate your support. That has been adopted. Thank you. TE 23.75, installation removal of on-street accessible parking spaces, March 2017, delegated wards 19, 30, 31, and 32. Who wants this? Item 75. Okay. Okay, let's move by Councillor Davis. All those in favor indicate your support. Thank you, that's adopted. And TE 23.76, road alterations, Charles Street, Ward 27.
We do have to, sorry about that. This is actually my
Yeah, okay, so there is actually recommendations in the staff report that's now been filed before you. I move to adopt the staff recommendations. Okay, all those in favor, thank you very much. TE 23.77, road alterations, Victoria Street and Shooter Street, Ward 27. And the staff recommendation and report is now public, and I will move the recommendations in the staff report. All those in favor indicate your support. Thank you very much. That is adopted.
Somebody we don't like.
Oh no, you do, trust me. There are some big items coming up. TE 23.78, parking amendment,
Told me he's.
Wells Hill Avenue, Ward 21. Councillor Mahevik. Yes, it is.
Would you like a recorded vote, Counselor?
No, I have more.
Oh, you have more.
All those in favor of the staff recommendations placed before you, thank you very much. That's adopted. TE 23.79, parking amendments, Brownlow Avenue, Ward 22.
On behalf of Eglinton Public School, I'm very happy to support the amendments.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. Thank you. TE 23.80, parking amendments, Gange Avenue, Ward 22. Councillor Mallow.
I support the staff report. I move it.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, that's adopted. Thank you very much. TE 23.81, parking amendments, Powell Avenue, Ward 27. Okay, I'm moving to adopt the staff recommendations. All those indicate your support, in favor. Thank you. TE 23.82, parking amendments, Ramsden Park Road, Ward 27. I will be moving to adopt the staff recommendations, and with that, I should have said with the previous items as well, to thank staff for all their good work. I know that there's oftentimes a lot in the request queue for you, but I do appreciate that you've diligently taken care of them one at a time. Oh, I do? Happens when you're chairing the meeting and you have a lot of items. I have to move a motion here. And so the motion is on the screen. I'm going to request that the General Manager's Transportation Service create a working group To consider special streetscape improvements to Ramsden Road Park. This is the road that sits on the north side of Ramsden Park. It is, the park itself is getting a major multi-year restoration and facelift. It's going to be absolutely beautiful, but somehow on the edge of the park, we have a road that's not as pretty. So what we'd like to do is bring everyone together to find out whether we can actually improve the conditions on the adjacent road to the north. And then we're going to bring that back, those results, come May 2017. I know that the calendar is really tight, but we are going to make this happen. Everyone is primed and ready to go, so they're expecting it. So the motion is on the screen before you. All those in favor? Thank you, of the working group. And then the report is amended. Okay, thank you very much. TE 23.83, parking amendments, Milverton Boulevard, Ward 31. Okay. Is that what those hand signals represented? Okay. All those in favor? Okay, it's adopted. Thank you very much. TE 23.84, short-term parking, Poplar Plains Road, Ward 22.
I move approval. I move it.
Okay. All those in favor? Okay, that's adopted. Thank you. TE 23.85, payment in lieu of parking, 84.5, 86, and 88 Adelaide Street East. We're on item number 84. Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
we have deputants to this matter.
Yes, thank
And
you.
my office have indicated to them that they will be heard last. So hopefully they won't come until late this afternoon. I don't know if they're here. I don't think so.
Okay.
So hopefully that will work out.
Okay. Yes, thank you very much, Councillor McConnell. The clerk just also pointed that out to me. So we'll skip over that and.
One of the
come back-
mosques.
Yeah, we're going to come back to that. TE 23.86, introduction to overnight on-street permit parking, Marmot Street, Ward 22. Councillor Mallow, item 86.
I support the staff report. I move it.
Okay, all those in favor indicate your support. That's adopted. Thank you very much. TE 23.87, expansion of the residential on-street permit parking program, potential policy changes and/or bylaw amendments. And
Can I hold
effects-
that, please? Oh, I'll let Councillor Davis hold it.
Okay, held by Councillor Davis. Great. TE 23.88, traffic control signals, Dundas Street West and Ritchie Avenue, Ward 14.
Move approval?
Okay, all those in favor? So moved, adopted. TE 23.89, heavy truck prohibition, Bartlett Avenue, Ward 18.
Move staff recommendations.
Okay. All those in favor? Thank you. TE 23.90, traffic control signals, College Street and Gladstone Avenue, Ward 18.
I apologize, but I'm going to have to defer that for 1 month.
Okay, there's a deferral motion on the screen. This is for number 90, correct? Okay, the deferral motion was on the screen. Oh, it doesn't matter. There is a deferral motion on the floor. Yeah, Councillor Bialau, just to clarify, it is a deferral for one cycle to the next meeting? Okay, all those in favor of the deferral motion? Okay, thank you. TE 23.91, traffic regulations, Waterloo Avenue and Stonehouse Crescent, Ward 18. Councillor Bialau, item number 91.
I need to hold that.
Okay. Item number T 23.92, traffic control signals, Richmond Street West and Simcoe Avenue, Ward 20.
Chair, I'm going to ask just to hold that down until later in this meeting, please. I'm working on a few things.
Okay. Just as a reminder, folks, every time you hold something down, the item gets, the agenda gets a little longer. Just speak, oh, I only say that, folks. No, I'm only saying that simply because we have a very long agenda, and I recognize that there are a number of items that have great interest to the public.
Yes, thank
So
you, Madam Chair.
We don't want to keep them waiting. TE 23.94, I wasn't trying to single you out. Stop control Oswald Crescent.
Sorry, Counselor, I think we jumped 9-3.
Oh, thank you.
Number are we on?
We are on item number TE 23.93, stop control Cary Road at Cupworth Crescent, Ward 22.
Well, unlike Councillor Cressy, I'm going to move forward with this. I'm going to,
Sorry.
and I'm going to support the staff report.
Okay, all those in favor? Staff recs before you. Okay, that's adopted. Thank you very much. Moving right along, TE 23.94, stop control Oswald Crescent at Wilford Avenue, Ward 22. It's okay.
I move the staff report.
You are very efficient, Councillor. All those in favor? Okay, that has been adopted. We are getting there. TE 23.95, traffic control signals, Rosedale Valley Road and Park Road, Ward 27. I would move the recommendations in the staff report and to thank staff for bringing this forward. I think that 10 years ago, when you investigated whether or not it was warranted at that point in time, the numbers did not meet the warrants, but a decade later, apparently it's gotten a lot busier with a lot more pedestrians. We want to keep everyone safe at the intersection. Thank you, staff, for doing that work. All those in favor of the staff recommendations? Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, PE 23.96.
We're going to upset Joe very, Janet. We're going to have a fight.
Stop control Rosedale Valley Road, Ward 2728. Okay. I'd like to move this.
The seating is over that way.
I would like to move the staff recommendations. All those in favor, it's in the report. Okay, thank you very much. TE 23.97, all-way stop update, Badge Row Avenue, Boston Avenue, Ward 30. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher, we're on item number 97.
Thank you very much. Receive this information, please, Chair. Thank the staff for quick action.
Okay. Yes, there's a motion to adopt the recommendations in the report, which is to receive the report for information. All those in favor? Okay, indicate your support. Thank you. TE 23.98, traffic calming Hiltz Avenue, Ward 30.
Yes, I have, I believe, a motion here. For Hiltz?
Yeah, did you want to speak to it?
Yeah, to do the polling and to undertake the speed humps on this section of Hiltz.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion on the screen before you from Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor? Okay, that's adopted. Thank you very much, Councillor. TE 23.99, traffic calming Wayland Avenue, Ward 32.
Thank you very much. I move the alternate recommendations. This is around a school, and we want to keep kids safe. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Motion on the screen, folks. All those in favor? Okay, that's adopted. Thank you. Keeping kids safe. TE 23.100, traffic calming Whistle Post Street, Ward 32.
Thank you. I move the alternate recommendations. There isn't a school here, but there are kids here, and I want to keep them safe, too.
Okay. All those in favor, motion on the screen? Okay, indicate your support. Thank you.
I have a point of privilege, Madam Chair. I just want to congratulate Scarborough Community Council for already completing their agenda.
Let's note the time. It is exactly 10 minutes, 10 to 12, 10:12. Okay. TE 23.101, Okay, bring your attention back to the floor, folks. TE 23.101, request staff attendance at an Ontario Municipal Board hearing, 1700 Bathurst Street. Councillor Mihevc, Ward 21.
Yes, approve the recommendations in the correspondence.
Okay, all those in favor? Motion's on the floor. Indicate your support, please. Thank you very much.
Right, and may I ask our good solicitor, this is happening almost immediately after council.
Sorry, folks, can I ask you to just lower your voice? I can't hear the councillor.
Yes, this is happening immediately after, very shortly after council meeting, by which time it's going to be a bit kind of late to, but we do have a basic agreement, a mediated agreement in place, so if a solicitor could be appointed forthwith, that's why the legal department is the best department,
That is
along
how
with the
efficient our
planners.
staff are. Motion adopted,
Thank you.
action right now. TE 23.102, extending parking on Peg Avenue north of Riverdale Avenue, Ward 30. Okay, all those in favor? That's adopted, thank you. TE 23, oh, actually, I'm going to hold this. Is our liquor license?
103 we're at, so Councillor McPhail.
Oh, sorry, my apologies, I jumped right to 104. Going back to 103, T 23.103, recipient of the 2017 Agnes McPhail Award, Ward 30.
30, no way.
It says Ward 30, oh, sorry, 431.
I will gladly move the motion to adopt the recommendation to approve Reverend Jim Parker as the recipient of the 2017 Agnes McPhail Award.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor.
Yes, could we have a recorded vote?
Sure. There's a request for a recorded vote. Would you like to do that?
Need to, sorry.
There's a request for a recorded vote.
Oh, on 103?
Yeah, okay. I can do it then.
It's up to you.
Okay, Councillor Davis, Councillor Mihevc, indicate your support. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Perks, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Bailao. Thank you very much. Okay, I will hold TE 23.104, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. I will hold, I suspect there'll be either amendments or some modifications before the end of the agenda. Okay, so,
We need a motion to add from 105 to 112 as new business, and then if you want to deal with them, it's up to you quickly.
okay, sure. Okay, so there are some new items that we have to place onto the agenda. They are items number 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112. Can I please have a motion to move those items onto screen? Thank you very much, Councillor Mihevc. I know you're stretching, but I took that as you moving that. All those in favor? Great. Now, I would like to just, unless there are controversial items, what I'd like to do is just move through the new items and just adopt them. Okay? So TE 23.105, proposed parking amendments by Lowell Street, Ward 22. Councillor Matlow?
The letter?
Okay, thank you very much. All those in favor, indicate your support. Thank you, that's adopted. TE 23.106, propose always stop control at Oreo Parkway and Tranmere Avenue, Ward 22.
I should hold that because they're deputations.
Okay, that item is held, 106. TE 23.107, Avenue Road Safety Review, Ward 27. I move the recommendations in my letter and ask that the staff report back on this very important matter by September 2017.
May I ask for a friendly amendment to extend it to St. Clair? I've been working with residents in the school community at Brown for a long time on that stretch, and this, I think, sort of works very, very much in concert with what you're trying to achieve directly south.
Okay, so we would be extending this from, why don't we just hold this down and we're going to have
Well,
to
then we'll
figure
work
out where
together
to
to-
insert
yeah.
those words. Yeah.
Yeah, I
okay.
appreciate that. Thank
Yeah,
you.
not a problem. Happy to make the extension. I think
Thank
it's
you.
great.
Yeah.
Okay. TE 23.108, a stoplight for Blake Street Public School, Ward 30.
Approve the recommendation in the letter, please, to study that.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that's adopted. Thank you very much. TE 23.109, pick up and drop off Gough Avenue, Ward 30.
Same thing, Chair, to move the recommendation to
All those in
study the
favor?
drop-off area.
Okay, thank you. TE 23.110, Monarch Parks Traffic Safety Building Blocks, Ward 30.
Thank you. I move that the always stop control be put in, and note that I hope coming soon will be the long-awaited report on the traffic study for the Monarch Stadium Dome, which was approved many years ago, and the school board finally did a great traffic study, and this would be complementary to their changes that were being brought forward for their traffic study. So I'd move that, Speaker.
Great, thank you very much, Councillor Fletcher. All those in favor?
Also note, yes, sorry.
Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead, please.
I'll note something.
Sorry, Councillor, what did you say? Okay. All those in favor, item 110, thank you very much. Next item, TE 23.111, 2992 St. Clair Avenue East, request for staff to evaluate for possible heritage designation. Councillor Davis, Ward 31.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to move adoption, but amend the date from September to November 2017.
Okay, so
Amend
we're
the
on item.
date.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor. We're at item 111. Councillor is asking to amend the recommendation in her letter.
To be
have it-
more realistic about the return date.
So the current date is a report back of September 2017. She's amending to November 2017. Yes, okay. All those in favor of the amendment? And then the recommendation in the letter. Okay, that's adopted. Thank you very much. T 23.112, appointment of public members to the Apple Grove Community Complex Board of Management, Ward 32.
Thank you. I move staff recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay, that's adopted. Thank you very much.
Councillor McMahon and I have a new business item that we're going to be tabling shortly with you. So Councillor McMahon and I have a letter we'll be tabling shortly.
Okay, thank you very
Advise
much.
New business.
Okay, there is an avalanche of new business coming.
avalanche?
We're going to add that right on top of that. So,
Oh,
apparently, there was an avalanche that came in at 9 p.m. last night, so just a reminder all to, we'll find out shortly once we introduce it. Okay, so we are now moving to timed items. Going to your green page, we have our first item, 23.1, naming of 4 public lanes in Ward 21. Are there any speakers to this item? Anyone like to speak? No? Any speakers? Ward 21. Any questions of staff?
Yes, can I ask who the staff person is that kind of is tending this thing? Okay, great. Okay, I'll ask offline with them around timing, but I'm happy to speak at the appropriate time.
Okay, then Councillor Mihevik to speak.
Yes, thank you. I'd just like to move the recommendations of staff that build on the work that a local community group that my office pulled together recommended. So this is bringing the work to fruition.
Okay, all those, any others to speak? No? All those in favor? Okay. Thank you, that's adopted. T 23.2, naming of 5 public lanes in blocks bounded by Cottingham Street, Avenue Road, McPherson Avenue, and Rathnally Avenue. Any speakers to this item? Any members of the public who'd like to speak to item number 2?
Josh, is this the Republic?
Okay. Any, bringing this onto the floor, questions of staff? Members to speak. Councillor Mello.
So I'm very happy on behalf of the Republic of Rathnally to move these recommendations. And I want to thank the Rathnally Area Residents Association for really being the leader and the initiator of this project. Just for a little bit of history, the Republic of Rathnally is a neighborhood in the heart of Midtown Toronto that in 1967 seceded from our federation, from Canada. And then soon after, declaring themselves a secessionist republic, asked for foreign aid from Canada to build a playground. There is a spirit of fighting back, of taking on the system, and a lot of creativity and fun, and we have many celebrations in our community. So the names, I just want to briefly go through them. One is for Robin Fraser. She is one of the founders of RARA, the Rathnally Area Residents Association. Another one is Rebellion Lane, to commemorate our centennial celebrations and our secessionist history. Another is Stop Spadina Lane, which refers to the successful fight to stop the wrong-headed expressway system that was going to tear up our neighborhoods. Hopefully we will have the one-stop subway lane naming one day. I'll digress there. Eileen Robertson Lane, she was crowned Queen Eileen the First in 1967. We elect queens in the neighborhood. And Michael Snow Lane, who, along with his wife Peggy Gale, he was an artist known across Canada and was an internationally recognized painter, sculptor, and filmmaker, and his work hangs in the National Gallery of Canada, AGO, MoMA, and many other places around the world. This celebrates our Republic's history and its people, and I'm very proud to, on behalf of the Rathnally Area Residents Association and the community, support these lane namings.
Very good.
Okay, well done, Councillor. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none, anyone else to speak? No? Okay, all those in favor of the recommendations before us?
Josh, as
Wonderful. Great. We can all tell the councillor our favorite name choice afterwards.
president.
T 23.3, naming of public lane between Monroe Street and Hamilton Street, extending northerly from Kintyre Avenue, Ward 30. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Please indicate your desire to speak to the clerk. Okay, any other members? No? Okay, so bringing this onto the floor, any questions of staff? No? Any? Councillor Fletcher, this item is in your ward. Would you like to speak to it or move the motion? Number 3.
Speaker.
I love the
I'm calling you
efficiency.
speaker because I think you'd be a great speaker. That's why I do that. Item number 3 is the naming of the public lane behind Monroe Street and Hamilton Street for Peggy Ann Smith. As you may remember, she was the grandmother that was killed in an incident in August in the city of Toronto at Rivertown, our newly redeveloped Toronto Community Housing project. And she was a wonderful woman, a loving person, and a grandmother to the whole community. And I think it's very important that we honor the really good people that live in Toronto Community Housing, and as really sending the message that we honor the large number of people, the 98% of the people going about their lives, trying to make a better life, going to work, looking after their kids, and in this instance was simply gunned down because of guns and gangs that are in Toronto Community Housing. And so I really would like to invite everybody, when the laneway is opened with her name, as many of you as can come as possible. I think it's a very important thing that we try to find ways to constantly honor the really solid, good citizens that live in our Toronto Community Housing. So I'd like a recorded vote on this, please.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Anyone else who'd like to speak? No? Okay, there's a request for a recorded vote. Indicate your support. Raise your hand if you can. Councillor Davis, Councillor Mihevik, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Layton, Councillor Perks, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Bailao. Thank you very much. Okay, TE 23.4, 1033 to 1041 and 1068 College Street zoning amendment final report. Any members in the public who would like to speak? No? Okay. Any members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Okay. We're bringing this on to the floor. Councilors, any questions for staff? No? Okay. Any members to speak? Councilor Bailao?
In the hope of not getting slapped down, I'm going to have to hold this one down because I'm working with staff on the quick amendment.
Okay, so motion to hold, yes, it was held, and I didn't mean to slap anybody down, unless you want me to, but then some people get paid big bucks for that, and I'll let you know what my fee is. Okay, so, T.23.5, 28 Bathurst Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, city-initiated final report, Ward 19. Any members of the public who'd like to speak to this item? No? Any members to speak? Okay. Bringing this onto the floor, any members who would like to ask questions of staff? Okay, speakers? Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm very pleased to move the staff recommendations on this item and thank in particular our community planner, Greg Ewens, which that'll be the first of several thank yous I think he gets over the course of today, as well as our colleagues from Build that are here as well. Thank you very much. This is a complicated little bit of land that has a deep history in the post-industrial world of Toronto. It's a former lead smelter that someone thought it was a great idea to fill these giant casks with car batteries at one point in time. Those crazy 80s. What were you guys thinking? I guess no one here was there in the 80s. But we struggled with this site as part of a secondary plan and came up with a proposed development pattern that worked from a planning point of view, but given the level of contamination, didn't work from a financial point of view. And so Build came forward and proposed something that would where they would be able to activate the site, to build on the site. And unfortunately, it didn't fit the neighborhood plan that we had just completed. Build came back with a couple different options, none of which were an exact fit for what we really, what this community is looking for and what it needs. And at the same time, the Parks Department found some flexibility in the Parks Acquisition Fund in that it could also be used for remediative purposes, which has apparently always been the case. We just didn't realize it would be the case on this particular site. So this site is now going to be a park. It probably won't be your traditional Toronto City Park with lots of sod and lots of trees. It'll probably be something a little different. But if you look at it, it will actually be the continuation of the West End Rail Path coming from the west, and potentially the rail deck park coming from the east. Albeit, this will be a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of the cost per acre to build. The numbers just really reinforce the need for the city to look towards our land as potential for parkland. It's going to cost us $2 million an acre, this park. That's compared to the most recent estimates east of Bathurst of $50 million an acre to build a park. The difference is enormous. And it's the only thing that separates them is Bathurst. So we're hopeful that this new park will not only serve my community, but will actually serve many of the residents that exist on the Ward and live on the Ward 20 side, and will live in the future on the Ward 20 side. And we'll go through a whole parks planning process. There'll be years of this file sitting on a desk of the provincial Minister of the Environment before they give their approvals. But we have set a course here to dedicate city lands to parklands and not for redevelopment in already dense neighborhoods. So I'm very happy to see this on the agenda, and thanks again to Build for being rather accommodating on this particular file and for planning for moving ahead so quickly.
Okay, thank you very much. Any others to speak? Yes. Okay. No others to speak? Sure, go ahead. You want to speak about the cost of parkland?
No. I'm just going to say, I just want to acknowledge and thank Councillor Layton's work on this file and to say that Bathurst is indeed an artificial boundary and that it's a pleasure to work on a project that will serve both of our residents. Thank you, Councillor Layton.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay. All those in favor of the recommendations in the staff report to use public land for public good? Not to editorialize. Okay. All those in favor, please indicate your support. Thank you very much. Okay, this is a big item. And it has a big title, T 23.6. There are registered speakers. I'm going to read the title of the entire item. Honest Eds and Mirvish Village, 571 to 597, Bloor Street West, 738 to 782, Bathurst Street, 26 to 38 Lennox Street, 581 to 603, and 588 to 612 Markham Street. Official plan amendment, zoning bylaw amendment applications, final report. There are speakers on this item. Our first speaker.
On a point of order, my understanding is this will also be heard in conjunction with TE 23.16 on the heritage
Yes,
pieces.
that is correct. So
Right.
that is items number 6 and items number 16 going together. We'll be hearing the speakers together. The reports are being considered together. The questions are coming together.
We're also hoping, on another point of order, to have a brief staff presentation, just because that may help frame the discussion and limit the number of questions that need to be asked to deputants and to staff later on.
Okay, so staff are ready to do a presentation. So all those eager public speakers, just hang tight. You've got 10 minutes of a staff presentation to summarize what I believe is about 3 years' worth of work. More than 3, okay.
All right. It's ready to go. Okay. I'll turn it.
When you're ready.
Thank you.
I recognize that the request is for a 10-minute presentation. Is that correct?
I'll try to move faster than 10 minutes. Okay. All right. Good morning and thank you. My name is Greg Ewens, planner with City Planning. I've been working on this application for the redevelopment of the Honest Eds and Mirvish Village site for a few years, and I want to summarize some of our thinking and the recommendations that are before you today. The proposed development is located at the southwest corner of Bloor and Bathurst Streets, location of the former Honest Eds store in Mirvish Village, number of house form heritage buildings, Main Street buildings, a number of smaller businesses, and of course Honest Eds. The proposed development, as you see before you today, is characterized by 5 tall buildings atop an articulated, varied base building, which transitions to adjacent areas with a peak height of 26 stories. It includes 1,150 square meter public park, the incorporation of 24 heritage buildings within the development, 840 residential units, a minimum of 35% of which are 2 and 3 bedrooms. There's also a percentage of affordable units being considered. Approximately 20,000 square meters of retail space, which largely replaces the retail space which was existing on site previously. There is a new public market, the pedestrianization of Markham Street from Bloor to Lennox, a neighborhood energy facility, a new daycare space, public art, the animation of Honest Ed's Alley, new pedestrian vehicle connections and increased public space generally, over 1,000 bike parking spaces in various formats, below-grade consolidated loading, and numerous community benefits, including funding for a potential new community and cultural facility and improvements to area infrastructure. I want to talk a bit about the consultation. The consultation process we undertook for this was considerable, involved a lot of people in the surrounding community. There were 3 large format meetings, the most recent of which was held by Councillors Layton and Cressy. At least 200 people showed up to each one of those meetings. The last one, there was, I believe, in excess of 300 people. We received hundreds of pieces of written correspondence on this matter through those consultation meetings, email, and other correspondence, all of which were considered in developing our recommendations. Planning staff also appeared at the Neighborhood Residents Association AGMs. We also formed a group of local residents from the various residents associations and BIAs called the Planning Discussion Group, which met on 8 occasions to discuss various elements of the proposal. It included the 2 ward councillors. There's about 18 members on the group. A number of them are here today. This helped establish the community priorities, things that we were looking to achieve within the development. And you can see some of them here in summary. Of course, limiting the height and density and impacts related to height and density, conserving as many heritage buildings on site as possible, securing a new open space and an on-site park, improving the public realm generally, and understanding and limiting transportation impacts, and enhancing livability overall for both the new residents and the existing residents in the surrounding area. Now, these are in line very much with city planning's priorities. Of course, livability for both the new and existing residents is key, as is the conservation of heritage buildings, the provision of a new on-site park space, limiting the impacts of new buildings, introducing these taller buildings into an area where they aren't characteristic right now, and of course, understanding impacts related to transportation and intensifying the area generally. So this is a mixed-use area. It's an area that is intended to accommodate new growth and intensification. It is one of the largest areas along the Bloor corridor in this stretch between Spadina and really further over to Ossington. And you can see it here highlighted in blue. Now, I've shown only the areas that are intended in the official plan to accommodate new growth. As you can see, this is a larger site, and it allows opportunities within its redevelopment that other sites which are smaller and don't have the same land area allow for. So you can see this is the mixed-use areas. These are the areas that will generally experience growth as directed by the official plan. In contrast, the area is surrounded by areas that are intended to remain stable. The neighborhoods, the parks, the apartment neighborhoods, and these areas will experience limited change. When you look at these two areas side by side, you can see there's limited opportunity for new development, specifically of this scale, in and along the Bloor corridor in this area, and new development which occurs on a site which is large enough to address a number of our planning strategic priorities. In order to determine a more locally specific planning framework for how the site was to develop, the city undertook the Bathurst Bloor Four Corners study, which was before Community Council in November of last year and approved at Council in December. It talks about heritage conservation, park space, building height, scale, and transition, and public space improvements, all matters that were raised in community consultation. Now, our recommendations are informed by a number of things: policies, guidelines, our consultation process, and our technical review. So I want to briefly summarize how you go from a site like this to the proposed development. And a lot of it has to do with addressing your priorities. It starts at the ground level. Oh, apologies. Can I clarify anything on the slide?
Councillor Mihevc, can you, let staff, okay, no problem. We will let staff finish the presentation uninterrupted, and then we'll open up the floor for questions of staff afterwards.
Thank you. So again, our priorities at the ground level. There are a number of constraints. I mean, if you were to look at this development site as, unencumbered developable area that didn't have priorities such as the delivery of parkland and a number of heritage buildings on it, then this is really representative of the development site. You can see Bathurst to the right of the screen and Bloor to the north and Markham to the middle. But that's not the case. There's a city-owned public lane that bisects the larger block on the site. There are also two properties which are not part of the development fronting Bathurst. We also want to secure the preservation of a number of heritage buildings, so that reduces the area where you can build anything. An on-site park space, the location of which was developed in consultation with the applicant and the community, and provides 1,150 square meters of new parkland on the site. It's also in a location where shadowing and impacts of new buildings are limited. The applicant has proposed a new market on top of which there would be no significant development. And there's an east-west connection as well further to the objectives identified in the Bloor-Bathurst study. There are opportunities to develop a bit of additional density on top of some of the Main Street heritage buildings and above part of the laneway, but really this is how you see the site plan as is described in the report before you. So this represents a balance of objectives for the site. If you look at what could be developed on a vacant, say, greenfield site versus a site that has been developed in a way that addresses a number of our strategic priorities and the community's priorities. Now, from the ground, you build up, and the scale of the new buildings is determined in large part by the surrounding uses. In this case, areas of stability, neighborhoods, and areas of lower scale. The official plan is very specific in regard to buildings transitioning to these lower scale areas. Now, if you take the site and its constraints on the ground level, and sorry for the rudimentary diagram, place it at Bloor and Bathurst, and you apply a 45-degree angular plane transition from each one of the neighborhoods, you create what is essentially a tent around this mixed-use area, where the sides are 45 degrees and the tent pegs go into the areas where mixed use meets neighborhoods. And the idea is that you build within that tent, and you don't encroach the tent except in very minor instances, as was discussed and determined in the Bloor-Bathurst report and official plan amendment. But within that, you also have requirements to make sure that the buildings are spaced well enough apart to maintain adequate sky views, limit shadowing, improve privacy, and make it a livable space for the people who are going to be living in the area and those living adjacent around the development. And we do that through tower separation of 25 meters, and our recommended maximum tower floor plate is 750 meters. Every tower proposed on this site is less than 600 square meters, with one being less than 500. There were additional criteria in the Four Corners study with regard to transition, requiring some buildings to be well below that which would be possible under an angular plane. And there were specific metrics required for the way in which buildings would shadow Bloor Street on the north side. So this shows that angular plane transition and the way the building, the development itself has been designed to fit generally beneath that. Any of the protrusions were determined to have limited or no impact on the surrounding area and were consistent with our objectives. I can't say enough about the community's influence on the proposal. The significant consultation process we did resulted in a lot of comments which made their way into helping inform planning's recommendations and helping the developer make decisions about how their site would advance. I'm not going to go through all of these, but a number of them, from park space location to the preservation of key corner heritage buildings, increased porosity on the site, and the scale of street wall and buildings were all important. Our recommendations, as I said, incorporate all of this different feedback. And in my opinion of city planning, our priorities for the site have been addressed. This is an innovative approach to development in Toronto with a varied articulated street wall, slender tall buildings step back from the street, in contrast to the more typical tower and podium approach common to the downtown or the lower, larger floor plate mid-rise buildings with less separation common on avenues. An extensive consultation and review process have helped shape this proposal in ways that increase preservation of heritage, deliver new park space, expand housing opportunities in the area, and contemplate a range of retail uses. And really allow the development to fit better within its neighborhood and community context. The proposal before you balances the opportunity to intensify a large, underutilized site, transit-oriented site with a significant amount of physical and contextual heritage in a manner that significantly advances the planning and community objectives for the area. I want to thank community members who spent a significant amount of time with us on the project. Your input has been invaluable. Thank you to the applicant. Thank you to the many, many city staff who have assisted in reviewing and shaping this proposal. City Planning recommends approval of the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. I don't believe we are going to be asking questions at this point, and with that, to ask staff to take a seat, and thank you very much for your presentation. That was wonderful. I recognize that that was a lot of work summarized in merely 10 minutes. You did a great job. Moving on to public speakers, we do have a very long list, and I suspect it's going to grow. Our first speaker is Nancy Singer. I will ask that for those members of the public who are interested in speaking, if you haven't registered already and are not yet on the debutants list, please let staff know of your desire to speak and sign up, and we'll be able to call your name very shortly. Nancy, welcome to the committee.
Thank you, and good morning. I'm the executive director of the Kahila Residential Program. We're a nonprofit housing agency, and I am a former city planner, and I also was a former housing project manager at City Home. In fact, I was the annex planner for part of my tenure at the city. So I'm very familiar with the Honest Ed site and the neighborhood. I also, in fact, lived in the neighborhood. I want to compliment West Bank on being a progressive and open-minded developer and adapting to the Toronto vernacular while being a West Coast developer. They started with an extensive consultation process that you just heard about, and they responded to concerns with redesigns, producing the revised plan that was just presented to you. They also reached out informally to engage me on how to best achieve the affordable housing component that they are obliged to provide, a priority for the city and a priority for the community. I've been successful in the past in innovative solutions with developers and local councillors, one being the acquisition of 4 condo units for affordable rental housing. This influenced changes to the OP and Section 37 to allow this to be a permitted benefit which can be accessed by all nonprofits. Just another tool in the toolbox, and we need every tool that there is. In the dry period of limited funding, Kahila started its own private development program in 2014, funded predominantly by the private development community, now assisting 85 households and growing. It's our intention to allocate a portion of our fundraised rent supplement dollars to some of the affordable rental units in Mirvish Village to lower and target lower-income families and individuals in our community. But this is not just about Kahila having access to some units. As a team player, I'm firmly of the opinion that the affordable housing in the new village needs to be reflective of the neighborhood in its diversity and needs, and not have just 1 or 2 providers invited to the table. In discussions with other nonprofit providers, Kahila is prepared to work on an affordable housing plan with the developer and in concert with the Affordable Housing Office to achieve this. There are many community agencies within walking distance: First Nations, Native Family and Child Services, Jewish Family and Child, Miles Dale JCC, Community Living are all nearby. The provision of affordable housing in large-scale developments needs a coordinated approach, one that works for the nonprofits and service providers, the city, and the community. It can bring in support dollars and rent allowances. It is not an afterthought, but should be an integral, upfront part of the planning and design process in the building of new communities, as well as within single buildings. At the last community meeting, affordable housing was stressed as a priority by both councillors, Councillor Layton and Councillor Cressy. Many of the comments from the people who attended, the over 300, from students, artists, and others, forced out of the neighbourhood by high rents, highlighted the need for affordable housing. I haven't heard that much support for affordable housing in all my years attending community meetings. It's usually the opposite, especially in established neighbourhoods. Having interviewed Ed Burvish on the occasion of Toronto's sesquicentennial, I believe he would be proud to know that his legacy will continue to serve the newcomer and the less fortunate. It was his start, and look at what he gave back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Are there any questions of our speaker who's just walked away? No? Okay. Nancy, you're off the hot seat. Thank you. Okay. And just as a friendly reminder to the members of the public, we do ask that any applause, any comments be refrained. You will have a chance to speak if you want. It's just to keep the decorum in the committee room. But I do recognize that there is a level of enthusiasm for this project. If you want to indicate your support, you can always do the jazz hands. And we'll respond accordingly if we'd like something to. Becky Loy, our next speaker. Okay. Becky, welcome.
Thank you.
You'll have 5 minutes, and the clock is on your left-hand side.
Yeah, I'm just here to show my support for this project as a young person living in Toronto. So home ownership is out of reach. So for me, access to good quality rental housing is so important. Our city is booming, and a number of Torontonians is growing rapidly. So there's no doubt that we need more housing. However, I think we have the responsibility to ensure new housing that's being built is beneficial to our people not only now, but in the future. I think this project has the ability to set a precedent for the rest of the city. I like that there's the affordable housing component and the fact that there's a park and daycare. It's important that we build more purpose-built rental housing. I think the condos that keep sprouting up, it's geared towards ownership, but let's face it, not all of us can afford to buy it. It's not just a mortgage, but like condo fees or maintenance costs. So also today, young Torontonians might want to raise families closer to the downtown core. There's a possibility that we have to rent. I think more high-quality rental projects will provide more options for young people to not only live here now, but also think about not leaving Toronto when they want to have a family and entertain the possibility of having families downtown. Yeah, so thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Becky. Are there any questions of our speaker? No? Okay. Thank you. Our next speaker is Sean Galbraith, Galbraith and Associates, followed by Avram Regenstruff. Just getting you ready. Great. Thank you very much. Okay. Sean, welcome.
Good morning.
Okay.
My name is Sean Galbraith. I'm an urban planner, and in my 18-year career, I've worked on everything from small duplex apartments to the large condo towers here in Toronto. I don't work with West Bank on this, but I wanted to come to express my support and my appreciation for the project and say that it represents a model that I think would be great to replicate elsewhere in the city. I want to say that I commend West Bank and their efforts that they undertook on this project. It's not common to see a 3-year consultation process. I think that goes without saying. And that they were willing to work with a community that also wanted to work with them. I commend the community for that. Too many times the answer is always no, and in this case it seemed to be maybe, and I hope we'll get to yes. I also wanted to commend Greg on this project. He's a rock star in planning, I think. This has been a significant undertaking in an underfunded and overworked planning department, and the city is benefited by their efforts. The project's going to bring much needed rental apartment housing stock to the area, over 800 units, of which over 300 will be 2- and 3-bedroom family-sized units, which are increasingly rare, I think, in the city. We need those units, those larger units, to bring more animation to our neighborhoods, more families to the neighborhoods. It supports city policies to bring more family-sized units, and I think it's the changes to the project to increase those units have been definitely beneficial. As been highlighted already, the affordable housing commitment, I think, is great, and it's not something that we usually see in rental projects, normally because they're not as big as this one, frankly. This one provides an opportunity, and I'm glad that it's being taken. The project, the significant number of new residents in the neighborhood are going to support the local schools, local businesses, the services. The streetscape will be greatly improved. While everybody appreciates the legacy of Honest Ed's, it's fair to say that the big box format sort of sterilized the street frontages, and the new innovative small unit retail components will be a much better fit for the existing neighborhood character. And I'm looking forward to see what new businesses open up in there. Also unique to a large rental project are all the community benefits that are being secured. The public park, the public art project, the daycare spaces, the public market, 24 heritage buildings. Again, these are significant contributions that we don't see in large condo projects, let alone in large rental projects. And again, West Bank and the community should be commended for working together to secure all of those benefits. To close off, the project and projects like it, they support many key planning initiatives and city initiatives, some of which were mentioned in the presentation from staff. It's transit supportive development. It will support aging in place, complete streets and neighborhoods, and increase diversity and housing options for families. And it will continue to protect the low-density neighborhoods around them from significant change. As I said at the beginning, I think this project represents good planning, and I support it, and I hope Community Council does as well. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you very much. We'll find out soon. Any questions to our speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much, Sean. Our next speaker is Avram Rajendrov, followed by Loris Thomas, sorry. Welcome, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Morning. Good morning, members of council and members of staff. I'm chair of the Urban Design Review Committee of the Seton Village Residents Association. And the comments I have identify some concerns with regard to this project, which really have not been properly addressed from the outset of the project. Number one, in its initial report on market analysis, the proponents made clear that the streets, the two major streets that this project is located on, are only 20-meter width streets compared to many other streets in Toronto where major projects have been built on much wider street widths. And in my view, they're inadequate to carry and safely and efficiently the proposed traffic generated by this project. This includes cars, taxis, trucks, vans during the construction period and following completion of the project. A very serious consequence will be vehicle traffic trying to avoid this intersection by attempting to find alternative routes through existing local residential neighborhoods rather than being able to remain on the existing arterial streets. The important thing to realize is that if you were to stack all of the individual towers of this site, especially on the east side of the site, on top of one another, they would amount to 107 stories. 102 stories is the height of the Empire State Building, of which only 86 stories are actually usable space, and the top 13, 14 stories, whatever, are a radio tower that was conceived at the time and is served by a single elevator. But the important thing about a project like that, which was built 85 years ago, is it has 3 subways running beneath it, well below the street level, and the streets have the capacity to carry all of the traffic, both generated by this project and surrounding projects. Anyway, the story of the water tower project in Chicago, which was built much more recently, shows a similar situation with regard to the capacity of local streets to carry the kind of density that these developers are proposing for this site. So the proposed building coverage of 533 to 568 is simply too high for the site, in my view, and should be reduced to 4.5 to 4.75 maximum, given the available street width and traffic capacity. This is a very important point that is little realized by people who haven't had the task of trying to make traffic work in areas of intense urban development. The third point I would make is that the commercial floor space, while it can easily carry the market facility and the day nursery and the other social components that are integral to this project, which are extremely important, as is the mixed housing strategy and the rental housing. But the important thing is that the capacity of the street system is going to be extremely congested by the fact that there is no under-street connection either among the four corners of the intersection of Bloor and Bathurst, or to the, connecting to the underground mall in the Bathurst subway station. So I'm suggesting that if they want the level of commercial space both to work and to be effective for this project, it should be connected, there should be a plan and a connection to the Bathurst subway, because the project will not work.
Okay, thank
The
you very
final
much.
point
Sorry, excuse me,
has
sir,
to
just
do with
your final thought, your time is up.
Sorry, thank you.
Okay, there might be a question for you, perhaps? No? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Loris Thomas. Okay, welcome, Loris.
Thank you.
The clock is on your left-hand side. I'll reset it for you, and you have 5 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Good morning. Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm speaking on behalf of a different book list, a bookstore that has been operating in the area for the past 20 years. With the new development, Booklist Cultural Center, which is going to be our new name, is looking forward to residing in the space being developed by West Bank. We have been engaged in conversation with West Bank since the inception of this project, and they have welcomed us at every step as they move forward with plans to develop the block. A different Booklist Cultural Center is excited, positioned, and ready to work with all stakeholders to see this project to fruition. We're looking at a space of at least 35,000 square feet, which will enable us to offer the community the services that we're known for and much more. Based on some of the events that we've hosted to date in our temporary space, we now have the capacity for more, and 35,000 square feet is the maximum square footage that would enable us to achieve our objective. We're also looking for a long-term lease to be able to adequately meet the needs of the community and the long-term vision that we have for a different book list. With our cultural legacy and history in the area, we strongly believe this is the best scenario for a different book list. The center will have event space for over 100 people. We'll also have meeting space where large and small groups can gather for meetings from, let's say, an hour to all day. We will be technologically equipped for audiovisual presentations and other audiovisual supports. We envision a space where patrons can walk in at their leisure, or they may take out a membership, reserve a specific time, and come in for a meetup with colleagues. We will also have the capacity for light beverage, snacks and coffee service on site. This model is ideal for a different book list and the area. A bookstore incorporated with space to have an event, to launch a project, to showcase literary work, to meet up or to engage the community. Different book lists brings to the table 22 years of presenting the literary and cultural and intellectual history of the African and Caribbean Canadians, an experienced board of directors with over 180 hours collective years of service, expertise, and professional excellence. And we also offer an ongoing opportunity for partnership. A different book list center will be an exciting and vibrant space in the community, and we do look forward to working with West Bank and moving forward in accomplishing this. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
Wonderful, thank you very much. You do have a question, so don't move too fast. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you for coming. I just wanted to clarify one thing you said, that it is in fact 3,500 square feet.
35,000.
No, I just want to clarify, it's 3,500.
3,500?
Yes, not 35,000.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other questions? Actually, sorry, before you go, you have another question from Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, I know your bookstore, love your bookstore. But can I ask you this? So you think that in an era of construction right across the street, intense construction right across the street, in an era of the internet, what's your secret to business success?
Well, you know, we have moved from the block to the, we are well known in the community. People come from far and wide to visit the bookstore. We are definitely on the internet. What's your secret for an independent bookstore in a location like that?
In this location, in this era, with construction next door?
It's an amazing niche market. And again, with an era of internet, the ability to come together, like people actually like to come into the store. Yes, you're right. In an era of internet, you're wondering how can a bookstore like this survive? It is surviving. I've been down there since we've moved to the new location, and it's amazing. We've had events in there. 150 people are coming in. On Saturday morning, it's a hub. It's a hub of activity. And people coming into the area just want to be a part of that bookstore. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Karen Gordon, followed by Sholisa. You'll correct me when you get to the podium. Thank you. Karen Gordon. Is Karen here? No? Okay, so then moving along, our next speaker is Sholisa, and I'm about to be schooled.
Colisa.
Colisa, thank you very much.
No problem. Good morning. I am in a unique, my name is Colisa Jerome, and I'm in a unique position. I represent a different book list because on one hand, not only am I an independent artist and small business owner, but I'm also the event manager and space coordinator within a different book list. So navigating both sides, again, on one hand, as an artist who's continuously looking for space. Space is like the hardest thing, especially if you're an artistic person. Are you going to be locked in a place where you can't make any noise, or, you know, all these different things that you have to take account for, not only creating your actual art, but running your business, the administration part of it as well. On the other hand, being able to be in a place where I can help other artists come to a place where they can work, where they are welcome to make some noise and do what they have to do, run their meetings and whatnot. That's what a different book list cultural center also provides. We went from just being a bookstore to being able to have enough space to actually have not just events, but community implementations. Like, for example, we have just started an event where we allow mothers and their children to come and have kind of like a mommy and child kind of thing. So for us, having a long-term place where we've been for the last 20 years, that's important for us. And to kind of answer the question that Loris was also answering, in this day and age where, yes, there is the internet and there will be construction and there will be so much going on, which I totally understand, but when you have a place that's so rooted, none of that stuff matters because we still have people. We didn't have to do much moving because the community is what moved us. They came and they carried boxes. So we had long lineups of our ongoing customers that have come and literally took boxes and had a parade and moved us across the street. That's why we're still thriving, and that's not going to change. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions of our speaker? Okay, seeing none. Actually, I have one quick question. With respect to the importance of Black focus, predominant bookstores, how many are there in Toronto besides a different book list?
That's a good question. The one that, then this is, it's not even in Toronto, but that comes to mind is in Brampton, and it's Accent. But that I know of, and I could be wrong, but that I don't know.
And with respect to Black history, Black culture at that particular intersection, at that particular location, if you were not there at that particular juncture point, is there another place in the city where you think that you could move to and still be as successful as you are?
I say yes, but I also say no, and the reason for that is because, for one, yes, we do have the support. So I know that if we were moved to, I don't know, Keelan, Eglinton or something, if people still want to come to the store and if they're still as dedicated as they are, they would come. But there's something to be said about having a root of where you've been for how long you've been at, and just being a part of that community. You know what I mean? We've had, whether it's people who used to live above us, or it's just, that's where we are. And us moving across the street is such a great thing because we're still on that street, we're still in that general location. We're literally able to look at our old store and see as things transition as they go along. But I do believe that, like any rooted business that has created roots in a place, it's important for them to stay there, especially if they're already building roots. It's not about building and having to uproot after so much time.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Our next speaker is Miguel San Vicente. Welcome.
Thank you.
And you'll have 5 minutes when you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. I want to add to the answer. I am also speaking on behalf of a different book list, Cultural Center. And just to add to the reply to your question, the value of being in that neighborhood also is because of the proximity of the subway, transportation. A lot of people come in, a lot of our customers come from different neighborhoods around the city, and many of them don't have cars. They come from neighborhoods that, especially our youth coming from what we call high priority neighborhoods, it's very convenient to come, for them to come by the subway and attend any events or visit the bookstore. So that is a point, plus the long history of Black presence in the area. We have had, as going back to the Underground Railroad, a long history of the Black community being part of Batterson Blow. So now, with regard to my remarks, I'm speaking on behalf of both my wife, Aita Sadhu, who is a co-owner of a different book list, but also we have on behalf of the Cultural Center, which is actually subtitled The People's Residence. And this came out of the organic expression and experience of the bookstore. This is the future trajectory of all independent bookstores in the city and the country is this kind of format, non-profit format. And bookstores contribute to the wellness and cultural strength of a society, so it is great that the People's Residence, under the governance of a non-profit cultural center, will maintain this role. And also, it will also recognize the history of Mervis Village as a literary and cultural hub. This intended cultural hub and center comes out of the African-Canadian community, but its impact has been far-reaching through the many events it hosts, the groups and organizations it has collaborated with, such as Central Tech in the neighborhood and other schools and school boards, and its neighborhood involvement through being a destination for history tours, for the Jane Walk, and also for the legacy projects that it has established in the neighborhood, such as the recognition of Contrast newspaper, which was the first Black-owned newspaper in the city, and also was a training ground for many prominent reporters and journalists subsequently. And it's also, we've had, in collaboration with West Bank, a cultural exhibition of Black, showcasing the Black history in the area through an exhibition called Blackhurst Exhibition. So this is also, we have to thank Councillors Layton and Cressy and West Bank for helping to facilitate that exhibition, and also for helping to temporarily move us over into a temporary location across the street. We have maintained our presence there, and due to this, what has been negotiated between councillors Cressy and West Bank, we're happy to be part of the future of the new development. Having said this, it is important that the intended space be adequate in size to provide future generations and all Canadians the opportunity to share in the rich legacy of this community. A space that is a minimum of 3,500 square feet and has a lease in the nature of 50 years or more is what is required. To date, we are pleased again to say that the City Council and West Bank have demonstrated a willingness to support culturally diverse and artistic communities in their plans. West Bank's customer service and outreach has been stellar to date, and as an expansion project, it has had a vision to bring our community to the table at the beginning of this proposed vision, and also to support our temporary location.
Miguel, thank you. Sorry, that's, your time has concluded.
Okay.
But thank you. There may be
All right.
questions from councillors for you.
You got, yeah.
Okay, I don't think that there are, so you're
We
you're
have
off
a
the
lot
hot
of-
seat. Okay, but thank you very much for your presentation.
Welcome.
Michael Lashley. Following Michael is Brian Burchill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Distinguished councillors, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael Lashley. I'm here in my official capacity as a member of the Board of Directors of a different Booklist Cultural Centre. I also support a range of community initiatives in the GTA, in particular officially as a member of the Board of Directors of the Festival Management Committee and as the editorial page editor of a community newspaper known as the Caribbean Camera. Our Caribbean and African youth, indeed all Canadian youth, deserve the space, the opportunity, and the time to empower themselves, to educate themselves through book launches, seminars, lectures, and publications, and to entertain themselves through poetry readings, performances, and storytelling. Our city deserves a multifaceted community in which there is a multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary focus, a people's residence which respects, records, and promotes history, knowledge, and pride. We are particularly proud that we propose to serve as a platform for a virtual university. Our Black nation-building talents deserve to be enhanced. Using international telecommunications and computer services, we are about sharing. We propose to be an international center for Black history, books, and artifacts. We see ourselves as part of the Bathurst community where we have been for a long time. We see ourselves as part of Toronto's history, a part of Canada's history, and a part of world history. We at a different Booklist Cultural Center see ourselves as building a physical and virtual center of learning and intellectual exchange of Black literature and culture. Starting with our foundations in the past, we are moving forward into the present with the force of intergenerational communication and interaction. We are going into Canada's future with a long-lasting infrastructure of people, skills, energy, and talent. We have a strong sense of belonging. Our community-based innovation and social engineering unite our Black community with other communities that enrich Canada's multicultural mosaic for the next 100 years and beyond. Our vision and mission is to continue to partner on a permanent basis with the city, with the developers, West Bank, with the wider community, with academia, and the business sector. Thank you so very much for making our commitment a lasting and meaningful experience. I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Does anyone have any questions? Councillor Mihevik.
Great to see you. So I always thought that Ita and Miguel owned the bookstore, but I guess that's not the case.
Yes, they own the bookstore, but the bookstore is now going to fit into the wider mission and vision, which we saw ourselves fulfilling over the past 10 or 15 years in the community. Okay. And therefore, a different book list as a bookstore will be a tenant within that wider space of the cultural center.
Oh, I see. Okay. And so so you're supporting this development because the public, one of the public benefits will be the wider community center into which the bookstore will be placed.
You have got it perfectly. It's a win-win situation for both the bookstore and the community, the wider communities that we serve.
Great. Okay. Thank you. I think I get the picture now. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Next is Brian Burchell. Mr. Burchell, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. The Bloor Annex BIA, for those of you that don't know, spans geography from Madison Avenue in the east to Bathurst Street in the west. We're an eclectic mix of 275 businesses, and we're also engaged in a lot of future change for Bloor Street with respect to providing 4 new parkettes on city rights-of-way, new trees along the street, and increased bike parking. When this came up, we were at a point where we had to decide if we would engage the planning process. We recognize it's very unusual for BIAs to have a position on any development, but given the scale of this development, it's like something the annex has never seen before. We could not ignore it. It's happening on our doorstep. We consulted the municipal code and learned that we could comment and engage in consultation with the developer as long as it preceded your engagement, because we are, after all, creatures of the city. So on May 12th, after a long deliberation, May 12th, 2015, seems so long ago now, the BIA's Board of Management voted unanimously to endorse the project, the proposal as we knew it then, and authorized me to advocate for it and consult directly with the developer, and I did so in many, many meetings of the working group and offline. We, like any good city body, set up a committee to consider this proposal on its merits. And we looked at it through very specific prism. First of all, we saw that Mirvish Village as a destination had faded in recent years, but the vision of Anne Mirvish to create it as a destination for shops and for artists, restaurants, deserved reimagining, and we recognized that the developer, was committed to this reimagination and to the preservation of the built form. At the time of the 27 listed heritage buildings, the developer had committed to retaining 15. That is now up to 24. And we believe that the only ones that are being removed to create park space. So the BIA cannot quarrel with that public realm improvement. We also were very concerned that the developer not permit big box stores. We didn't want a Home Depot at our doorstep, and we know the plan focuses on micro retail. There are a great deal of commercial space, 200,000 square feet, and that's only going to add value to this mixed-use site. We also recognize that this developer, like no other, was committed to a community consultation. We even saw that in 2015, and in the ensuing nearly 2 years, no one could quarrel with the level of engagement that West Bank has had and the city has welcomed. Finally, we wanted this development, once constructed, to be a destination, to be innovative. We wanted people to come to it, to enjoy its amenities, to visit with the new residents. We recognized that those people would spill into Bloor Street and patronize our establishments. The annex has the ability to absorb this development. I know that many of the residents associations are concerned with its scale, but when you look at the curriculum in the schools, when you look at the aging population, we can handle this. We have an eclectic Main Street that will welcome it. The only part of the city that can't handle it is probably the TTC, but that's not a problem for this development to solve. Given the eclectic mix of the area, there's really very little need to get on the TTC. You could just stay there. As part of the working group, I recognized that associations and BIAs felt constrained by their mandates to represent just their areas, just their businesses.
Sorry, yeah, some concluding remarks because you're at your 5-minute mark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is an opportunity for us to be city builders on a broader scale and to recognize that this is something that the city and BIAs and residents associations should get behind.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you very much. I understand that Ian Duke wants to be the last speaker, so Sue Dexter, and following Sue Dexter, Paul McLean. Welcome, Sue.
We're a triumvirate.
Okay, so what are you,
Nervous Village.
combined 5 minutes or?
No, we'd like, well,
So you'll take your 5 minutes.
well, no, Paul goes first. He's age before the rest, you know?
Okay. So Paul will go first, you'll go second, and
Jennifer will go third.
okay. Great. Hold on. You're up.
Thank you very much. I'm speaking on behalf of the, oops, what do I do with this?
There
we go. On?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Mirvish Village Task Group and the Palmerston Area Residents Association. We are at a watershed moment in the progress of this development application. I want to take 5 minutes to look backwards and forwards. What we can learn from where we've been, and some markers to guide us in the future. We've been told that this project is unique in Toronto in a number of respects, not least in the level of engagement of the residents in the planning process, both in terms of quantity and quality. 3 things about this engagement. First, what is the motivation for so many residents giving an extraordinary number of volunteer hours and expert attention to this application? I think at the heart of this gift of time is a deep care for the neighborhoods in which we reside. Neighborhood and the community or communities formed by people who inhabit it are as much an act of imagination as they are a fact of urban geography. Neighborhood and community are expressions of our values, of what we care about. These values are suddenly brought into critical focus when we are faced with significant change. Change brought on not just by the West Bank Mirvish Village development, but also by demographic, social, and economic forces. Just think of how this neighborhood has gone in a very short time from a low-cost place for new immigrants, many of whom still live here, right beside me, not speaking English, to homes for the very wealthy. Good, healthy communities are diverse and connected, with space, access, and resources for all, and pathways for people to form relationships and develop common purpose. And so, from the outset, we welcomed an increase in our neighborhood population, but as we thought about new residents, we cared about affordable housing, daycare, space for community development, space for cultural heritage, green space, preservation of our many heritage buildings, and other amenities. These are the ways in which we realize our values. The market and the new stores present an opportunity to improve the retail and commercial aspects of our neighborhood. It's in the tradition of Ed Mirvish, who liked to make money. And we hope the tradition of shopping, being successful, affordable, and accessible for all income levels, also continues. We haven't liked the towers, on the basis that this high architecture is out of keeping with its environment. But we have adopted the approach of trying to mitigate the effects, especially on Markham Street. Similarly, our value for a livable, walkable neighborhood will be challenged by the inevitable congestion created by this site and future development on the adjacent corners. Secondly, citizen engagement would not have been possible without a developer willing to engage, without city planning putting in place a process for engagement, and without various city staff departments, especially Heritage, providing expert input, consultation, and advice.
Final thoughts.
We're now looking at the other side of the divide, with all of its formidable challenges of managing a very large change, building this project well, and realizing the values which we have for our city and our neighborhood. These have something to do with values and the imagination to create a neighborhood that has a chance of becoming a community.
Thank you very much. Does anyone have any questions? Okay, Councillor Layton.
If we could have permission to hear all three and then ask questions of all three, that might.
Is that your preference?
Sure.
I was asking the panel, is that what you would like? Okay, then we will do that. So next, we said, is Jennifer Hunter.
You go next.
Okay.
You're up.
My name is Jennifer Hunter. I am chair of the Seton Village Residents Association, and along with Doug Rylett, we are members of the Mirvish Village Task Group. I would like to thank you for this opportunity to speak and also to see Greg Linturn do jazz hands. Greg, thank you. I appreciate the diversity of opinion on this proposal, both in our communities and in this room. We understand this plan will not please everyone, and some concerns remain as the project moves forward, as Mr. Regenstreef has detailed. The Seton Village members of the Mirvish Village Task Group also appreciate the significant efforts of our communities, of Greg Ewens and his colleagues in city planning, and the outstanding efforts of our councillors Layton and Cressy, and of course, the responsiveness of West Bank to continue to refine the project's design, incorporating outstanding benefit. It took 3 attempts and a lot of negotiation, and the Seton Village members of the Mirvish Village Task Group believe we have an exciting, progressive plan that creates a new neighborhood within an existing one. This is not a task for the faint of heart, and both West Bank and the community should be commended, along with the support of our councillors and all the players. As part of the Mirvish Village Task Group, as we look forward to proceeding through this, we look forward to continuing to collaborate with West Bank, our councillors and city staff as this plan rolls out. As one of our Mirvish Village Task Group members, Roy Sawyer, put it, more hustle and bustle would be good. Thank you.
I'm Sue Dexter from Harvard Village Residents Association. We support the motion before you to rezone the Mirvish Village Shaun Estates precinct. Our community is directly east of the project. For 2 years, we've worked with our 3 sister residents and the Annex Residents Association on the northwest south to digest, analyze, and shape or help to shape the West Bank proposal to get a fit. The project was easily the most complex we've encountered. Major new infill with significant heritage preservation in the midst of 4 stable neighborhoods. That's quite a game. In August 2014, against my advice, before the formal project was unveiled, Palmerston Area Residents Association did a survey. I thought it was kind of dangerous because you never know what results you'll get from a survey. If you compare the wishes expressed by the respondents to that survey, they bear a striking relationship to the document before you. The priorities set by 276 respondents 3 years ago were green space, community cultural center, family units, live work, low income, small retail, market, art, bikes. It's an astounding forecast of what happened. These community priorities have been embedded in the rezoning and in a motion that we'll all see for the first time in a few minutes. The process was interesting, and I think we should pay attention to what evolved in the course of this particular project. We had 2 councillors, Cressy and Layton. We had city planning, transportation, heritage, West Bank from time to time, and what came to be known as the Mirvish Village Task Group, with 2 volunteers from adjacent residents associations and 4 members from the most affected neighborhood, the Palmerston area. On board were 2 architects, that's luck, concerned residents, even better, neighborhood activists, had to be a little restrained, a Marxist professor, and Roy Sawyer, an engineer who designed cars. And if you ever want to do a project, get an engineer, because boy, they can cut to the chase. We charted a largely invisible path. Our public face was a fact-based website. We didn't want to make arguments on the website. Off camera, Greg Ewens hosted working group sessions on big elements of the project: urban design, heritage, traffic, city planning. We worked with students from Ryerson Engineering. At public meetings, we listened to our neighbors, but did not make arguments. And we were concerned always to take on their concerns. At the last councillor meeting, we heard 2 messages. The city's renters are pushed to the limit, and the community still needs the new neighborhood with the preservation of a heritage street alongside new, taller elements to contribute to and not overwhelm the existing community. In a sense, with this first step, the skeleton is in place. Now to put flesh on the bones. The work continues with the task group consultation process and includes a daunting list of jobs: traffic management, public realm improvements, park design, all the elements of site plan, the retail plan, and the councillors have been single-minded on bringing home daycare, affordable units, and community space. We want a project that looks like us, that works like us. That's who we are, and I think you guys really got it. There will be those in the community who disagree with the heights, but we urge them to balance that against the range of benefits that have been secured.
Concluding.
On we go.
Awesome. Okay, so questions, Councillor Mihevc.
Yes, thank you very much. The last time you spoke here at this committee, I think someone asked you the question about the height thing, and I think that to me is maybe if there is an outstanding question, that might be it. And at that time, you expressed that maybe the first number should be a 1, the tallest building. So I'm wondering whether you've changed your mind, whether you've seen it differently, or how you're thinking through that piece.
Okay,
Did
go
I
ahead.
say
All right,
one?
all right, you go.
He said 1, maybe somebody said, I don't know who said
Truly,
1.
It's a real question. It's a real question. I'm not.
No, it's a serious question. So here's the trade-off. For our values, heritage has a lot of importance. And what you have here is a trade-off. If they'd raised the heritage buildings, then you could have started to argue 10 stories, 20, 15 stories maybe. As soon as you preserve the heritage, you have to give them density on the other part. We don't like the tallest towers. I don't think the residents are comfortable, but they're not slabs. And we've gotten, I was at the OMB the other day, and in a mediation, and it was a tall building, but nobody said a word about contents. Nobody said a word about what the building was going to give back. All it was height, slide up and down and down. So height is just one of them things, I think. And I think we have to be careful about heights. We have to look at the balance. You have to look at whether the community is getting anything back. So maybe we're getting slightly converted to being flexible. Maybe.
Well, I don't think.
I mean, maybe Paul will.
Also, I mean, there's not a choice here, really. I mean, I think under city planning's approach to this, and with the angular planes and everything, West Bank is conforming to the requirements of city planning. And, as residents, we recognize that. We've made the argument about appropriateness for the neighborhood, but there it is. You can't, as they say, you can't have everything. Where would you put it? So that's part of the trade-off that we have.
Right. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mihevc, does that conclude your questions?
Yes, it does.
Okay, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. So the Mirvish Village Task Group, with the four residents associations involved, as you noted, you've worked hard. You've spent a lot of time. You've tried to represent your constituencies, balance their interests, and lead. So I guess, and it's been a lot of work. I guess my question is simply, what work needs to be done going forward? Are you prepared to continue that exceptional level of volunteer time that's required to make sure that the vision is implemented well?
Well, the simple answer to that is that we had a discussion of this very question at our last meeting, and with the exception of one member who has to retire for health reasons, everybody indicated their willingness to continue, and we've discussed what that second phase would be. We've also had a volunteer from the immediate neighborhood affected by this who will come on to that group. And we've also had expressions of interest from people who would like to participate in some aspects without being members of the committee. So, for example, when we get into the construction management phase, for example, there are people who, who are engineers who said, they would like to be part of that discussion and play a role. So those would be kind of like adjunct members. So, yes.
There was a surprising amount of unanimity, and we work in the neighborhood on consensus. We like each other. We're effective, we think, we hope.
I have no other questions. I just want to say thank you.
Yep.
Great. Councillor Layton?
Thank you very much. And this builds on the question that Councillor Cressy just asked about your role moving forward, and in what areas that we expect to still see some dialogue with the city, with West Bank, and with the community in our offices. Can you go over some of the ones that you're hoping to still have an open and flexible relationship with the developer on?
Well, I'll mention a few that came in from the engineer in our group just a little while ago. He said the site plan phase, where important detail around the ground plane and traffic management, especially traffic management. That is a very important one. Those issues will need to be tackled in particular. Sue, do you want to mention some others?
Yeah, we're a kind of green group over on our side, and we'd like to see the entire campus receive a kind of greening plan with the streets and the park embedded. We've got the laneway is going to be widened, but that's going to be contributed to park space. I think what you need to do. The other thing is traffic management can be integrated into that park, into the park discussion. I think we have to. I hope that West Bank is agreeable to this kind of creative exchange and growth on the project. What can happen in these things is we help define not just our understanding of the project, but we also deepened our understanding of our community. And there's a really positive contribution of process to that. And we can also facilitate West Bank's understanding of their environment, because they're going to be there. And we should be partners. We should, there's no animosity here at all.
Yeah, I do think we have to look at it as a kind of evolving and ongoing relationship that will be to the benefit of everybody. The benefit of the developer of the new residents who move into all of these units, and also to those people who are willing to engage in our existing neighborhoods. And I think that relationship it's got some very concrete stuff that's going to happen probably before the summer. But then it's going to evolve over a number of years to include many aspects of this site.
Thank you all for your dedication and your patience throughout. We have a better project as a result of your hard work.
Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Does anyone else have any questions? Okay, so then the next speaker is Shannon Ashman.
Hello, good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you. So my name is Shannon. I have attended, volunteered, and worked with a Different Book List and now a Different Book List Cultural Center for a number of years. I'm also a youth worker. I've been working in the community for about 10 years across the city of Toronto. And I'm here to speak in favor of West Bank's development, considering that it has placed community at the table from the outset. It will continue to extend the vibrancy of the Bloor and Bathurst Annex community. West Bank has involved community consultation again through the beginning, has reached out to community. I'm impressed with their vision to retain like cultural heritage, being someone of the African Canadian experience. It is very important when I see a development company really invested in putting African Canadian experience at the table, which West Bank has done. Really important that West Bank has continued our conversations, made us feel welcome, and this is, being a young person, feeling like we are actually at the table and not just an afterthought and or tokens. It's one of the few projects, again, that speaks to the cultural heritage of the Black community, African and Caribbean communities in the Bloor and Bathurst area. They welcomed the Blackhurst Street cultural exhibition, which saw about 2,000 people from across communities for a 2-month period. And the Blackhurst exhibition just showcased the Black experience in the Bathurst and Bloor corridor for about, I think we've been there for the 1800s, but having a development company really invested in continuing the conversation of having us cemented in the area is really important, which is why I'm speaking on behalf of this project and making sure that, it's something that the council considers. And again, as a youth worker, having space downtown for young people that actually feels welcoming. I've been going to a different book list since I was in high school. I'm no longer in high school, but I've been going there for quite some time. And I've been bringing young people from camps to my youth programs to a different book list for a number of years. And I would argue that it hasn't just been a bookstore for the 20-something years that it's been in existence. It has always been a cultural center, but it has always been a space where I can bring my young people who reflect the city of Toronto, the varying colors and races, and young people get to see themselves in the downtown core and are reminded that this city is theirs, downtown is theirs, and having a space for that. So I just want to put my support in favor of West Bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon. Anyone have any questions? Great. Our last speaker is Ian Duke. And you come with a group of people who will have to introduce themselves, or...
Yeah, sure.
So are you presenting on behalf of the group?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could just introduce everyone.
For sure. I'm Ian Duke. Oh, sorry. Yes. Ian Duke with West Bank from Vancouver. With me up here is Cynthia McDougall with McCarthy's, our development lawyer, Ben Hoff with Urban Strategies, and Scott Weir with ERA, our heritage consultant.
Thank you very much. And your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay. I think I'll just start with the thank yous and get those cleared off. Greg Ewens, I guess I should pile on and thank you for your dedication and hard work, and all of staff, because I know that this project has taken a lot of resources and a lot of time and some creativity. I'd like to thank Councillors Layton and Cressy and your staffs for all the hard work and meetings over the last several years. And most importantly, I think I should thank the community, which we have interacted with for almost 4 years on this. Far in advance of filing our first rezoning submission, we started our engagement. In fact, in advance of closing on the purchase of the property 3.5 years ago. And when we bought this site, we knew we were walking into something that was going to be complicated and important, and that bore a great deal of responsibility. We also knew we were walking into a real great opportunity to do some city building and community building and something really exciting, and it's been all of that. The only preconception we came to the site with when we bought it was that it would be 100% purpose-built rental. That was the idea we came to buying the site with, and everything else we came to with an open mind, because it's such a complicated piece of land with so much potential that we really needed to spend the time before making an application to meet the community, meet the councillors, understand the potential of the site by actually working with it with our consultant team. So we had a very in-depth consultation process that included workshops, one-on-one meetings, open houses. For 15 months, we took 610 Markham Street, the old Anne Mervish studio, and turned it into what we called Markham House, where we held events. We had stakeholders putting on exhibitions, and it was open 4 or 5 days a week for people just to drop in and speak to members of our team about the project, leave their feedback, and interact with us and learn more about the project. So after all of that, you have the project that you've seen before you. Scott, maybe. And this is just the site plan. Just to reiterate the main sort of features of the project as they stand today. It remains 100% purpose-built rental, over 800 units, of which in the neighborhood of 40% will be 2- and 3-bedroom units suitable for families. 24 of 27 heritage buildings on site, listed heritage buildings, are being retained. We're delivering an on-site park on Markham Street. We have we have refined and continued to show the fine-grained retail strategy. So we are fitting into the rhythm of the Bloor Street small-scale retail high street. I think another important thing to note is that our project really opens up the main block and retains porosity and a pedestrian realm that will be something that is far superior to what is there today. And finally, we have also committed to including in our retail space a daycare. So we have reached, I think, consensus with city staff, certainly on built form and massing. And a number of the matters in the recommendations before you today, we are also, we've reached consensus on. We have been working around the clock, particularly over the last couple of weeks. Literally our team, I know the councillors' teams and staff have been working around the clock, weekends. And our efforts have really been to try and reach consensus on all of the recommendations. I think where we're at today is we're not in a position to support all of the recommendations of staff before Community Council. We are committed to continuing to work after today to try and reach consensus on those outstanding matters, and we look forward to doing so in the days and weeks ahead. Thank you, everybody.
Okay, so anyone have any questions? Don't all rush at once. Well, I guess you're off the hot seat. Thank you. That concludes the questions. So I don't have a speakers list at the moment, but, oh, I didn't think there were any, but we'll ask if there are.
I just have a couple questions of staff. First, to our community planner, our rock star community planner, perhaps we should call him now.
He's the drummer.
You're not going to live that down. Is on the appropriateness of the density that's been approved on the site, or that is being proposed on the site?
So I don't think we approached this at the outset with any density number in mind. We realized the opportunity to look at the site through a complete community lens. And as the proposal was revised, additional heritage buildings were included, park space was provided, and it started to address these complete community objectives. Now, the tall buildings, which were the source of some of the concern about density, remained, but those tall buildings were designed in a way which had smaller floor plates, maintained appropriate separation distance, and limited their impacts on the surrounding area. So, and the location and the scale of these buildings have allowed for those community improvements to occur. The significant amount of heritage buildings that are being retained, the park space, improvements to the public realm generally. That balance is achieved, all with the objective of livability and, again, complete community. So, in our view, the density proposed is appropriate.
Thank you very much. On a question to our Affordable Housing Office, typically affordable housing is defined as 100% of market unit, of CMHC average City of Toronto. What are we able to achieve in what's being proposed currently in the Section 37 agreement?
Councillor, there's ongoing discussions with Westbank with respect to the affordable component and trying to achieve the target of 20% of the overall project being affordable. But we're working with an objective of reaching 80% of the CMHC average across the affordable units, and possibly doing better where we can add housing allowances so that your rents would be about $769 for a bachelor, ranging through to a 3-bedroom at about $1,200.
Maybe here's another question about the willingness of Westbank to this point to include affordable housing within their development. How would you rate them compared to other developers?
I would say 9 out of 10, if I could say that. There's $4 million, of course, that's coming forward as a part of the Section 37 contribution. But we also will be looking to marry with that federal, provincial, as well as the city's open door program to achieve those units we're looking at.
Great, thank you very much. That's it.
Great. So I guess we'll go to speaking. Obviously, I know Councillor Layton's got motions that he'd like to move that he's pre-circulated, but I was wondering if anyone wanted to speak before he did. Sorry, did you say something? Okay, well.
So if I could, I have one motion to introduce on TE 23.6. That's the 13-page motion that's been advanced circulated. And then on the heritage item on 13.16 is the second 4-page. Pardon me?
We're not on the 16 yet, but...
Both items are being heard together.
Yeah.
Do I speak twice?
Okay, fair.
Okay. And then the or I got that reversed. The heritage easement one is the 13-page one, and then the 4-page one is on item number 6. So if I read these, it would take me about 25 minutes and it'd draw us well into lunch. I'll touch on some of them. First off, though, I'd like to thank a couple people. First, the community, the residents associations, the Mirvish Village Task Group. They have shown an enormous amount of flexibility, of commitment, and of patience throughout this process. Our city staff have been enormously helpful to the community and to the local councillors on this. And I know because we get emails over weekends and between various staff people, and the amount of the attention that they've given to this item from the community planning side of things, as well as the heritage preservation, has been without a doubt the single largest showing of civic pride that I've seen in this city, their commitment. And to the developer for staying at the table with us throughout, for showing a willingness to be flexible. It didn't come up in this, but when you show the 3 different proposals and now a 4th that's going to come, they're measured in years, which this could have been a very short dance. This could have gone straight to the Ontario Municipal Board in like 2014. But no, they stuck with us, and they worked with us and showed a willingness to change. They eliminated a building, an entire building. They moved massing around. They provided a new park. There was a significant amount of willingness to be flexible on this, and for that, West Bank and their team should be commended. Finally, to my colleague, Councillor Cressy, we share a border. In this case, 3 of the 4 corners in the 4-corner study fall within his ward, and he and his staff have again showed a level of commitment that we should be proud of. I grew up around the corner from this development proposal. Don't live there anymore. Parents don't own land or anything like that. We got out 20 years ago. But I grew up on Albany Avenue. I'm actually pretty sure that Councillor Cressy also grew up around the corner, which is a little odd. So there is this strong connection that we both have to this site, like a lot of us in Toronto do, like the Residents Association, but I think there's an ownership beyond that of this particular site. If you shopped at Honest Ed's, which many of us did if you had your first apartment in any close vicinity to Honest Ed's, you shopped there. If you were a 20-something or a 30-something in the last 15 years, you went to the Victory Cafe to have a beer on occasion. You may have sat on their patio and generated a complaint to my office. I'm just saying that may have in fact happened. I may have generated a complaint to my predecessor's office, not to my own office. For sure. But there's been an enormously long history to this, and the journey started in this very room, June 13th, 2012, when we initiated the Bathurst Street study. That's where we started. The following year, at City Council, we initiated an ICBL on this not just this site, but this entire area. We then turned our focus on the 4 corners, and that was in 2014, and the recommendations were adopted last year. This has been a heavily studied site, and like I said, this particular application is measured in years. Their applications. That's actually what we have written on each of the iterations. Dozens of public meetings, and dozens I mean many dozens, like in the 40 to 50 range. Countless meetings with staff and within our offices, as well as with the community. And I've got to say that this has been one of the most collaborative approaches I have seen in city planning. Amongst residents associations who banded together and met with us and on their own time on countless occasions, amongst councillors' offices, amongst city departments, and indeed between the developer and all of the above. This was a collaborative approach. We didn't get Not everyone got everything they wanted. That much is clear. Are the buildings too tall in the minds of many? In my mind, yeah, they're a little too tall. Are there going to be more people in the neighborhood that increase the amount of traffic that's generated, the lineups for the Bathurst eastbound subway in the morning? There will be. Will everyone in the community support this change? No. But at the same time, has the application gotten better with time? It has. Is there an expectation of density on this site? Yes, there is. There are fewer spaces in the city that are more appropriate for some kind of density. On a subway line, on a new bike route, on a secondary transit line of the streetcar. This was a two-story at best proposal, or a existing character. And we're able to now replace it with, as you've heard, affordable housing, a significant amount of rental housing, a new retail domain that will hopefully attract more people to this area of town and revitalize all three BIAs that are in the vicinity. And the proposal changed directly as a result of the public consultation. And Greg's slide highlighted exactly where those changes were heard. And I think that they were reflective of both the community's desire to build a neighborhood that wasn't only for them, but also for the future residents. And I think that was planning's goal as well. And I believe that over time, we've made this development proposal better as a result. The building was moved, the density was reduced, and the number of units changed dramatically. The inclusion of a park, we've maximized the affordability on this particular site. As you'll note in the motion, the expectation is to bring this site from 9% to 20%. We've increased the number of heritage buildings that would be protected. Thank you very much, Chair. We've worked 4 or 5 years now on this project. I'm just going to finish.
No, I'm just asking you to sum up.
I appreciate that. Thank you. We've also, the developer is focused on micro retail, a smaller level of retail. The unit mix is being maintained at now 40%. And if you'll notice, most of us scramble to get to 30% twos and threes. This is going to move forward at 40%. The childcare on site that has been secured, and to be fair, that was a complete a push from the developer who introduced this as a notion for the site. The market on the site to reflect the current eclectic retail character. We're going to have a market that, I'm sorry, Councillor McConnell, will rival St. Lawrence Market in being in the West End.
We'll see.
The focus on public realm. The focus on public realm on the site. Now, this was a long process, but it's actually, this is also the beginning of what will be several other long processes. And I know that if Westbank continue to show their willingness and their flexibility on the site, and the community continues to show theirs, that we're going to build something really spectacular in this area. It won't be right now what everyone can agree on, but I think over time, as we look at what we're securing, and including, and I hadn't mentioned this to this point, but including a critical piece that it will preserve the Black heritage on the site for generations. A piece of Toronto that has been gentrified almost completely out of existence. We're going to be able to revive that and in fact make that a focal point within the community for what we hope to be permanently, if not many, many decades to come. Thank you very much.
Any questions of the mover? Okay, no questions of the mover. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. And yeah, this has been a long process. You've heard it from the deputants, from Councillor Layton and others. Frankly, in my 3 years here, I've never been part of a comprehensive process like this one. And the motion that Councillor Layton and I have worked on collaboratively over the last number of weeks has been moved, and I fully support it. When we began this process, one of the things I talked about a lot was that this intersection at Bathurst and Bloor, it's a critical intersection. Torontonians who live there and from across the city have a connection to Bathurst and Bloor. And so what happens at Bathurst and Bloor will define that neighborhood for the next 100 years. What happens on this site will define the neighborhood for the next century. And not just a neighborhood, 4 neighborhoods: Seaton Village, Palmerston, the Annex, and Harvard Village. And for that reason, it's been critical all along that we get it right. And I have to tell you, I think we've done that. I want to acknowledge and thank a couple folks off the top, because it's always important to do that. This process has been unlike any other. The level of engagement, first of all, from the public. The number of residents who've been out at meetings, over dozens of meetings, over 4 or 5 years, has been extraordinary. But the level of commitment from our Mirvish Village Task Group, from 4 residents' associations, is unparalleled. This is deeply personal. Change in neighborhoods is deeply personal, and we've had members of the public, but importantly, 4 residents' associations who have shown an ability to listen, to reflect, and to lead. And I have to tell you, our community heard each other. It was not easy. We had young people saying they need and want to live in the area, and we had longtime residents who said, rightfully, that they had real concerns about the impact of a quality of life difference when it relates to an increase in height, or a loss of sunlight, or an impact of traffic. And we had residents who heard each other. And because they heard each other, and because we had residents' associations who led so impressively, we have a better project. I want to say that Westbank has established the new model, the new standard for how you engage with the city and with the community. It has not been easy for them, I can assure you. This has taken a long time, longer, I'm sure, than they would have liked. But their commitment to being a community builder, not just the term developer, but a community builder, and one that believes in equity and a commitment to equity and affordable housing on site, is unparalleled. It has been a privilege to work with them, and as they noted in their comments, we're going to continue to work together between now and council. But staff, we can never thank our city staff enough. Heritage Preservation Services, Urban Design, Planning, PF&R, Real Estate, everybody. They invested in this project because it was such an important one. And our city was well served by them all. In particular, Greg Ewens, the now proclaimed rock star of planning, though without the tattoos and the piercings, I would note. Listen, well, yeah. Listen, jokes aside, I want to acknowledge that Greg has been thoughtful, he's been relentless, he's been considerate, and he's been tough. And city planning, our entire city planning department, should be proud to have somebody of his caliber on staff. When we approached this project, Councillor Layton and I, we looked at it, and I looked at it from 3 criteria. Are you building a neighborhood, or are you building buildings? Are you mitigating bad precedents, and are you establishing positive precedents? Those 3 criteria. On the first, are you building a neighborhood? People will be able to live in this site. Let's start with that. People can live there. It is 100% purpose-built rental. It is 40% 2- and 3-bedroom units. It currently, with the resources being brought to the table, is between 7% and 9% affordable housing, and we have a commitment to get to 20% affordable housing, and we will get there. People can live there. That starts with that. Can you build a community there? Not just live there, but build a community there. There is a park. There's a childcare facility, minimum 50 spaces. There's a dog off-leash area, and there's a public market. So not only can people live there, you can build a community there. Can you start a business there? Is this a neighborhood that works during the daytime and the nighttime? 15,000 square meters of non-residential with fine grain retail. And a living legacy here is Honest Ed's Alley will have fine grain retail to help entrepreneurs start out. So you can live there, you can start a business there, and most importantly, you can celebrate history there. The physical heritage, 24 of 27 listed properties being retained completely. That the artistic history is reflected on site, and the Black history. I want to go back to what one of the deputants said, a site that respects, records, and continues history and the contribution of Toronto's Black community, and doing so in a way that is artistic as well. It's pretty spectacular. Now, do we mitigate the bad precedents? What are the appropriate heights, separation distances, angular planes, transition to the neighborhood? What is appropriate for this site, for Bloor, for the Four Corners? It's a unique site. As we've seen, it can accommodate more in the way that other sites cannot. We mitigate the bad precedent. Is this site the perfect height? I would say no. Is it still too high for many? It is, but does it set a bad precedent for sites to come? It does not. That's how you mitigate bad precedent. But does it establish a positive precedent? Far too often we talk about mitigating bad precedents. Let's flip that for a second and say, does this establish a positive precedent for other developers to follow in my ward, in Ward 20? It does. On heritage retention, on sustainability, there will be a district energy facility on site, cycling infrastructure, there will be a bike co-op there. There will also be a retail strategy, an amenity strategy, a public realm strategy. When a developer or a city building partner comes to you or to any of us, as they do, and say they can't build purpose-built rental with 2 and 3 bedroom units, or if they come to you and say we can't get to 20% affordable housing, or we can't get a park, point to this. Say you can, and you can make it work. I will close, and thank you for the extra time, Chair, by saying that change is very hard. All of us as councillors deal with this. Residents in our city know this. It's also deeply, deeply personal. I grew up around the corner. I live around the corner. I don't own property, though. I live around the corner. Bathurst and Bloor is my home, too. And neighborhoods change. And communities and neighborhoods have a right to say no to things that are going to harm their neighborhood. They have that fundamental right. And during this process, when things that were brought forward were going to harm the neighborhood, our residents worked to change it. But communities also have a responsibility to say yes to things that are going to improve their neighborhood. This site will do that, and our residents' associations have made sure of that. And so on a final note, I want to acknowledge and thank Leah Brewer and Michael Hay and Councillor Layton in my office, for they should be given the speech. They did most of the work. But also, and you'll forgive me, but it's a privilege to work with a friend, a colleague, and a brother in Councillor Layton. Ward 19 is well served by him. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow?
I just want a quick thing. I want to acknowledge the work of all of you who have worked on this, and I just wanted to share a quick little story. I was at our local farmers market many moons ago, and a resident came up to me and said, "What are you going to do about that really? What's your position on that really controversial West Bank development?" So I started responding, saying, "Well, I fully support the Obama administration's view that there should be a two-state solution. I know this is a quagmire, but you know, it's very difficult to find peace in the Middle East." And I just want to acknowledge that you and your community, both the respective councillors in planning, have arrived at a peaceful and workable and really creative and wonderful resolution to this West Bank development, and I want to acknowledge the work that you've all done. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we're ready to vote on item 2. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, ladies. I beg your pardon, Councillor Bailao.
I'm going to be very quick because I know everybody wants to vote on this before lunch, but I have to add to Councillor Layton's long list of things that people go to Bloor and Bathurst to do. You know, if you're a new Canadian the last 30 years or 40 years, you go straight there to buy your pots and pans as soon as you get there. So let's not forget that. But most importantly, I really want to thank everybody involved, because as a neighbor of these communities and having 2 big developments, the Bloor and Dufferin site and the Galleria Mall, actually we just approved the pre-application, there were some precedents that were really important to set the tone right in here, and I think we did that. So this is going to be actually helpful for other communities, and my community has been paying close attention to this. I think that we are in the right path, and we definitely want to replicate a lot of these precedents in other big projects around the West, and I'm sure my colleagues would say the same thing in the East. So thank you for everybody involved planning, and we're going to be in some competition there for some rock stars on the planning, because I think I have some pretty good ones on our side as well, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you very much, and again, I want to shout out and I'm totally in awe of everything that was accomplished with this site, with the community, the developers, the councillors' offices, the staff, of course. I'm going to call it the West Bank example, and I want to give the heads up. We have a site in our ward, Coxwell Barns. It's a little bigger than the Mirvish site. It's a little more complicated. There are 4 councillors, 1 on each corner. But we would love to have it's in
Nobody's signing up for that.
But we would love to have the West Bank example. The community's already very keen. We have a dynamite planner as well, Mr. Daniel Wolfson, who's working on our Danny planning study. So stay tuned for West Bank Round 2, or whomever it is, the example going forward. But thanks for all you've done to set the great example.
Anyone else to speak? Okay, so we're going to vote first on TE 23.6 on the motion by Councillor Layton. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Item as amended. All those in favor?
Which one?
The item is amended. So, yeah, sure, go ahead. Yeah.
On item TE 23.6, motion 1 by Councillor Layton. In the affirmative, Councillor Bailão, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Perks, Councillor Layton, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mihevc, and Councillor Davis.
That was on the item as amended. Okay, great. So the next motion is now Councillor Layton's motion on TE 23.16. All those in favor? All those opposed? That carries. Item as amended. Any opposed? Okay, that carries as well. So we have about 7 minutes to lunch, and I was wondering if we're going to introduce some, well, hold on a second.
One. I have a quick release. Could I just do,
We were going to introduce some new business, but I'm just... Yeah, okay, that's the next thing we were going to do, but I think we're going to get rid of those items now because I think there's an issue with the new business. So, Councillor Fletcher.
I have to leave to go somewhere for 12:30, so I would appreciate being able to release one of the items. That was a 10:30 item. And then the planner can go.
So,
Planner can go.
sorry, I can't, if we could have some quiet in the chamber.
Oh, a lot of people.
Sorry, so what item is that?
23.14,
Okay. 23.14.
which is 395, 387R, and 413 Leslie Street, official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications, request for direction. And this is a refusal report. There are people from the community here, but they would just like me to ask for a recorded vote on this
Okay,
one more time.
sorry, we just need some quiet in the chamber. We're actually still trying to conduct business. So there are no speakers to 23.14, and so you wanted to move,
I'd like to move the staff recommendations,
Okay.
which is to refuse and to ask for a recorded vote.
okay, great. So all those in favor of Councillor Fletcher's motion, which is the staff recommendation, all those in favor, hands up.
Motion 1 by Councillor Fletcher. In the affirmative, Councillor Bailão, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Perks, Councillor Fragedakis, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Mihevc, and Councillor Davis.
Okay, that carries unanimously.
To refuse it.
Okay, that item has been dealt with. Councillor Fletcher, did you have another item that you wanted to release?
I don't think,
Okay.
I do.
Councillor Bailão?
Yep, if I could release 23.4 with the motion
Yeah, I have it ready.
that I have.
Sorry, does the clerk?
Yep, it's ready. Perfect.
So 23.4.
Chair, it's just, there's still too much noise. I can't hear.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're actually, if we could just ask for some quiet while we try to conduct some other business. Please take it, step out into the hallway and carry on your conversations. Excuse me, sir. We're in the middle of conducting community council business. Thank you. So we're on item 23.4. Councillor Bailão, this is your motion?
Yep.
Moved? Okay. Did you want a recorded vote? No? Okay. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Did you have another item?
Nope.
Okay. Any other items to release?
My suggestion was that we take all of the items that are of the morning items and see if we do not have people who wish to speak to them, to release them so that we have our staff that will not need to come back.
So, okay.
So you need to start calling them.
So 23.7 has speakers, Councillor
Correct.
McConnell. So does 23.8. So does 23.9.
I don't have any speakers at 23.8.
Well, I actually do.
Okay, that's fine, keep going.
So 23.9 has speakers.
Yes.
Well, there's now, we have 23.10, 46 Charlotte Street zoning amendment application request for direction.
Are
Are there
there,
any speakers for that item?
no,
Councillor Cressy, are you prepared to deal with that item?
Yes, I'm going to move staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor of the staff recommendations? Any opposed? That carries. 23.11, 328, 358 Dupont Street, official plan amendment, zoning amendment applications, request for directions report. Are there any speakers to this item? No, okay, Councillor Cressy.
And I'm going to move staff recommendations.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that carries. We have 23T, 23.12, 400 Front Street West zoning amendment application, request for direction report. I don't see any speakers. Okay, Councillor Cressy.
I'm going to defer the item to the next community council meeting to give staff time to complete the report.
Okay, great. So we have an amendment for, sorry, actually, we have a deferral motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. 23.13 actually has a speaker. We've dealt with 23.14. TE 23.15, 28 River Street, zoning amendment, refusal report. Councillor McConnell.
yes, I'll move the staff recommendations to refuse.
Okay. Did we have any speakers to that? No. Okay, so the motion is before us. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
Oh, we did 16?
16's been disposed of. That takes us to the 11 o'clock items. And we have a couple minutes. We've got 23.17, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, 1032, 1034 Queen Street West, and 1036, 1038, 1040, 1042, 1044, and 1046 Queen Street West. I don't see any speakers. Councillor Layton.
As this matter has been dealt with at council in its previous meeting, I have a motion to withdraw.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion to withdraw? Any opposed? Okay, that carries.
That's off.
We are, okay, we have a speaker on that one. 23.19, alterations to a heritage property, intention to designate under Part 4, Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, and authority to enter into a heritage easement agreement, 1433 Bathurst Street, Witchwood Library. Councillor Mahevik, how would you like to deal with this item?
Yes, I'd like to support the staff recommendations and so move.
Okay, consider it moved. All those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that carries. We're at 2320, alterations to a designated heritage property and amendment of existing heritage easement agreement, 131 Farnham Avenue and 45 Oaklands Avenue. I don't see any speakers. Councillor Matlow.
I need to speak to that, so I'm going to hold it down until after.
Okay, we'll hold that down. And we have, well, 23.21 is Councillor Wong Tams will hold that. 2322, amendment of designating bylaw, 260 King Street East, including the entrance addresses 254, 256, 266 King Street East, 427 and 435 Adelaide Street East, and 157 Princess Street. Councillor McConnell, I don't see any speakers. How would you like to deal with
I
that?
don't know, are there any speakers? I'm surprised if there are not. If not, then I will move to designate.
Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries, and we're done the 11 o'clock items. Motion to go, we're in, okay, we're in recess.
Yep.
Great.
Right on 12:30.
Perfect.
Oh, it's 12:28, actually. We're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I usually go by, I know, because sometimes I can't see that far. Good. Excellent. We're good. So we can add the new business after. Could we please clear Committee Room 1? We have to lock the room now. Thank you.
Okay, we have quorum, and so before we move on to item 23.7, can I have a motion to introduce new business items 23.113 to 23.120? Don't all jump at once. Councillor Fletcher. Great. So, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, that carries. That introduced. So we're just going to go now to deputants from the 10 o'clock item, TE 23.7, 48 to 58 Schollard Street, and 1315 to 1325 Bay Street zoning amendment application final report. I have here on the speakers list Gail Moran. Is Gail Moran in the house? Okay. Yes, I appreciate that. Adam Teffler. Do you want to approach, I would call it the bench, but it's not really the bench, and this isn't really a court. Okay, if you could have a seat and let us know who you are.
Yeah, Ramona couldn't be here as well. She's my wife, and she couldn't be here as well. She had to leave to go to work.
Sorry, sir, could you tell us your name?
Ian Bailey.
Ian Bailey, okay. So, your 5 minutes.
Yeah, well,
Begins now.
I don't get 15. Hopefully I can get their points across as well. Well, that was a great presentation we had before with a lot of community involvement. This is a story that's the community involvement, I think, is way less than stellar, and the other side of the coin. I represent the building at 1331 Bay Street, which is the closest neighbour to the proposed development. And none of the concerns we have presented at the last city meeting or in person have been addressed. With reference to the tower placement and separation of the final report, the plan is to construct a 3-storey party wall with our building. This excavation will impact our structure negatively and may damage the foundations in ways we cannot yet foresee. So 3 questions regarding the proximity and closeness of the construction. Why does the report claim that the proposed tower exceeds the tall building's space separation of 25 metres? In fact, the space separation between this development and our building at 1331 Bay is going to be 25 centimetres. On what grounds does this report claim that the party wall-like condition is appropriate? Why has the city or the developer provided no information or assistance to 1331 Bay Street residents on how to protect ourselves from the excavation of the building and tie into the party wall? In terms of a mixed-use development, the official plan of the City of Toronto states that development in mixed-use areas is subject to appropriate setbacks and stepping down of heights, particularly towards lower-scale neighbourhoods. Why has 1331 Bay Street been disregarded as a lower scale? Thirdly, shadow impact. As I stated earlier, 1331 Bay is by far the closest neighbour to the proposed development. It is a stated duty of the City's guidelines to protect residential areas from adverse impact of commercial and/or higher density development. What is the City going to do? The fact that the shadow studies released shows a total loss of sunlight on the homes, gardens and terraces at 1331 Bay Street from approximately midday to sunset, and also the total loss of our southern view from our balconies. Traffic. The proposed drop-off area located just south of Bay and Davenport traffic lights. The city has received numerous resident complaints about the current configuration as being dangerous to pedestrians and cyclists and posing an increased risk of car accidents. How will the increased drop-off traffic in and out of the drive court on Bay Street not exacerbate an already dangerous situation? And the TTC, have they agreed to move the bus stop at the corner of Bay and Davenport? I know there's a lot of money spent on the configuration of the Bay-Davenport intersection in the last year or so. Last point, I've still got 2 minutes to go. We only attended 2 meetings for this development. One was at the community consultation meeting back a year ago. The second happened about a month after that, was in the design review panel. And this is the 3rd meeting, the only chance we've had a chance to talk to anybody about this, about our concerns. But I noticed that the original meeting, the design of the meeting, and the design of the building in terms of the construction, materials and design was well received by the panel. It was thought of as a very pleasant relief from the myriad of glass towers dominating the Toronto landscape. However, since that meeting, it's come to my attention that this proposed building has changed the materials going to be used and is now, in effect, another glass tower in Toronto. And nobody's been told this is happening. This is all stuff I just picked up. I'm not sure if it's even true. Hopefully Urbicon's here and they can say yea or nay to that fact. But what were the planning principles that drove the decision to make this building less interesting? Those are the really concerns I have. I did it all in 4 minutes. I don't know where we go from here. I mean, literally, I was lying in bed last night with my wife. We're lying in bed, and we just, our heads up against that southern wall. And we said, do you realize in about, whatever, construction will be happening approximately 24 inches from our heads? Wasn't a comfortable feeling. We have a lot of older people in our building who are very concerned about the noise that this construction job's going to cost. Plus, the devaluation in our condos based on during the next 5 years with all that construction going on is going to be pretty severe. And nobody's talked to us about it, from the Urbicon or the development, nobody. We feel as if we're left on our own. It's actually funny, all the great artist renderings of this development was beautiful. They showed the parks and the public square, the heritage buildings. Our building was always a big tree in front of it. We were blocked out of every artist rendering. It's kind of funny, right?
Well, I'm not laughing. I'm sure that's funny, but
Yeah.
that's your 5 minutes. Does
Yeah,
anyone
go
have
on.
any questions? No, I see no questions. Okay, thank you, Mr. Bailey. And you said your wife, Ramona, is not going to be speaking today? Okay.
Where do we go from here? I'm not sure where we go from here, next step.
Well, I'm going to wait till Councillor Wong Tam returns, and she'll lead her own, the developments in her ward.
Okay.
So next to speak is John Caliendo.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, your 5 minutes.
Thank you. I co-head the Local Residents Association. First of all, I'd like to acknowledge the gentleman who just spoke. We spent at least 2 years on this file. We retained experts such as Michael Spaziani, urban design expert. We retained Ken Greenberg for public realm. We retained heritage experts. The challenge, I'd like to acknowledge the gentleman before me, because the challenge for 1331 Bay is pretty straightforward. Even a property line to property line mid-rise building, which was what was originally being conceived for this site, would pretty well crush their building. I don't see, and we would look to city planning staff for any kind of creative solution, but I don't see how the alternative would mitigate their concerns in any way. The positive aspect of all of this, and the positive aspect of this project is Councillor Parks, I think, acknowledged about a year ago when the applicant did their audiovisual presentation. I think you, Councillor, said he'd never seen anything quite so impressive. I think you asked if it had been done by Pixar. And I think you meant that in a sincere way. This applicant, from our experience, has gone above and beyond. We've had dozens of applications, as you can appreciate, in our neighborhood. This applicant has gone above and beyond in terms of responding to broad concerns. Again, I want to acknowledge a gentleman who just spoke. There's a very specific issue there, no question. But the broader concern, this applicant has gone above and beyond the call. They brought in, top-notch, world-class architects. They've modeled this building to mitigate shadow impacts across the neighborhood, and it does have shadow impacts. There's no question of that. The building is taller than we had originally anticipated. There's no question of that. But I will note that the building, it's very interesting. I think this is an important point to note for everyone. The tower floor plates on floors 10 to 28 are 640 meters, well below the tall building guidelines. 29 to 34 are 476 square meters, and on floor 36 and above are 312 square meters. We've had, over the years, I don't know how many developers tell us you cannot viably build a building below 600 or 550 square meters. Well, this applicant's proving they can actually do that. They can do that in a compelling design. We have no awareness, and we'd like to get clarification that the design's been changed. The design is outstanding as a piece of urban architecture. But probably the most important element to all of this, and the trade-offs that we are constantly faced with in our neighborhood, is the battle over height is a battle that has largely been conceded, and I'll be speaking to 2 or 3 other files shortly. But where it is appropriate, we do concede on height. But the trade-off, the reciprocal, what we want in return is really outstanding public realm, and that's what we've achieved here. We've achieved a public square, a POPS, that's over 500 square meters. We've refashioned the heritage. It's been relocated to the east, which is more consistent with the built form of the street. So a tremendous amount of, at a great expense, so a tremendous amount of effort has gone into this design, into this built envelope. So we want to acknowledge that. Yes, it would have been ideal to have this at a lower height. 3 or 4 or 5 stories lower is what our objective was. But when you look at the actual size of the floor plates, we're now been convinced that the shadow impacts have been mitigated. So overall, we support this application. From a broader point of view, again, we'd like to acknowledge that 1331 has a problem that there may not be a solution to no matter what is built on this site, and we will leave to the city experts on that. And the only thing we'll ask Councillor Wong Tam in passing her motion is that we want to have a seat at the table when have final site plan review input. And we also would like to acknowledge that there are planning superstars in our area too, and they're over there. In fact, I would argue they handle more files than all of yours combined, but nonetheless, we're not here to crow. So I was kidding. So that's it. Any questions?
Okay, anyone have any questions for Mr. Caliendo? Okay, seeing no questions. Good name. I see someone approaching. Okay, have you registered?
We didn't intend to speak until the last.
Okay, you can register afterwards. Please have a seat.
My name is David Bronskill, and here on behalf of the applicant. We hadn't intended on speaking. There is a positive staff report. We do support the staff recommendations and John's comments regarding the consultation that has occurred with the ABC Residents Association. Just in terms of the gentleman's comment about changes to the materials, that's not true. Thank you, but it's not true.
Just hold our comments for the
and the other thing I was going to say in terms of construction impacts, we have not reached obviously that stage. We still have to get the zoning bylaws finalized. We still have a site plan process to finish. We still have a conservation plan to have Heritage Preservation Services review and finalize, but we will make sure today that we provide our contact information to the gentleman so that we can have those discussions about construction when and if that occurs. There are client representatives here today, and I will make sure and undertake to all of you to facilitate that introduction once we're done here today. So unless there are any questions, that's all I intended on saying.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And that concludes the speakers list. Any questions to staff? So anyone to speak? Councillor Wong Tam.
Yes, thank you very much, and I'm sorry I was running late from my prior off-site appointment, but I did want to thank the Residents Association. Oh yes, and I'll be moving the recommendations in the staff report, and then just to say thank you to an extraordinary group of individuals who have had to work through not just this planning application, but just a number of rezoning applications in the village of Yorkville. And I think that we've learned a lot over the years of how to provide meaningful contributions and feedback to staff, how to work with applicants, and sometimes there's some really tough negotiations, especially when the sites are small and they're tight, especially when there are heritage impacts and adjacency effects and so forth. But this actually represents a fairly positive, good news story. The response from the community from the get-go was very, very positive. And the applicant, I would say, to their great credit, has been very extremely responsive to recommendations from staff. Sometimes we get into adversarial positions and we dig deep on both sides and all sides, and we have some really tough go at it. In this case, we've had some tough negotiations, but I think they've been very fair and respectful. And I am very confident that we'll have, at the end of the day, what I believe is going to be a very good project and a very well-setted development in Yorkville that will be respectful to the neighborhood context and to the heritage effects. It's obviously, with the sites being as small as they are, we do have a number of construction impacts and concerns around how this building and the application is going to move forward. And there will be opportunities for the members of the community, including the gentleman who is here today, to make sure that they have a say in the construction working group process. We have another project under development right now at 94 Cumberland, which is sitting at the corner of Yorkville and Cumberland and Bel Air, and I can tell you that it is very tight, and we've had some challenges there, but we've worked through those challenges with the community to, I think, some satisfactory resolution. And we'll be doing exactly the same thing on this particular site till we get the outcome that we're looking for. And I expect that the planning staff will be there as we bump up and undelegate the site plan. You know that that is happening. It's happening with every single site plan, just about in Ward 27, just because we spend so much time reviewing the bylaw changes and the application for rezoning, and we have got to spend the same amount of time and consideration for the site plan, which is where we're going to experience these buildings at grade with materiality on retail uses, landscaping, and I think that's actually a very good investment of our time and talent moving forward on applications. So we're going to do exactly the same thing on this application, which means a little bit more work for our community, who's always ready to step up and participate, but at the same time, it means that hopefully after a good, long, constructive planning process on the rezoning application, we'll get to do the same type of work and have the same quality of outcome through the site plan and construction working group. So thank you to staff and our planning superstars. There's so many of them in this community council, as you know, but without them, we really couldn't get this off the ground. And thank you for the committee's support.
Okay, any questions of the mover? Seeing none, anyone else to speak? Seeing none, okay, let's,
Are you speaking?
sorry,
Councillor Fontaine is not here. John asked for
Yeah, so we're going to undelegate that and put that through a site plan working group. Yeah.
so we're on, going to be voting on item number 7. The recommendations are before us. All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries. I'm going to hand over the chair back to Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Councillor Frajadakis. So our next item is TE 23.8, 826, 834 Yonge Street and 2 to 8 Cumberland Street, zoning amendment application, final report. And members, general members of the public to speak. I see Sean Caliendo's name, and then followed by Catherine Bailey. Okay, thanks. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. I think you're
The
going to
seat
get
is still
tired.
warm.
You're going to be sick of me in a few minutes, but at any rate. So thank you again. This one, we are not here in opposition. I guess that's damning with faint praise. We have, to us, this one kind of exemplifies our frustration with planning in our neighborhood, and of course, it's not a criticism of our superstar planner, but this is to do with how the lack of a broader secondary plan, which we've been asking for now for 10 years, and which this community council took a step forward on this morning, is leading to these kind of reactionary development, these reactionary responses to having to deal with development applications. The application as it's before you is significantly better than where it started a couple of years ago, and but the frustration, the challenge that we have with it is that there is a building to the immediate north that's being built right now. Had we a congruent plan, had we a broader vision for the neighborhood in place a few years ago, then such things as, for example, one parking access underground off of the public realm or the pedestrian realm to the west could have been consolidated. So instead of having 2 huge gaping garage entries, you could have one. These are the kinds of things that we need to think about as we start putting tall buildings 25 meters apart going forward. I would note that in the second review of the tall building of the design review panel, there was still some concerns that the panel had. They have not all been addressed. Planning's decided to move forward with this. We were not as active as we were on the previous file. That's really all we have to say. I think really the emphasis here is on we need a broader planning framework, and we need a broader secondary plan to avoid these one-off development applications and responding to them collectively. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Are there any questions to our speaker? No? Okay, thank you, John.
Thanks.
Catherine Bailey?
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Bailey. I work at Walker Not Drzesevic. We're the agents for the application. Just came to say that we read the report and we support the recommendations put forward by staff and would like to thank staff for all of their hard work on this application.
Okay. Any questions to our speaker, for our speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much. Any other members of the public who are interested in speaking to this item, please identify yourself. Okay, I am seeing none, so just bring this matter into the floor. Any questions of staff? Okay. It is a 51-story tower. No? Okay. So no questions of, no questions of staff. Okay, any speakers to the item? No? Okay, so I will move the recommendations in the staff report. I recognize that for those who have been following the development along Yorkville, the village of Yorkville, many of you will recognize that this is the southern half of the last remaining original block of Yorkville. And it's actually fairly important because it actually speaks to the rich heritage and the cultural landscape that exists in Yorkville. And there has been a lot of work trying to capture that sort of built form heritage to respect the fact that we have already lost so much on Yonge Street and in the village of Yorkville. But this particular application plus the application on North End represents that complete capture of this original block. So from one perspective, this is a very good news story, is that much of the original block is contained. And there is a lot of, and I should move the staff recommendations, before I continue. But there's also a lot of additional work that needs to be done. The area is intensifying, and there's no doubt about the intensification. The community has worked really hard in hand with the local city planners as well as our urban designers to find ways to improve the public realm. Just as much as we have a 51-story tower story before us, that will bring a lot of construction impact. It will bring a lot of impact overall once the tower is complete. But I think that the community has largely been focused on, for a number of good reasons, on what will be the experience on the human being at grade as they walk through the neighborhoods, which is why we're seeing the laneway reclamations and the huge public investments in the public realm. So not only will the village of Yorkville be, of course, a very dense neighborhood, we're also looking to build one of the most walkable and extraordinarily aesthetically beautiful public realm strategies in the city. I don't think that there will be another neighborhood that will see this level of investment in the quality of the urban landscaping and the material finishes as we move forward. And that also means that we create those mid-block connections and unlock all the pieces that create the sort of more interesting walking pedestrian network. And that did not happen by accident. It happened with a lot of intentional purpose and planning, largely because of the work that we saw from the Residents Association, the BIAs, as well as the planners. And this is something that is going to take probably close to 10 years to realize. But once it's completed, there will not be I don't believe, as far as I can tell, another community that's going to have that level of investment. And that's a very positive thing. And there are continued opportunities of work that's before us that will need, again, the community's involvement. Just like with the previous application, the staff are nodding, they know what's coming. We will be undelegating the site plan and putting this application, as we did with the previous one, through a site plan and construction management working group. And with that, I would ask the members for your support. I won't speak to the Section 37 because you can read all that. What's really important is that we get it right from the bill form perspective. And I think that this actually gets us there mostly. Without the, and I'll give a nod to John's comment about the double servicing loading bays. It's one of my pet peeves. We seem to have missed opportunities all over the neighborhood on why we can't get applicants to work together. Even in areas with secondary plan, I must say, we have seen applicants continue to not work together despite the fact that there's opportunities when the applications are coming at the same time. Everybody seems to want their own servicing driveway and loading bay area. Even with more planning controls, we can't seem to force them to do that work together. Everyone is nodding from the planning department side, so you know we've raised it and you've taken note. Okay, so thank you very much. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of the recommendations of the staff report, thank you very much. That's been adopted. So moving on, we're heading to TE 23.9, Queen Street East between Woodbine Avenue and Nursewood Road. Restaurant study, final report, Ward 32. We do have speakers registered on this item. Our first speaker is David Bronskill. No, David is giving me the I'm not speaking signals, okay. Maybe other deputants will speak up and then you may want to respond to that later on. No, you're not going to speak, okay. So I'm taking you off the list. So our first speaker on this item is Adam Smith, followed by William Gallows. Adam, are you here? Is that you? Okay. Okay. Do we have Adam in the room? No? Okay, so maybe if Adam shows up, we'll let him speak. I'm going to call William Gallows.
So he's not in the room. He was a little, the gentleman who was upset and did not want us to have our lunch earlier. And he's, you probably know him well. He's been down here lots. So he's not here.
Okay, so are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to item number 9? I'm just about to bring it onto the floor of the committee. Any members in the committee who would like to ask questions of staff? No, seeing none, we're going to move to speakers to the item.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a motion, and this will address one of the correspondence, pieces of correspondence we received that David Bronskill was had sent. And this is, we do have a, if you notice this correspondence 9.2, we did have, you remember the very famous Licks development site, and they went to Committee of Adjustment and got larger size restaurant, which I was supportive of. And so we just, with this new study, there would just be some confusion with the bylaws that we just are going to transition the approval from COAs to make sure that it does not, what we're going to pass, hopefully today, does not affect the COA ruling. All right, so I just want to say about this, it's a good news story for the beach. You know, we're just trying to liven up Queen Street. It is the sleepy east. We're trying to compete with the Wild West, and we are actually lifting a 30-year-old, we're lifting a 30-year-old restaurant restriction put in by my predecessor's predecessor. I'm going to do the mental gymnastics on that. And it's a good news story. The Beach Village BIA is highly supportive. We engage the community on many occasions. No one is here objecting, which is, is a surprise, which is good. And we worked hard with planning, our planning staff. Mr. George over there needs a shout out. Kyle, somewhat of a shout out, but more to George. Oh. And anyways, so we're opening it up to, it's currently 165 square meters. It'll be 200, not including washroom, not including kitchen, and not including mechanical. So, hello, City of Toronto, fantastic restaurateurs, come to the beach, please. And I'd like your support on this. Thanks.
Any other, any other speakers?
Sorry, there's Mr. Gallows. So he, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Gallo? Okay, all those in favor, indicate your support. Thank you. Mr. Gallo, welcome. You are welcome to take a seat. The clock is on your left-hand side, and you have approximately 5 minutes should you choose to use that time.
Thank you for the opportunity. I just had to go home, and I run up here. I ran out of breath, so I have to take a second to catch my breath.
Would you like a glass of water?
Okay?
Okay, it's coming to you.
Now, regarding this issue with this bylaw that's in front of you, I am living the beaches since 1964, and I have been the most affected person. And another person named Rick Stockford, who he was decimated by this legislation, which was put in place by former Tom Jakubek. Yeah. Now, this bylaw, at that time, I didn't know the law. And he targeted me. He still targets me. He formed a cabal, which is still in existence to this day in the beaches. If you come to the beaches and you take a look around you, the area is desecrated. Totally. Nothing but drug dealers, and the restaurants cannot survive. I had a restaurant. In fact, I had 2 restaurants. In my last restaurant, when I was forced to close, people came and they were weeping, crying, because the place had to close. This bylaw does not serve the interest of the public or the community. It serves the interest of this cabal that's still in existence, where they come up and they form, they have meetings
Madam
and
Speaker,
saying that
Madam Speaker,
they're friends of Queen Street.
Madam Speaker, point of
they should
privilege.
do this and to do this.
Sorry, sir, I'm just going to hold your time. There's a point of privilege from a member. Can you just
No,
hold
I
on for
have-
1 second?
We should have the same standards for our friends, our enemies, and everyone in between. There are things being said about an individual, Mr. Jakubek in this case, that I think probably cross the lines, ethical lines here, and it shouldn't be accepted in this form.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Matlow. If I can ask the speaker to perhaps speak specifically to the item that's before us.
I'll do that.
And I
I'll
would
do
ask
that.
that
But
you
my
speak
intention was to
specifically
give
the
you a little bit of
recommendations.
history about this bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
This bylaw, since then, it was imposed. It was never went to City Council. So I don't know what you're going to amend here today or whatever. But I want to say, if you do amend this bylaw or address what's in front of you, I want to say this. Having the experience of owning a restaurant and limiting the size to 165 square meters or 200 square meters, it does not make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. What makes sense is for people to be able to put a place together
and make it attractive for people to go to dinner and enjoy themselves. Having such a limitation, what you're creating is a place like a cafeteria. You go in there, you don't have room to be creative at all. So I am opposing to this application. And what I would like to say, if you do anything, repeal the bylaw.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions for our speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much. So just, thank you, sir.
I thought Mary Margaret said you wanted.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you coming back for the deputation. So I recognize that Councillor McMahon has just moved the staff recommendations. She's spoken. Are there any other speakers to this particular item? Nope, seeing none. Okay, everyone's ready to vote? Okay, all those in favor indicate your support.
Sorry, does that include my motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the motion is on the
Yeah,
screen.
there. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Great. Oh, thank you very much. And item as amended then.
Can I have a recorded vote on this, please?
Sure.
Thanks.
There's a request for a recorded vote. Please indicate your support. Councillor Davis, Councillor Mihevik, Councillor Cressy, Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Perks, Councillor McConnell, Councillor Matlow, Councillor McMahon, Councillor Bailao. Thank you. Moving on to TE 23.10, 46 Charlotte Street, zoning amendment application, request for direction. Are there any, oh, you did, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, 13 is next.
Okay, great. So our next item is TE 23.13, 100 Davenport Road, official plan amendment, request for directions report. And we do have speakers on this item. I welcome back APC co-president John Caliendo. And Marianne Roberts, you will be next speaker. I see you.
Thank you. Once again, I'll be very brief. This will be the third time we're at the OMB on this site. Meaning in 2001, we as a community came together. There's actually someone here, Gail from back then, came together. We hired a lawyer called Carl Jaffrey and a young planner named Jennifer Keesmat, and we won at the OMB with a budget of $3,500. Of course, that didn't deter the applicant. The applicant just came back a couple of years later, and we lost with a much bigger budget. So there is an OMB decision on this site. And so this site effectively is part two of a development envelope that's already been built. There is a building, lovely building called the Florian that's been built. They won, they got their building. On this site, what the OMB approved was effectively, call it a five-story podium continuation of the existing podium. So we are gratified that city planning has written a refusal because they are now looking to achieve something approximately 5 times as tall. And it's a lovely building. Mr. Cardinal has designed a beautiful building. It's just in the wrong location. There's zero public realm. It's squeezed into a very tiny site that we will hold the OMB to their decision on, which is roughly a 5-story building. So thank you for supporting the direction to get legal staff to fight it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for our speaker? No? Okay, thank you, John. Marianne Roberts, please, welcome. Great. You have 5 minutes, Marianne.
Thank you. I won't be taking that long. I live at 7 Hillsborough, which is on the south side of Ramsden Park, and 2/3 of my windows face south. Currently, the Four Seasons Hotel figures prominently in pretty much every window. This building that is proposed for this site, which I know is going to the OMB on the 25th of this month, of course, is going to fill up my site. And I'm very pleased and thankful to city planners and the councillors for taking this to the OMB and hopefully fighting it to the death. And I just wanted to lend my support and let you know that even those of us who may not be on the ABC Residents Board still think about what goes on in our neighborhood and how what was said earlier today about is a building just a building or is it doing something for the neighborhood, and this one certainly isn't. So beautiful as it might be, it's not in the right place, and I certainly support you.
Thank you very much, Marianne. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public who'd like to speak to this item? Seeing none, any questions of staff? Fairly straightforward. Any speakers? No? Okay. I would like to move the staff recommendations and to authorize the city solicitor along with city planning to go to the Ontario Municipal Board to oppose this application one more time. I think John and Marianne probably alluded to the fact that we have now, as a community, been at the board on numerous occasions with this particular site. It may not have been it seems to not be able to send a message home to the applicant or the property owners to leave it at that. You'll recognize that this particular site has been before us in 2001, 2004, 2005, 2006, 2008, 2009, 2010, 2011, 2015, and various iterations, whether it's requirements for variances at the Committee of Adjustment or full rezoning application. This particular site has taken up a lot of time, a lot of energy from the community, and we don't have a lot of time and energy because you can tell Yorkville is very busy. But when the community needs to organize themselves and get themselves to the board, they will do so specifically. But I think it's also taken up a lot of time from city planning and resources from city planning as we rehash things over and over and over and over and over again. So hopefully not only will we prevail at the board, but this may be hopefully the last time that we'll have to deal with this application at the board if the reforms from the province are anything meaningful and true as they have suggested would be forthcoming. So before you folks is the staff recommendation. If there's no one else who would like to speak, I would ask for a vote. Indicate your support for the staff recommendations to oppose. Okay, that's adopted. Thank you very much. Okay. T 23.18, demolition and reconstruction of a designated heritage property, 484 Spadina Avenue, also known as the Silver Dollar Room. Are there speakers to this item? This is number 18, folks. And I do see one speaker registered, Marissa Keating. Hello, Marissa. Welcome. Clock is on your left-hand side. 5 minutes when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Marissa Keating of Davies Howe Partners. We are counsel to the applicant and owner of 484 Spadina. With me today is our client's heritage architect, who is here today to answer any questions you may have regarding the proposed plans. My deputation this afternoon will be very brief. We have reviewed staff's report and support the recommendations to demolish and reconstruct the Silver Dollar Room. This recommendation was endorsed by the Toronto Preservation Board during its meeting on March 23rd. To provide you with a bit of context, this was all part of a settlement reached with the city during our client's hearing before the Ontario Municipal Board back in 2014. The board members specifically encouraged our client and the city to reach a settlement, and our client worked diligently with staff to do so. That settlement was adopted by council and endorsed by the board. And the recommendations you will see require our client to continue to work with staff, which our client is happy to do. So we urge Community Council to adopt the recommendations of staff to demolish and reconstruct the Silver Dollar Room. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of our speaker? No? Okay. Thank you very much. Any other members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Seeing none, questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, and I have an amendment that can be put on the screen. The first is that a demolition plan be submitted, to design and submit one. This is to ensure that we mitigate against any potential impacts on the adjacent school, as well as part of the conservation and commemoration plan, that it be done to the satisfaction of the senior manager of HPS as well as the local ward councillor. And I just want to thank staff and all parties to the settlement that has been reached, and I'm pleased that the silver dollar after this will be returned.
Okay, wonderful. Any questions of our mover? Seeing none, any other members to speak? Okay, we have the motion on the floor before us. All those indicate your support. Okay, that is adopted. And then the staff, do we need to also, you're moving also the letter from the Toronto Preservation Board. Okay, so all as a package then. Okay.
No, it's just an A item. It's fine, just do it. Kelly.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're heading to T 23.20, alterations to a designated heritage property and amendment of existing heritage easement agreement, 131 Farnham Avenue and 45 Oaklands Avenue. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, bring this right onto the floor. Members of the committee who'd like to ask questions of staff? Okay, Councillor Matlow.
To you, Madam Chair, given the settlement that was agreed upon with the community and the city and the applicant, why is this before us today? Just to clarify, why are we sort of put in a position to have to support alterations to heritage designation and support the allowance for some of the townhouses that we didn't want to see built in the first place? Through the chair to planning or legal, or anyone who'd be willing to answer the question. Would you like me to repeat it? So through the chair, given the fact that we arrived at a settlement that was supported by both the community and planning, along with the applicant, just to clarify, why is this question before us today? Given that we didn't support the preponderance of, the application in the first place, and we certainly don't typically like to see heritage altered.
One moment.
Whoever is best to answer.
Through you, Madam Chair, the property at 484 Spadina Avenue is a designated heritage property. So in order for the demolition to occur, we need first to seek council's approval.
So we're referring to 131 Farnham and 45 Oaklands Avenue.
Sorry.
T 23.20.
Sorry.
Yes. I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sorry. The report before you sets out the alterations that have been agreed to as part of the settlement agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And so we are seeking approval under the Ontario Heritage Act for those alterations.
Just to clarify, though, of course I'm aware of the settlement and the community. Again, this is another example of this just backwards anti-democratic Ontario Municipal Board, where we are forced into a situation where we have to kind of get the best out of an awful situation. But why would staff, or why are staff recommending altering a heritage designation?
Amended?
Yeah.
And it was amended specifically to be more robust and to take in more of the attributes of the property than had been previously expressed through the designation. So the bylaw has already been amended. What you're seeing here is a response to a development, a townhouse proposal, and the implications of that development on attributes of the designated property. So we are responding to that development application. identifying the specific impacts and recommending in support of them.
If we don't move forward with this, is there a possibility of losing the gate and other heritage attributes if, let's say, if we didn't achieve the settlement?
I believe that the settlement was a good resolution of the proposal, and certainly I think that the amendment of the designating bylaw for De La Salle College now makes it very clear that both the gatehouse and the gates are defined attributes of that designated property.
Thank you. Okay, I'll speak to it in a moment.
Speakers to item. Councillor Mello.
So I'll move the staff recommendations and start by saying that I absolutely hate this development. I detest it. I think it's awful. I hope I'm clear. This is a one of the last remaining wide open green spaces that have been while privately owned, publicly accessible for as long as I can remember. And what the brothers have done, with all due respect to them, they've imposed a townhouse development that will forever change the streetscape on Avenue Road and the view corridors to the escarpment. Now, what we have done is that we have opened up a big gap in the original proposal so that there will be a significant view corridor of the natural landscape and the heritage escarpment. We have, as was just said by staff, arrived at a settlement that will protect some of the most significant heritage attributes of this site. We also, the original proposal, if my memory serves me correctly, I believe was 28 townhouses, and now we've brought it down to 19. There were significant achievements, and if it wasn't for the community working with myself and with our planners, we wouldn't have arrived where we are now. But this is another example of why we need to be free or see such significant reform to the Ontario Municipal Board. It's not just about what hearings get to the final hearing at the OMB, win or lose, and the preponderance we lose. It's about the city being put in a position to have to make compromises that we are not even fully comfortable with to achieve the very best scenario out of an awful situation. That's why we need to be free of the Ontario Municipal Board. So I'm going to move this because I know that if I did anything other than this, I would be falsely populist and just kind of go, let's just fight it, pretend that something's going to happen other than the worst case scenario. But I hate, as a councillor, and I know all of us feel this way from time to time, and as a citizen, just being put in this situation. This is not a good development proposal, and this is not a contribution to the community. What we salvage from this is going to be great for the community and for our heritage, but I also recognize the situation that we're in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matlow. Anyone else to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none. There's a report from staff that's before us. All those in favor? Okay, thank you, that's adopted. I think, Councillor Mallow, we all understand your frustration. Councillor McConnell, your hand is up for a reason? She voted. Oh, your vote, okay. Your vote was counted, thank you. TE 23.21. Heritage Evaluation 51A, 53, 53A, 63, 65, 67 Mutual Street. Any members of the public who'd like to speak to this? Okay. Any members of the public who'd like to speak to item number 21? Heritage Properties on Mutual Street. No? Okay. Any questions from members to staff? I'll ask a question. Are you ready, Sherry, for my question? Sure. Okay. Okay, good. Don't stray too far. The staff evaluation to the request to consider these properties for its heritage attributes and to designate should they qualify, your answer conclusively in the report states no, they don't qualify and they don't have heritage, enough heritage contributions and attributes. Is there any point in me sending you back to review again to see if you might get a different opinion?
No, there would be no point to that, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Any members of the committee to speak to this item? No? Okay, so I will speak to the item and just simply say I reluctantly move to adopt the staff recommendations. This is not the first time I've asked staff to review properties in our local ward and community where I believe that they do have heritage attributes. I recognize that I'm not one who has any expertise to say what definitively does qualify and does not qualify to be listed under the Heritage Act. However, I do recognize that this particular body of properties, all 6 of them accumulatively together, creates a visual vocabulary that I believe does have cultural value. I recognize that that is not necessarily enough to defend at the Ontario Municipal Board, but certainly I think what is there now, it would be a shame to lose, and that is why I reluctantly moved to adopt the staff recommendation. I did exactly the same thing for 3 beautiful properties on Dundonald Street. Staff came back with an evaluation that they did not qualify for heritage listing or designation. I asked staff to review their work. Staff came back and said it does not qualify again after a second sober look. I then hired a private consulting firm to give us a third-party external evaluation of those properties, because to the very core of me, I was convinced that those properties deserve designation and a level of support. And again, I had a third-party reviewer come back and say they did not qualify. So rather than asking staff to again evaluate and then going to find money to do the third-party work, I reluctantly adopt the staff recommendations. So that is before you today, folks. All those in favor, please indicate your support. I see your hands are reluctant. I see that you're reluctantly supporting this. Thank you very much. TE 23.23, residential demolition application 368 Huron Street. Any members of the public who'd like to speak to this item? No members, no speakers. Any members from the committee who would like to ask questions of staff? Seeing none, any speakers on this item? We're on item number 23. Can I bring your attention to the item? Councillor Cressy.
Thank you very much. And I have an amendment first, and this is going to be an amendment, and I'm going to move the alternate recommendations. And let me just say briefly, first of all, I see that there are some members of the Huron-Sussex residents organization who are here. This is part of a project, well, it goes back further. We developed a neighborhood plan, our office, the neighborhood association, as well as the university, which includes laneway housing. And this is our first step proceeding in that direction in partnership with Evergreen and the University of Toronto. It's being done in a way that I think is both sustainable and careful, and with full involvement of the local community. And this demolition will allow that to proceed while also taking into account the local childcare operation so that they're not disrupted during the summer months. And with that, I'll move the alternate recommendations along with my amendment.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the mover? No? Okay. Any speakers? Okay. Any other questions? Okay, all those in favor? Indicate your support. Thank you. That's adopted. TE 23.24, residential demolition application 65 Langley Avenue. There is a registered speaker, Mr. John Payne. Are you here? Wonderful. So welcome. The clock is on your left-hand side. You'll have 5 minutes. Okay. Okay.
My name is John Payne. I am the owner of the 65 Langley Avenue. And I'm kind of surprised to be here today. I think basically what happened is somehow between myself and my architect and the various processes involved in getting building permits, the request for demolition got slightly ahead of the building permit. The basic reason for that was that we had requested a parkland levy report, which back in January 12th of this year, and we've revised that it should be available today. That has been the significant contributing factor in the delay in issuing a building permit. We anticipate that the building permit will be issued very shortly. We would, for the record, be very happy if you were to decide today to allow demolition once we had the building permit in place.
Okay, thank you very much. You're correct, you did not take the full 5 minutes. Any questions for our speaker? Okay, thank you very much, John. Any other members who'd like to speak? No? Any council members who'd like to ask questions of staff?
Yes, I
Okay,
just
speakers,
have a-
please. Councillor Fletcher?
Just have a question of staff.
Oh, sorry.
And the deputant said that he's waiting for a parks levy report. Is that coming shortly?
Unaware if it's coming shortly, have not been advised. However, there are other outstanding matters with respect to compliance with zoning that are still awaiting information to be submitted.
What would those be?
Information pertaining to plans exceeding areas and GFA permitted for the property, and just to address concerns with the zoning bylaw.
So you obviously have drawings, and you're comparing that against the zoning, would I be right?
That's correct.
And so it really isn't you're not ready to issue a building permit at all.
At the moment, we are not.
So on this one then, but there has been some work undertaken. I believe there were some trees that were cut down.
I would have to defer to Parks on
Okay, I'm pretty sure that happened because they were approved. So and there was some complaints from the neighbors regarding trucks parked and the actual work vehicles. What would you, I will hold this down. I'm not going to pass this, but I'll hold it down and see what the best way to put a construction management plan in place, even for when that building permit would be issued.
Okay.
Whether I need to do that formally. Madam, so do you mind if I hold that for 5 minutes?
Sorry, not at all. It will be held down for you. Okay, so we will come back to it. When you're ready, you'll let us know. Our next item is T 23.25. Application to injure and remove city trees, 44 Burton Road. Are there members of the public who would like to speak to this item? No? Seeing none? Okay, we'll bring this on to the floor. Yeah, questions of staff? No? Speakers? Councillor Mihevik?
Yes, thank you very much. I'd like to defer this for a month, and hopefully between now and then, I will get the applicant to withdraw the application.
Okay, so there's a deferral motion. I know that Councillor Perks would like to speak to it as well.
Acknowledging the great wisdom of Councillor Mihevik in managing these things, I'll support the deferral. But having read this report, this is shocking. Shocking.
You don't need to respond to that. His shock is noted.
Madam Chair, I don't want to dance up here and say how shocked I am as well. I'll just, this is a course of action that I think will achieve the effect that all of us, I think, on this community council wholeheartedly support, which is the preservation of the trees. So I'm not going to rant or rave. I'm going to defer it and ask to support the deferral, and I'll work with the applicant, having told them that there is more of a chance of a snowball surviving hell than this getting through community council. So my strong advice to them is to use the month, Councillor Christian Wong-Tam, to use the month basically to do the right thing, which is to withdraw the application. And then everyone saves face, and then and that saves Councillor Perks from having the ability to rant and rave at the next community council meeting.
There's a motion before us to defer this item for one meeting cycle. One meeting cycle. All those in favor of the deferral indicate your support. Thank you very much. That's adopted. We'll see that one in 1 month. Following items T 23.26, front yard parking appeal, 137 Hillsdale Avenue East. We have a number of speakers. Yes.
Out of courtesy to the speakers, I just want, as we customarily do, I just want to advise you that I plan to defer this. And so it really is up to them whether or not they want to speak now, or if and when, and I will explain in a moment when I defer this, why it may or may not even come back to us. So I just want to advise you, Madam Chair, of that.
Sure, thank you very much. So Councillor Mallow has given us the courtesy of letting us know his intentions. He would like to defer this item. Councillor Cressy, do you know how long you'll defer this item for? Is it?
Not Cressy.
Oh, sorry, sorry. I have Councillor Cressy on the brain as I'm looking at Councillor Mallow. I'm merging my friends together. Councillor Mallow, can you tell us roughly how long you want to defer this item for?
2 cycles.
2 cycles? Okay, so members of the public, you have a choice. You can either speak to this item today, or you can come back when the item reemerges on the agenda in approximately 2 months. And it's up to you. You have the option to do that. What I will do is I'll read your name. If you choose not to speak, just stay in your seat, and I will know to bypass it. So, David Scott, speaking or deferring? Okay, we'll defer you. Anne Paramotor, okay, we'll defer this item. Okay, Caroline Ross, okay, Ibn Abbas Jaffrey, and, oh, yeah, Parameter. Again, you're on this list twice. And Sol Parameter, okay, defer, thank you, sir. And David Scott again, so. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to this item today? Seeing none, we're bringing this onto the floor. Councillor Mallow.
I am moving to defer this item. You've seen this before, but please don't mistake me for Councillor Cressy because of what I am doing. That I'm moving it for 2 cycles, deferring it for 2 cycles rather. Just for context, there's 2 issues going on. One is, this is, as you may infer, a controversy on the street that there needs to be an effort to see if there can be a resolution. Number 2, Mr. Scott himself has been in discussions with city staff to determine whether or not there are some other issues that play in this that may or may not even necessitate an appeal. With respect to the size of the tree, whether or not this should be grandfathered automatically or not, and legal is looking into that. So there's just too much sort of in flux here to just kind of put it on the agenda today. So I just want to assure both Mr. Scott, but also those residents who have concerns, that this is just to kind of move it for 2 cycles, unless, of course, staff determine that they have delegated authority to approve themselves.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mallow. We have a deferral on the floor. All those in favor of the deferral for 2 months? Okay, indicate your support. That is adopted. Thank you. We'll see it back in 2 months. Our next item is TE 23.27, Front Yard Parking Appeal, 91 Ashdale Avenue. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this item? We're on item number 27. Okay, seeing none, no members of the public who'd like to speak. Any questions of staff? Speakers, Councillor McMahon.
Well, I think there is someone who wants to speak on this, so maybe his name's Mike Arnold. I'm not sure. So if we don't mind standing it down till maybe do the other parking pads first. Just want to.
Okay, so we'll hold that in your name, Councillor. You let us know when you're ready to bring that back.
Unless it's Mike Arnold here. Okay.
Okay, so we'll just, are you deferring or are you holding it down?
No, I'm just going to hold it, do the other parking pads first, give them a couple more minutes, and then.
Okay. So we have 3 more parking pads. We're just going to come back to it. I recognize that Councillor Fletcher also probably would like to bring her item number 24 back at some point when she's ready. But until then, we're moving on to T 23.28, Front Yard Parking Appeal, 10 Elmer Avenue. Any members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Okay, please, welcome. Okay, and you'll have 5 minutes, sir, when you're ready.
Okay, great, thank you. Thank you, councillors, for allowing us the opportunity to speak to you today. We have a few slides that I hope you can see. We're here to ask that you grant our appeal for front yard parking at 10 Elmer Avenue, subject to the recommendations that were set out in the staff report that we hope all of you have received. We have 4 arguments that we'd like to present that we hope you'll take under consideration for our particular case, and I'll be going through those shortly. But first, I wanted to provide a bit of context for the recommendations that were set out in the staff report. In the staff report, you'll note it was noted that this is an existing front pad parking that was actually licensed on January 15th, 1992, so more than 20 years ago, under the front yard parking for disabled persons regulations. There is an existing ramp there, which is available to service the proposed parking. Therefore, it wouldn't affect on-street permit parking in the area. And as we'll talk to in a second, removal actually of the existing ramp would not allow for an additional on-street permit parking due to the proximity of the licensed driveways in our immediate neighbors' properties. A poll of our neighbors supported the appeal. We'll get to that in a second. And the property meets all other physical requirements of the code in terms of setback and landscaping. And it is possible to plant a tree, which we're very committed to doing at our location. The 4 arguments we'd like to present. The first is that the location of the immediate neighbors' driveways to our immediate north and south is such that removing the existing ramp at 10 Elmer would not inherit an additional on-street permit parking space. And the reason we hope that this is relevant is because in our particular area, although in our broader permit catchment it's under-permitted, in our particular area, the available on-street permit parking is over-allocated. On our street, it's at over 110%. And in the immediate streets, it's also over 100%. And moving our car from the pad, because it doesn't inherit another spot, would actually mean adding to that congestion. There is precedence for off-street parking on Elmer. It's a street of about 150 properties, of which 28 have licensed front pad parking, and there are 7 on our side of the street, which is the part with on-street parking. It's also a property, our home, very close to Queen Street East, which is a high commercial activity area, and the parking on the street is used a lot for people who are visiting local businesses and also the beach area. The second argument we'd like to present is just the neighbor support that we've received. 71% of the neighbors who returned ballots were in favor of appeal, and we also understand that council received a number of emails and letters from residents very supportive of our particular situation and application. The third argument we'd actually like to make is that it would modestly increase the revenue to the city. So our understanding is that for our primary vehicle, an on-street permit parking would be $1,506 per month or $180.72 annually, and the fee associated with the off-street parking permit, the pad that exists, is $232, which would be a net impact actually positively to the city of about $55 a year. So over 10 or 20 years, that could add up to a sizable contribution to city coffers. The fourth rationale I'd like to share briefly is just the environmental impact. As you'll see in the report, we have made a commitment to replace the existing concrete pad with permeable materials. We've made a commitment to remove the concrete walkway that separates the 2 properties, ours and our immediate neighbors. We're absolutely delighted to plant a native species tree on our property and to further landscape the front yard with flowering bushes and plants. We believe that the net effect of that would be to reduce the environmental impact and be a positive for the city. So just briefly in summary, we're asking for council to grant our appeal for front yard parking at our current at our residence at 10 Elmer Ave, subject to the recommendations in the staff report. The existing pad was constructed legally and permitted for over 20 years. It's our understanding that the appeals process is set up to hear these types of cases, enabling us to keep and resurface the existing parking pad will help to reduce congestion in our area, benefiting both the other residents in our neighborhood that have on-street needs and visitors to a busy stretch of Queen, and result in a financial benefit to the city. And our commitment to resurface the existing pad, plant a tree, and further landscape the front yard, we believe will generate a positive impact environmentally for the city. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions to our speaker? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Any other members who would like to speak to this item? Okay. Questions of staff? Councillor Perks?
So if I'm reading this right, there's an existing pad that was there for as a disabled access?
That's correct.
And when we put those in, it's a requirement when the person with the disability no longer resides there, they have to be removed.
That's one of the conditions.
And the curb removed and all of that. And so we're now at the place where there is no longer anyone residing at this space who needs it.
That's correct.
Okay. And the staff recommendation is not only that we deny the pad, but we require the owner to remove the excess paving, and to get rid of the ramp.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much. Do we know when this pad was no longer required? Was it 20 years ago or was it last year?
It was about 2014.
2014,
Yes.
That's when the individual in the house who qualified for...
Was no longer residing there at the time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other members to ask questions? Councillor McMahon?
So this pad was in existence since 1992,
That's correct.
and then the new, the bylaw came in, what year was that?
April 2007.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Davis?
So it was used as a disabled spot up until 2014, and then the house was purchased by the new owners?
I believe the new owners purchased the home in 2015.
And at that point,
At that point, the
The-
space cannot be transferred over.
space cannot be transferred over. And
Yeah, sorry, sir. Unfortunately, your time to speak has concluded.
and this is something that a real estate agent should have exercised due diligence or provided information about. Yeah, okay, thank you.
It's usually the voters. Any other members to speak? Questions? No more questions to speak. Councillor McMahon?
Well, thank you very much. So I will be moving the alternate recommendations, and I will say that these owners have purchased it from someone else who purchased it from the person who had the accessible pad, in case you're wondering about that. But I'm going to say that this is a unique situation and that it's been in since 1992, and the curb is cut, and so I would like you to support the alternate recommendations, please. Thank you.
Okay, and Councillor Perks?
I'd like to move the staff recommendations. I'm very concerned that the argument could be made that a pad was put in 20 years ago and therefore we have some obligation to maintain it. We provide certain benefits to people with disabilities, and we bend the rules and do what we can to make things work. If we then establish the precedent that, well, actually, no, that just becomes something in perpetuity, we put at risk our ability to make special exemptions in important cases. So it would undermine the whole approach we take. As if you read the staff report, you see that there is surplus parking available in the 9C zone, I believe it is, which is available, and it does. If you look at the photo, you can accommodate the width of a car in front of that very large curb cut, which frankly looks like it extends the whole lot to me. So I'm afraid that I'm going to have to support the staff recommendations on this.
Okay, thank you. And any other members who'd like to speak? No? Okay, so before us are the Councillor McMahon's alternative recommendations. Indicate your support. 1, 2, 3, 4. And the Councillor Perks has moved this.
Opposed.
Oh, sorry. And those who are opposed? 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that loses. And the staff recommendations moved by Councillor Perks. All those in favor? Okay, 5. And those opposed? And that's 4. So the staff recs have been adopted. Thank you very much. Our next item is TE 23.29, Front Yard Parking Appeal, 162 Hammersmith Avenue. We do have a speaker, Murray Innes. Murray Innes, are you here still? Oh, I see you. Hello, sir. Welcome. Okay, you have 5 minutes and the clock is on your left.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for this opportunity. I reside at 160 Hammersmith, the property directly south to this application. We have been there for about 20 years, and we quite enjoy our neighbors, and we're somewhat sad and unfortunate that we need to oppose this application. And we oppose this application basically on need. You know, on our street, we have ample parking. They have a backyard parking themselves. There's spots in front of their place that they can stop and discharge their groceries and do all that sort of stuff. There is not a need. We have on our street, I don't know, there's probably 5 or 6 backyard parking, or sorry, front pad parking at the present time. And they have been there for at least 20 years, the time that I have been there. We have some congestion that we get from Queen Street occasionally, but I know that the councillors have been working to change the parking restrictions there, so now that we're going to have a 2-hour maximum restriction, and that is going to change the parking requirements as well. So I very much lean on the environmental aspect of things. We're facing a period of global warming, extreme weather events, and we need all the green space that we've got to deal with this. We cannot take more runoff and more congestion, or not congestion, but runoff into our sewers and the problems that we come from that. So that's basically my submission. I don't think I need the whole 5 minutes, but thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for those succinct remarks. Are there any questions of our speaker? No? Thank you, sir. Okay, yes, we're on item number 29. I see someone else who's interested in speaking. Please take a seat, and I will restart the clock for you. After you speak, I know that our staff are going to want to make sure that they have you registered. Okay.
Sure, thank you. And I did receive confirmation of my registration. I'm not sure what happened.
I'm just going to hold your time and ask, for those in the room, if you can just keep your voices down to a minimum so we can all hear our deputant. Please continue.
Sure, thank you. So, Madam Chair, councillors, thank you for your time today. My name is Sanjay Kulkarni. I'm the property owner of 162 Hammersmith Avenue. So I'm asking, obviously, for your consideration for this appeal to provide front yard parking for my property and for my family at 162 Hammersmith. I have a young family, 2-year-old daughter, 6-year-old son. Contrary to my neighbor, who I hope to be able to get along with after this proceeding, we do have problems parking on Queen Street. Strangely enough, it's not as much in the morning or at the night. It's once people come in to shop on Queen Street, to be able to do business on Queen Street, and particularly on weekends where we have problems. And that's where I find myself with an active 6-year-old and a 2-year-old daughter having issues that as a father make me concerned about security. If you've seen the report, you know that under 50% of my street is subscribed for parking, but if you look at the street on a Saturday or you look at a street on a weekend evening, you wouldn't think that that's the reality. The reality is that people are increasingly using Hammersmith without sufficient checking of the permit parking on the street to park with no input into the city and with no contribution to city coffers. So what I've been able to do is I've been able to spend, quite candidly, thousands of dollars in design to make sure that this satisfies city regulations, that is aesthetically pleasing. I've gone door to door through my neighbors to try to canvass for their support, some of whom are here today in objection. The street parking situation is such that I'm asking for this consideration. This does not take away from the existing street parking situation. If anything, it provides an extra spot. There's a curb cut that I would use, and I would remove a car from the street to be able to put it onto the parking pad. From an aesthetics point of view, I'm happy to pass around a document, but I've been able to put permeable pavers above and beyond what's required by the city guidelines, and I'm committed to putting soft landscaping in place to the tune of, I think, 86% of what is the maximum allowable, given that I have to have sufficient room for the parking pad. So in conclusion, given the needs of my family, given the current situation on Queen Street and on Hammersmith for parking, I'm asking for the council to consider this request on behalf of my family. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Before you go, I believe Councillor Mihevc has a question for you.
Is there a laneway at the back? I think your neighbor mentioned that.
There's a shared driveway. It measures 2.13 meters at its narrowest. If I got a very small car, like my neighbor's Mini, that doesn't really fit my kids or the stroller or the dog, I could park in the back. We tried, before we bought a new car a year ago, we tried 6 different cars to try to be able to fit them in, and unless I was going to scratch that car every time I went through with an SUV nowadays, which fits my kids and my dog, it wasn't possible. We had the dealer come
There's no laneway.
and try to do it. There is a shared driveway with
No
parking at
laneway.
the back.
Okay.
No, sorry, Councillor, I didn't understand. No laneway.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for our speaker? Okay, thank you, sir. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Item number 29, I see your hand. If you want to just walk to the... That's okay. You're here. You've indicated your desire to speak. What I will ask you to do is just take a seat at the front, and we'll get you set up. You'll have 5 minutes, and afterwards you're going to check with our staff. Just make sure we have the correct spelling of your name.
Thank you very much, and I won't take anywhere near the 5 minutes. I'll move this along very quickly. I'm on the other side of our neighbor. I'm at 164 Hammersmith Avenue. My name is Doug Stitt. I share the mutual drive with the applicant. And I just want to address specifically around the parking. And again, this isn't a comfortable feeling for me because I don't like disagreeing with neighbors, but as recently as the meeting on February 22nd, we did have an amendment to the parking on Hammersmith Avenue from between Islesworth and Glen Manor, which is a street-specific permit parking, not a 9C area. So we have somewhat restrictions on that of going from the 3-hour parking to the 2-hour parking. Monday to Friday. That was intended specifically to address people long-term parking and heading downtown, or shopkeepers or whatever it is, without permits parking on the street. The weekend parking, I agree. It's the beach, it's a popular tourist area, and it's a mess. That being said, I do think there's opportunities to work within the bylaws of the city to address a lot of the parking issues here, and certainly what my neighbor on the other side of the applicant indicated, the environmental concerns. Where do you put snow in the city, which is a problem at any time, but when you reduce even opportunities to put that. But more so, I think it's just to maintain the green space as much as possible. I'm very empathetic to the applicant. I understand that I've lived in that location for 34 years. Yes, do we have a Mini? Yes, but I've also had Subaru Outbacks and Subaru Foresters, pickup trucks, and have parked in the back. Granted, the 2.13 meters is between a drain pipe that can come off and the wall. It's 2.3 meters, which again is not easy to get up and down, but for 34 years it's been manageable for myself and my family. So I just want to clarify the optics of that it's not an impossible place to park back there. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sir, can you just say your name, please?
Yes, sorry, my name was Doug Stitt, S-T-I-T-T.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions for our speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Great, okay, so any other members of the public who are interested in speaking to this item? We're on item number 29, 162 Hammersmith. Seeing none, we're going to bring it right inside. Any questions of staff, please? Seeing none. Speakers?
I'll move alternate recommendations.
Okay. Great. And Councillor Layton?
Yes, I'll move the staff recommendations to deny.
Okay. So we have two more. Any questions? Any other speakers? No? Okay. We have two motions on the floor. First one is Councillor McMahon. Alternative recommendations are on the screen. Raise your hand. Indicate your support, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. In opposition, raise your hand. Indicate your opposition. 3, 4, 5. That loses. Staff recommendations. Indicate your support, please. 4, 5. And your opposition. Okay. That's, and the recommendations of the staff are adopted. That can proceed. Okay. T23.30, 123 Massey Street.
Sorry, Madam Chair, we can go back to point 27.
You're ready?
The gentleman is not coming, so I can, we can deal with that if that's okay.
Okay, sure. I have no problems with that. Our next item does have a confidential report, so I'll be, yeah. Okay, so let's try to clear some of those items before we lock the room. So Yes, yes, and you will be asked to leave, folks, members of the public. But before you go, let's...
On a point of order, another option would be to hold this item down to be the last item, and I don't believe there are any members of the public to speak to.
Well, I'm going to deny it, so you probably want to go. Oh,
No, that's fine. Yeah. But for 123 Massey Street, are there any members of the public to speak? I didn't think so because it's advice from staff.
So why don't we, okay, so right now on the floor, we are addressing item 27, which is the front yard parking appeal 91 Ashdale Avenue. There are no members of the public who are speaking, and I believe Councillor McMahon, you have the floor.
okay. And so I will actually move staff recommendations. It's unfortunate, but the city removed a tree due to poor health, and then replanted a tree, and somehow along the lines, the tree has been removed without a permit before this application came through. So I'm not going to support the alternative recommendations. I will support the staff recommendations because they need to plant the tree right back where they originally had. Beautiful Katsura Japanese tree. Thanks.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor to adopt the staff recommendations. Indicate your support. Okay, that is adopted. Thank you very much. Councillor Fletcher is not here, so we'll continue holding that. And it sounds to me that we have a request from Councillor Layton that we would hold down item number 30, and we'll deal with that a little bit later, correct? And so that brings us to TE 23.31, Commercial Boulevard Parking Appeal, 267 Brock Avenue. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Okay, don't all jump up at once. We will bring this on to the floor of committee. Any members who have questions for staff indicate no. Speakers, please. Okay, Councillor.
So Councillor Bilal had to leave, and she asked me to defer this till next month, if that's all right?
That is perfectly fine. There is a motion to defer this matter for one meeting cycle. All those in favor of deferral? That's deferred. Thank you very much. TE 23.32, Commercial Boulevard Parking Appeal, 691 Mount Pleasant Road. We do have a speaker on this item, Victoria Dranissaris. Hello. Welcome.
Stephen, her son.
Hey, welcome, Stephen. You have 5 minutes, and the clock is on your left.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Durant-Saris. I'm speaking on behalf of my mother, Victoria Durant-Saris, appealing this parking pad. She's owned the building for 45 years.
Sorry, Stephen, I'm just going to ask you to hold.
Sure.
I'm going to ask everyone in the room if I can just ask you to lower your voice. I recognize that it's very, you have a lot of business. I want to make sure that we hear the deputant. Please continue, Stephen.
So my mother's owned the building for about 45 years. The parking pad has been in use since, I believe, the mid-'80s. I do have a couple of photos with the permit right there. That's another picture of the building and the parking pad. So we're asking that our new tenant gets the parking permit for this parking pad so we can take a car off the street. I don't see why there's any reason not to have that parking pad in use anymore. It's been in use for, like I said, since the mid-'80s, so any questions?
Thank you very much, Stephen. Are there any questions for our speaker? Councillor Perks has a question for you.
Sorry, so I just, this is 691 Mount Pleasant.
Correct.
Yeah. So the staff report we have in front of us doesn't say that there's ever been permission to park there. It says there's never been permission to park there.
Well, that can't be true.
Do you have any documentation or anything? Sometimes our files are imperfect. I'm just wondering if you
I have a permit number that appears to be 3218.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you. And are there any other speakers who would like to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none. Any members who have questions of, oh, sorry, please, do you want to come to the front? Great. I apologize, I may have moved too quickly.
That's all right.
Okay, please take a seat and you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Ann Monroe. I'm a friend of the defendant. One of the things I would like to point out is that if this committee allows overturns this appeal and allows the boulevard parking, under the alternate recommendation on page 3 of 6, indicates point 3, that one of the things that should be incurred is, according to attachment C, barriers be put up. Now, I think somebody made a mistake when they put this together, because attachment C shows 3 very large planter boxes, which would in effect negate allowing the parking pad. So basically, alternate recommendations 1, 2, and 4 say, okay, if you're going to let her park there, this is the space and how we want it to be. But unfortunately, point 3 negates that by putting honking big planters in the middle of where you're going to allow it. So I'm hoping, they meant look at attachment A, not C, which shows little tiny cement barriers at the front, the back, and the side, and also outlines the size of the boulevard parking that would be allowed. You see what I'm saying? I know you've got all this stuff attached, but it does look like if you go ahead and say, let's go with the alternates, you're still going to block the parking. So I think option 3 is kind of wrong.
Okay. Thank you, Anne, for bringing that to our attention. I think you've caught something there. Appreciate that. Are there any other members who would like to speak to this? No members of the public. Let's bring this on to the floor. Questions of staff?
I actually, if I may ask you for your indulgence, just given that concern that was just raised, I'd like to just hold this down for a moment, just to clarify if there is an error in the alternate recommendation, just so we have clarity on what we're voting.
Okay, that's, I have no...
I just want to hear a little bit more from her.
I have no
We'll get right
problems.
back to this.
Let's hold that down, and Councillor Layton, Councillor Matlow.
Complex by the end of the night.
My apologies. When we're ready, you bring that back. That was a comment attributed to you, Councillor Perks. I did not say that. T 23.33, request received to impose operating conditions to a Boulevard Cafe permit located at 249 Augusta Avenue. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Okay, great. Any members, councillors, any questions of staff? Okay, anyone to speak to the item? Yes, Councillor Cressy.
Yeah, I'll move the staff recommendations, which include the conditions we've already worked on.
Okay. Any other speakers? Okay, so we have the staff recs before us. All those in favor indicate your support. Okay, that is adopted. Thank you very much. None opposed. Yeah, you're ready now. Coming right back to T 23.32. It was held down for Councillor Matlow. Councillor Matlow, you have questions of staff?
I do. So the last deputant just raised a concern about an error in the alternate recommendations. Can you confirm that you acknowledge that error and that has been corrected, and that's what would be displayed?
Number 3 in the recommendation should state attachment A, not C.
Okay. And then also, there was a question earlier by Councillor Perks with regard to the owner's son's submission that, in fact, this has been used for many, many years for parking. Do you acknowledge that that is in fact true?
The property has been licensed since 1990 up until 2011.
Okay, so you're validating the submission by the applicant?
Correct.
Okay, appellant, rather. Thank you.
Sorry, we have questions from Councillor Perk.
Is there anyone from transportation staff who's familiar with the Target Zero plan? Here? Yes? So we've recently had come to Public Works and Infrastructure, some design schemes for trying to reduce the interaction between pedestrians and vehicles in Toronto streets. And that was part of it. If I recall, some of those design schemes were about widening sidewalks at intersections and generally doing things to keep cars further away and give more public realm.
That is correct, Councillor.
Thank you. Does having cars pull up onto boulevards near intersections fit with that direction?
Well, it certainly does create another conflict with pedestrians.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, any other members with questions to staff? Okay, seeing none, members to speak? Councillor Matlow?
So first of all, just again to contextualize, the Mount Pleasant BIA, with our support as council, are funding a study to vastly improve the streetscape on Mount Pleasant. And by the way, I move the alternate recommendations. And this will contribute to greening the street, to pulling out this great arboretum of trees from the Mount Pleasant Cemetery and making Mount Pleasant a very green, very vibrant public realm. But we also need to contextualize site-specific issues. This was a 2-for-1 pizza. And since then, it has fallen essentially derelict, except for recent use, for a temporary usage. But it's been very difficult to find the right kind of leasee. And both for the owner of this property, but also for the leasee, but most importantly for the community to see a vibrant streetscape, this has been actually a big issue for a lot of residents because they keep seeing storefronts empty. And I'm very concerned that if we make what seems to be excessive restrictions on the usability of this site, that we are going to be driving away business from Mount Pleasant. That's not good for anyone. It's not good for the merchants. It's certainly not good for the community. We're also not talking about a question of whether or not we're going to tear up green space and put in a parking pad. We're not talking about whether or not we're going to cut down a tree or put in a parking pad. We're not talking about anything other than a concrete space that has been used for years to allow for a parking spot to contribute to the success of that property as a business and the viability of being able to lease it out in the first place. If we don't support the alternate recommendation, then what will happen is that it'll simply be an ongoing hard space, concrete space, with a bunch of planters around it to block it off. It's not going to be a park. So it's either going to be a concrete space that is unusable because we're going to block it off, and then it'll be less viable for a successful business, or it will be used to support the business. Those are our options. So I submit to you that it would be unreasonable to deny them the ability. And by the way, the only reason that it's in front of us is because the pole lost on a tie. The pole lost on a tie. That's it. That's all. Technical issue here. So I ask you to support it just because I believe it's the rational, reasonable, and frankly, best approach to support this community, the owner, but also the viability of this site itself. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Mallow. Councillor Perks?
So I'm going to be supporting the staff recommendations. We are, as a city, utterly committed when we're at the the Public Works and Infrastructure Committee to reducing automobile and pedestrian conflicts because far too many people are getting hit by cars. In fact, a very high percentage of them, the pedestrians who are getting hit by cars, are standing on the sidewalk when they're hit by cars. Further, when you look at the original staff reports as to why we didn't want to have a lot of parking pads, among the reasons was city staff felt it was inappropriate to have cars crossing sidewalks, and we should minimize those conflicts. However, it seems to me when we get to this community council, suddenly all of our efforts to enhance pedestrian safety, to prioritize making neighborhoods walkable, and to achieve all of those balanced transportation goals which the same members of council laud when we're talking about pedestrian safety go out the window. In my ward at least, and I know this is true of many of the rest of you, where there are these old boulevard spots that were put in 20 and 30 years ago, and there's a change in use or a change in ownership, the permit lapses, we're not allowing them back in. I certainly don't in my ward. Because, quite frankly, as the amount of automobile traffic in the city increases, and it has been, the risk to pedestrians of simply walking down the street while they're on the sidewalk is increasing. A business that can't survive because it might lose one boulevard parking space, that's not a reasonable argument to make. You don't live on one customer at a time being able to get into your store through a boulevard parking space. Everyone who has ever worked on an issue like this knows that's not about the customer. That's actually usually the owner or an employee not wanting to park 2 or 3 blocks away, like everyone who lives in a downtown neighborhood has to do anyway, just when they're going home in the evening. It's a matter of convenience, not a matter of business success. So you have to weigh the convenience of an employee at a store against the fact that, yes, many, many Torontonians are getting hit by cars on sidewalks. The city's changed since where we were 40 years ago when we approved these things. We no longer should view this as a way of supporting business. It's an opportunity to improve the safety of Torontonians on our streets.
Thank you very much, Councillor Perks. Anyone else who would like to speak? Councillor Cressy. Go ahead.
So, and I understand in this context that had the vote been 47% in favor, staff would have approved it. And so this is not a residential parking pad, but this is a different context, and it's losing on a technicality. Had they known that, they would have gone out and knocked on a few more doors, and it would be a favorable recommendation in front of us. And so I'm going to be supporting Councillor Matlow.
Okay. Any other speakers to this item? Okay. I will just speak very quickly to it. In the downtown parts of Toronto, we've actually strategically have been asking staff to identify all the commercial boulevard parking and revoking the parking permits, specifically to, number one, for a number of reasons. One is to ensure minimize the number of pedestrian and vehicular collisions, but also to look for opportunities for greening, which includes the introduction of urban parkettes wherever we can. We've been trying to green those parking surfaces. It does also allow for the opportunity for perhaps patio extensions and opportunities to animate the sidewalks in a completely different way that a vehicle cannot do. And then finally, because we are trying to expand the bike share program, we've been struggling finding public spaces to install those very large stations, which have been proven to be very, very popular in the downtown core. So those are the reasons why we've been revoking just about every single commercial boulevard parking permit and have been going out to do so. So I can tell you that we're probably going to continue to do that. We have the broad support of the local community asking for those permit revocations, and they are very keen to see that happen and expand it through the neighborhoods. I recognize that this is not in the downtown core, but certainly I believe the principles of new urbanism do also apply there. So we have 2 motions before us. One is from Councillor Matlow, the alternative staff recommendations. All those in favor, please indicate your support. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thank you. And those in opposition, raise your hand. Oppose?
Sorry, I'm voting with Councillor Matlow.
Okay, sorry, hold on. Why don't we do this again, because I think Councillor
I didn't realize you were doing the vote.
Okay, so we're going to vote. Those who would like to adopt the alternative recommendations moved by Councillor Matlow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, those opposed? 1, 2, 3. So we don't need to vote on the other one. That has been approved. Okay. So moving right along, we are here at TE 23.34. Okay, Moving to the next item, folks. 23.34, refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit application located at 600 King Street West, basement and floor 1, Portland Street flankage. Any members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Okay, we'll bring that right into the committee. Any members who would like to ask questions of staff? No? Speakers? Councillor Cressy? Councillor Davis, we're on item number 34.
I have an amendment, and so I'm going to move to approve the patio with the following conditions, and I want to thank the applicant for working with us on them and local residents.
Okay, any questions of the mover? No? Okay, so. So we have a motion from Councillor Cressy. All those in favor indicate your support. Any opposition? Seeing none, that's been adopted. Thank you very much. TE 23.35, refusal of a Boulevard Cafe permit application located at 504 Adelaide Street West, Portland Street flankage. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Seeing none. Any members who have questions for staff? Seeing none. Councillor Cressy, you probably want to speak?
I do, and I'm going to move to approve the patio with the following conditions. I'd previously deferred this item to give us a chance to work with the community and the applicant, which we've done, and we've agreed on conditions, and I want to thank everybody involved.
Great. There's a motion before you. Any questions? We're ready to vote? Okay. All those in favor of the motion? Okay. Indicate your support. Thank you. Any opposed? Seeing none, that is adopted. TE 23.36, application for fence exemption 66 Annette Street. We do have one speaker registered, Larry Zakarko. Yes? Welcome.
Sorry, before he begins, if there's another deputant who wishes, if the clerk could just, you can sign up with him.
Our first speaker is Larry. Welcome, Larry. Okay. Sure, you can, and our clerk will, our clerk will come and take this from you. There are handouts. Okay. If you can just take a seat in the chair, he'll come and retrieve those from you. Great. Thank you. You have 5 minutes, sir, when you're ready. And you've been very patient.
Hi, my name is Larry Zaharko, and my house is at 68 Annette Street, directly west of the 66 Annette Street residence. I have resided there since 1997. In my backyard, I have a small patch of land, approximately 8 feet by 15 feet, where I have grown, among other things, sugar, snow, and Lincoln peas, numerous varieties of beans, jalapeno, bell, devil's tongue peppers, carrots, broccoli, cauliflower, Swiss chard, raspberry, and especially heirloom tomatoes, or heritage tomatoes. I have yellow, green, striped, black with red inside, peach, every shade of red, and my favorite peach-colored one. They come in sizes as small as a grape, as well as over a pound. The seeds have been collected and saved from season to season, from one generation to the next, some as many as 100 years. I grow these plants and save the best and take their seeds and dry them for the next year. I have been doing this for decades. I trade some of the seeds I've saved with other seed savers, and in the first part of February, I work with my students at a school and plant them in batches. When the batches grow in healthy bunches, we transfer each sprout into their own cup. Those are discarded coffee cups we reuse. I brought one here. Eventually, we have approximately 1,000 plants. We try and get as many students involved in this project. The special ed kids are responsible for watering. My English class learns how to document and record progress. As these plants grow, I have the students look through the neighborhood and find someone they think deserves these plants. And they write me and explain the reasoning. Then they write a letter to the person they've chosen and explaining why they're getting the plant on the May long weekend. And they give them that person a plant and the letter. I have had all sorts of reasons why this person has been chosen, from I'm the kid who stole the pears from your trees, to you're always such a cheerful bus driver, to my teacher says I have to give this plant to somebody, so I'm giving this to you. The students then have to write and tell me what the encounter was like and what they thought of the entire process. One of the memorable reports was from a girl of a Vietnamese family who lived next door to a single woman who'd been there for 3 years. They were both friendly, waved and saw each other, but not much more. My student wrote in her letter that she was giving the woman the plant because she had the most beautiful garden in the neighborhood. On the May long weekend, she saw the woman in the garden, and so she walked over and gave her the letter and the plant. The woman opened the letter, read it, and walked into her house. My student was certain that she had offended the woman somehow and wasn't certain what to do next. As she was about to go back home, the woman stepped out of her house. She said that she had come from Hong Kong 3 years ago, as it is a city being transferred back to the Chinese rule. The plan was to leave her daughter with her mother until she could establish herself in Toronto and send for the daughter. The daughter loved gardening. So the woman had been growing the garden annually in anticipation of her daughter's move, but something had happened and the daughter died. The woman still maintained the garden. She said in all the 3 years that she'd been here, no one had ever said anything about her garden. Then, there was a bit of an emotional moment. And from then on, the woman and the girl's family became more than neighbors, visiting each other's house like newly discovered relatives. I have all sorts of stories that have moved me and built community. We also give out a swag of plants to the families that live in the surrounding blocks, which build up the goodwill of the school and knock down the fear some have of teens. With all the extra plants, we sell them in the school community at the spring concert for Mother's Day and so on. Usually we raise between $500 to $1,000 in donations from that, and the money we donate to the Hope for Rwanda Children Fund. The Hope for Rwanda Children Fund was started by a Toronto teacher, Sherna Gilbert, who was so stunned by the genocide of a community she'd visited for years. She said the only way to heal and repair the country was to educate the youth, and started the fund to do just that. It cost approximately $250 a year to send a student to school, which is about the annual salary of many families. Hope for Rwanda raises the money, and the Council of Community Members in Rwanda review where the money goes. Our school has allowed at least 60 students to attend this school over the years. I could go on about the benefits of the small sliver of earth, but my neighbor, I'm just going to go to the bottom, where my neighbor has put up a fence that has taken 200 hours of sunshine from my garden. If you know gardening, you know that tomatoes crave sunshine. They need as much as they can give them. This fence will effectively eliminate my garden's ability to grow tomatoes. I can go on, but my time is up.
Thank you very much, sir. Are there any questions for our speaker? No? Okay. Oh, actually, we do. Before you go, Councillor Davis has a question for you.
Could you just give us a summary conclusion and your...
The fence is now so high that I lose over 200 hours of sunshine. I cannot have a garden anymore. If I can't have the garden, I can't have the seeds. If I can't have the seeds, my students can't grow the plants. If they can't grow the plants, we have no money for Rwanda and for the community. And all of my neighbors have tomato plants except for this one person. So,
Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, sir. We do have another speaker on this item, Solomon Miskinga.
It's Miskinga, thank you.
Yes, welcome. I will just set the clock for you. You have 5 minutes.
I wanted some help using the...
Sure. If you place the image on the screen looking up and looking at you, then the staff will be able to put that into focus. You have to probably, yeah, that's right. Perfect.
Great.
They'll put into focus.
Okay, I have my time. Thank you. My name is Solomon Miskinga. I am the owner and live at 66 Annette Street. I've moved to that property and lived in that neighborhood since January of 2006. I'm applying for a fence exemption for my backyard. I'm asking for an allowance of 0.4 of a meter for my backyard fence facing the west side, as you can see up on the screen. The reason for my application is because this is a big safety concern for my wife and I. In numerous occasions, I've seen rough characters, including prostitutes from the corner of Dundas West and Indian Road, from the corner and people who suffer from drug use in my neighbor's backyard. This is his actual backyard where he parks the car. As you can see, you know, my gate is to the left of your picture, where his is ungated, unsecured. The neighbor's backyard is not gated and it's not kept, which makes his property look abandoned, causing this issue of unwanted intruders, which has had my car being broken into and valuables stolen from my yard. Our backyards are at the end of a laneway, and when it's dark at night, the laneway is very hidden. My neighbor has never gated or secured the backyard to prevent access to these intruders, despite many requests by myself and other concerned neighbors. Because my neighbor has never been compelled to do anything to help this issue by securing his backyard, we felt we had no choice but to build the fence to an addition of 0.4 of a meter higher than the allowed limit. Additionally, I would like to say that I have no other neighbor complaints, and I just want to take the time to show you a few pictures from our backyards and our laneway to help you understand what me and my family are actually dealing with. When the neighbor at 66 Annette went up for his deputation, this is the backyard that he's actually talking about, and this is a picture taken in the middle of the summer where he claims he's growing these, you know, exclusive tomato seeds, but this is his yard, and by keeping it like that and not having it gated in the middle of the night, summer, fall, you have these characters coming and you know, you can ask him. He's admitted to have seen these people in his backyard doing drugs, having his car broken into, and this is causing my family and I a lot of unrest. My wife and I just heard that we are pregnant, and it just puts a lot of pressure on me to help keep my family safe. And you know, it's a property that fronts on Annette, facing south, so you have sun all day coming from east to west. So I don't know how that could affect sunshine to his backyard. And that's, and just to clarify further, the older part of the fence, as you can see the bottom part, that was built by me back in 2007. I asked him to help with paying for part of it. He said no, he doesn't have the money, nor doesn't wish to, I guess. I went ahead and I built it. Since then, I've been married and, you know, with a child on the way now, and went through extensive renovations of my property. And my wife, worrying for her safety, our safety, and the quiet enjoyment of our backyard, asked me if I could just build an extension that would...
If I can just get your final thought, your time is up.
That would, as you can see, the original part of the fence, so just to build that extension there, which made it a 0.4 of a meter higher than the allowed limit. And that is it. I really appreciate this opportunity, and thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Solomon. Are there any questions for our speaker? Seeing none, okay, thank you. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to this item? Okay, then we'll bring this into committee. Any members who would like to ask questions of staff? No? Okay, to speak, Councillor Perk.
Okay, so I'm going to be moving the staff recommendations, which are to refuse the request for the exemption. These are very, very difficult. A person on one side of a property line has one set of needs, and a person on the other has a different set of needs. And there's a reason that we establish some standards for how we arbitrate that. You don't, I believe, accomplish a safer neighborhood by adding 0.4 meters to a fence. I don't think that's how you accomplish that goal. What you do accomplish when you add that height, though, is you do deprive your neighbor of an awful lot of their sunshine, for whatever purpose they're using their backyard. So I'm afraid that I, in this case, simply can't support the application to get an exemption from our fence bylaw. We have a 6-foot rule for a good reason. So, councillors, I hope you'll support my motion to deny the request for the exemption.
Okay, any other members who would like to speak? Okay, we have the motion on the floor. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate your support. Okay, any opposition? That has been adopted. Thank you very much. T 23.37, application for fence exemption 116B Barton Avenue. Members of the public, are there any members of the public here who would like to speak to this item? Okay. Then we'll bring this into committee. Sorry for the interruption there, folks. Members who would like to speak to this item? Okay, Councillor Cressy.
Yeah, so we've been unable thus far to connect with the owners of the property who've put this request in, so I'm going to defer this for one cycle to give our office an opportunity to speak to them before we make a decision. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to defer for one meeting cycle. All those in favor of the deferral? Okay, any opposition? That is deferred.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Could I just interrupt for 1 second, please? I'm holding someone here from buildings who doesn't need to be sitting here because we...
Lots of people like
Where?
Councillor Fletcher, the motion is not ready. Yeah, Councillor Fletcher, the motion is not quite ready, so...
Okay, thank you.
Okay. T 23.38, application for fence exemption 777 Eglinton Avenue West. We do have a speaker on this particular item, Mr. Martin Schum. Are you here? Okay. You're not speaking? Okay. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to this item? It's item number 38, 777 Eglinton Avenue West. Okay. Seeing none, we'll just bring this into committee. Members, do you have any questions of staff? Seeing none, members who would like to speak to this matter? Councillor Mihevc, would you like to speak to this matter?
I'll give it a try.
Okay.
I'd like to support the application and so move.
Okay, so you're
Allow the
moving...
fence exemption to go forward.
Okay. So, members, if I can just get your attention on the floor. Councillor Mihevc has a motion. He's moving to a... Sorry, I can't hear.
Sorry. I'll give you the precise wording.
Yeah, you're moving to grant the exemption, correct?
Correct, grant the exemption.
Okay. Any other members who would like to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, then we have a motion on the floor. Indicate your support. All those in favor? Okay, no opposition, I think. Okay, that is adopted. Thank you very much. TE 23.39, application for fence exemption 98 Farnham Avenue. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this particular item? Item number 39, 98 Farnham Avenue. Seeing none, are there any members who would like to ask questions of staff? Seeing none, any members who would like to speak, who have to speak? Someone's got to speak.
I might have to.
Yes, please go ahead.
To move the exemption, there's been no objections, and there have been letters of support from the immediate neighbors.
Okay. Great. I believe that the name should actually say Councillor Matlow.
No, we're doing it.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to grant the exemption. All those in favor of the motion indicate your support. Any opposition? Seeing none, that is adopted. Thank you. T 23.40, application for fence exemption, 194 Montclair Avenue. Are there any members from the general public who are here to speak to this item? We are on item number 40. The address of the property is 194 Montclair Avenue. Okay, seeing none. Any members here who would like to ask questions of staff? Okay. Any members who are ready to speak to this? In Ward 21, Councillor Mihevik. Number 40.
I'm going to ask for deferral for a month. I'm going to try to sort it out offline.
Okay. Okay. We have a motion to defer. All those in favor? We'll get to see this again next month. Okay. Any opposition to defer? No, that is deferred. T 23.41, application for fence exemption 38A Thelma Avenue. We do have a speaker on this item, Dr. Nancy Schechter. Welcome, Doctor.
I live at 38 Thelma. 38A is right next door. We're semi-detached, so proximity matters. I'm objecting on the basis of, the usual reasons of blocking view and sunlight. And the fence also creates a very hot condition in the backyard of 38, which is my property, in the summertime due to the blockage of airflow. I also would like to mention that what was first done is they created a height for the decking. So this is the height prior to the top decking going on, and then they counted for the fence starting above that height that was built. But oddly, if you can look a little further at another attachment, you'll see that. Oh, it's here. What they did is, actually, they put the post under where the decking is going. So the fence is really high. I mean, I can live with the the requisite number as per the bylaws when you count above the decking, but I don't know if you want to, but if you do, that's okay with me. But it's even further than that at the back of their property. And at the back of their property, you can see that the decking steps down. So it's not as high. And there they have something like 8 feet up, 9 feet or something, 8 feet in the back. It's kind of high. So that's what I'm objecting to. There's a problem with parties at that property. Constant can be 5 or 6 a week where they bring in this small property, the small backyard and in the house. So you hear all the noises for hours and hours and all the smells, et cetera. That can go on for hours, these partings. So we're hoping if they lower the fence, there'll be less parting because more people will be able to see in. I'm hoping that'll happen. And sometimes they blow up huge structures in the backyard and they throw balls against the fence. So I'm hoping if it's lower, they won't be throwing the balls against the fence. We have a problem here. I'm hoping this is the first step in starting to abide by the bylaws and the reduction of the noise and the constant partings that go on. I have a picture. They have screens and everything also on the deck and loud music and noise, and all the neighbors are objecting as well as I am. So we're hoping if they start to get it in order, I'll get the airflow, I'll get the light, and they won't be bouncing the balls, and maybe they'll reduce the parting. That's really it. Any questions?
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any questions for our speaker? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public? Oh, actually, we now have new speakers. I would like to call Mei Lai. Okay. Welcome, and you have 5 minutes. You're speaking together?
Yeah, sure.
And are you Steve Mack?
Correct.
Okay, great. So you can take 5 minutes each, or you can share your time. We'll leave it to you.
We live at 38A Thelma, which is the owner of the house. We do not have 5-6 parties a week. We actually have 2 children, 2 boys, 6-year-olds and 2-year-olds. That's where the balls come in because they keep they're not very good at it, so they keep kicking it over. But then we don't want to get it because we know our neighbor doesn't like us. But we definitely don't have 5-6 parties a week. We maybe have 3 parties a year, and every time she calls the cops on us. And the cops comes and they said, nothing's wrong, because we cut off the party at 10 p.m. It's all kids' parties. There's no one's smoking, no one's like going crazy. It's a normal party. We keep the noise down. We even ask our other neighbors, like, because right beside us is this neighbor, and the other neighbor is actually her brother. So both of them keeps telling us we have to stop. But when we ask our surrounding neighbors, everyone's fine with it. Like, no one has issues. And even when the cops come, there's no issues. So I don't know what the issue is. In terms of like the amount of overage above, it's only at the grass part near the end of it. So it will, I don't think it really matters.
If I can just ask you to move the microphone a little bit closer to yourself. Okay.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Thank you.
So we actually wanted to make it this high so that our balls don't go over. That's really the point of it, because our kids can't control it, like throwing balls around. And that's really all of it. But we definitely don't throw parties. We're not having parties every day. There's no time for it. Like, I'm a working mom, so it's really busy as it is. We might have like barbecues like once every month, that's it. But that's my thing.
So my name is Steve, and I wanted to clarify that the exemption that we are asking or seeking is essentially to the east and west of the property, as you can probably see in the picture here. And it is actually 2 meters to the rear of the deck on the east and the west. And we're seeking about 1.5 inches above the bylaw, of the 6-foot bylaw. And my wife did mention that it serves as some continuity to the fence, and also we're new to the neighborhood. 2 years, and it feels it's hard to appease to all the neighbors. We're new on the block, and we have young children. Both neighbors don't have any children.
They're older.
They're could be a little older, but there are no young children. We tend to have a few friends over with play dates, kids and whatnot. We feel a lot of opposition and almost fear of having these play dates and enjoy our outdoor space, in fear of having our balls taken away if it goes over the fence, because some of the kids that come to our parties or play dates, when the ball does go over the fence, they don't see it for 2 or 3 weeks. And some of you may be parents, can understand that the look on the children's faces, and to explain that, no, you're not going to see the ball for another 2-3 weeks. It can be hard on the parents and our friends that do come over that are also young families.
And every time we have a party, like she'll call the city to complain, the noise complaint. She does a videotaping of all our people. She called, like, so I'm sure every event, it's documented because she calls the city every time.
If I can ask you to restrain your comments and just to place them directly to the reason why
So
the
it's
fence
really
exemption
just-
should be granted.
Okay. So it's really just for us to enjoy our backyard, and so that the balls will stop, like our toys and balls will stop flowing to the other side, so that we don't have to wait till 2 weeks later for it to come back to our yard. That's it.
Can I just have a last
You do have time, go ahead.
Yeah, so the last point I wanted to mention, that we erected a garden shed in the back, and both, the neighbors have mentioned to us that they didn't like to see the garden shed in the back. So that's partially one of the reasons why we try to cater to their needs and wants when we decided to erect the fence as it is. So it's harder to give what everyone wants, but at the same time, we want to keep it, private. The previous photos, it doesn't show here, but the fence actually is on our property, and we tried numerous times to ask if they wanted to share a fence, but multiple times have, gone without avail. So we paid for the fence, 100%. And yeah, and these are I guess the environment that we're subject to. Yeah, so I just want to close with that remark. We just wanted to be, a good neighbor to everyone, being the newest family on the street. And, we really appreciate our neighborhood, and we find it, very common interests.
Okay, thank you very much. I believe Councillor Mihevc has a question for you.
Yes, just so we're clear, so your view is that you're asking for a 1.5-inch height exemption. That's the difference? I'm going to check this with staff.
Yeah, just to clarify, it's about 28% of the entire fence that is above an inch and a half.
I see, 28% is an inch and a half, and the rest of the fence?
Yeah, so the length of the fence, it conforms to the 6-foot bylaw. It is where there's the grass patch.
Yes.
And behind the shed.
Oh, you're kidding.
So
it's only that portion that...
Yeah.
Only that portion. It's essentially 2 meters to the west and the east of this fence. So it's not the entire...
Okay.
Not the...
I'll ask staff in a sec the same question. Okay, thank you very much.
Are there any other questions for the speakers? Okay, Councillor Mallow.
Hi. Were you aware that you were going above the regulated height when you asked for this to be built?
We were told by the contractor, and we understand that there's the bylaw, but we thought that the 28% increase to the rear of the property is immaterial. We don't have a fence surrounding the rear of our property, so we didn't build a fence to the back, so we only have the 2 fence that are separating the property lines of our property. So it's just the east and the west of the property. So essentially, we're asking for about 4 meters worth of fence exemption.
When you say 4 meters, sorry, just to clarify, you're talking about the entire surface area, totaling the 1.5 inches going the linear.
Sorry, just to clarify, it's 4 meters, 4 meters of the west fence, near the end of the fence, near the rear of the property. Does that help? So there's...
I think probably what we'll do is we'll ask questions of staff just to clarify.
Right. Okay, so...
We need to get it from staff.
So from the grass and the shed, that's 4 meters?
2 meters.
2 meters, sorry, 2 meters, and then there's 2 meters to the rear of this property, yeah. So the very end of this fence, there's 2 meters on each side.
Okay, great, thank you. Yeah. Are there any other speakers on this item? No? Okay, we'll bring it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will bring this onto the floor. Members, I know you have questions for staff. First from Councillor Mihevc, then Matlow, and maybe Davis. Go ahead, Councillor Mihevc.
Well, I'll defer to the local councillor. One might want to ask questions.
Okay, Councillor Matlow?
I'll ask, depending on the answers.
Could staff confirm how much higher, what height the exemption would be for, if allowed? How many more inches?
The fence in question can be a maximum height of 2 meters. The fence is measured at 2.3 meters, which is 7.5 feet at its tallest point. Approximately 34 feet, 11 inches, 10 meters in length.
Okay.
Councillor Mallow, do you have a follow-up question?
No.
Okay.
answered it for me.
Councillor Mihevc, then Councillor Davis.
Sorry, I need to understand that a little bit more. So you're saying for 10 meters of the length of the fence, it is approximately,
At its highest point, it reaches a maximum distance of 7.5 feet in height, 2.3 meters, and the bylaw stipulates it could be 2 meters in height, approximately 6 feet.
0.3 meters at its highest point.
So we're-
That's for a 10-meter length of the
meter
fence.
span.
And that's at the back.
It's at the east and west property line.
Okay, how does that relate to the front of the house, back of the house?
It's the side yard, it's the rear, it's the side fence on
It's the rear part of the lot.
the rear portion of the lot.
Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, do you have a follow-up question? Councillor Davis?
Is there a graphic in here that shows us the fence that is in question? I don't believe there is a
Pages
picture.
5 of the report would show the exterior of the fence from the adjacent property.
Oh, okay,
Page 4 of the report would show the adjacent property.
okay. So this is the back fence.
That's correct.
So this fence, which is all down the side, is legal.
You're referring to items,
You know what, maybe I'll put it on the screen. No exemption required for those side yard fences.
the fence is not legal because it exceeds the maximum height of the bylaw because it reaches a maximum height of 2.3 meters on various portions of the fence.
At various portions.
Because of the grade elevation, on either side of both property line fences, it exceeds to a maximum height of 7. Sorry?
Where does it exceed after the? And is this one higher even? At the back?
To a maximum height, correct. It exceeds the height of the bylaw.
How much more does this one exceed?
It would be 0.3 meters, 0.3 meters.
Are there any other questions for staff?
Yeah, that too.
Okay. Actually, I have a question for staff. On the page 2 of your report, you comment that the maximum height permitted is 2.5 meters. That's under the section of comments. I recognize that in your report, you said that the height of the tallest point of the height of the fence is 2.3 meters. That indicates to me that it doesn't even reach the maximum height of the fence permitted. Is there a typo or a mistake somewhere
Yeah,
here?
it's a typo. It should be the 2 meters is the east and west property line maximum height, and it's a typo.
Okay, so just to clarify again, so under the comment section where it says maximum height of 2.5 meters, that should read 2.0 meters?
That's correct.
Is that correct? So, okay, are there any other questions for staff? Okay, Councillor, anyone to speak? Councillor Mallow?
Yeah, I think it'd be prudent to defer this. I've heard objections from one of the neighbors. I never heard, frankly, from the applicant. I find it helpful if an applicant reaches out. At least then you can try to make sense of both perspectives. What's clear, though, is that there is some, there are more questions now than answers given what we just heard, too. So what I'd actually like to do is personally come and do a site visit and take a look myself, and we'll follow up. This is not going to move forward today, but I need to make an informed decision.
Okay. The deferral is for one meeting cycle? Okay, so there's a deferral to defer this item for one meeting cycle. Sure, Councillor Layton.
Just very quickly, fences aren't going to fix neighborhood relationships between neighbors and never have, never will. And I can appreciate the difficulties that exist when two neighbors either get off to the wrong foot when they move into a space, or there are issues between the relationship. But leaving here, it's not going to be fixed if it's supported one side or the other. And I think it's important to send the message home to both neighbors that relationships and good positive relationships take understanding, they take patience, and they take communication. And whatever you can do to bring it closer together. I have actually been in your position before. We have very small, thin walls between my own home and my neighbor's home. And we did like to throw parties when we just first bought our home. We didn't have children. We learned a lesson from that, and our relationship, which got started off to the wrong foot, is very thankfully on a very good foot now. But it took a lot of time. It took a couple dinners, and it took both sides appreciating the other's position. So if I can give you any advice today, that would be go home and not try to both put yourselves in each other's shoes. Try to open up a line of communication that is civil and respectful. And if you can do that, I can guarantee you your enjoyment of your own property will be far greater, regardless what happens with the fence. Your enjoyment of your own property will be better. You won't have that little thing in your stomach when you leave house, hoping your neighbor's not leaving at the same time. I've been there. It sucks. It's terrible. You have to figure out a way to get beyond that, and your lives will be immeasurably more positive on a daily basis.
Okay, thank you. We still have the deferral motion.
Thank you for stopping those parties, Mike.
Okay, members, we have a deferral motion for a one meeting cycle. All those in favor, please indicate. Okay, no opposition. We'll see you back here in May. T 23.42, application for...
Sorry, remember I asked, could I please release?
Oh, yes.
Please, thank you.
Sure.
Number 24.
We have a request from Councillor Fletcher. We're going back to item number 24. I did say that we could do that. Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
I'm just refusing the demolition permit, Madam Chair.
Okay. Anyone to speak? Anyone to ask questions? No? All those in favor? Motion on the floor? Okay. Any opposition? Seeing none, that's adopted. Thank you. Okay. Moving along to TE 23.42, application for fence exemption 95 Woodlawn Avenue West. Any members of the public who would like to speak? You are welcome to come to the front, have a seat, get comfortable. We'll give you 5 minutes on the clock when you're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Johnston. I live at 99 Woodlawn Avenue West. We are directly west of the applicant at 95 because the sequence of houses on the street does not run 95, 97, 99. The proposal from 95 Woodlawn Avenue West directly and uniquely impacts our home. This matter first came to our attention on March 24th, 2017. We were unable to get the documents off the website until last Friday. With respect to the fencing issue, I just want to note for Councillor Layton that my neighbor has sued me for the cost of this fence. Which was erected without permission of this committee or the council, which surprises me because I guess I wonder as a citizen of this city how it is that people erect fences that do not comply with city bylaws in the first place. Using Councillor Matlow's words, let me contextualize what went on here. So the fence is already built. He's perfectly happy to make it compliant on the eastern side of his property, if you look at his application, because that preserves his view of the property. We are at the top of Woodlawn Avenue. I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with that property, but we are uniquely placed in the city with a lovely view on the old lake bed. So he's preserving his view on the eastern side of his property, but he's perfectly happy to remove the view from my husband and I on the western side of the property. The eastern side of the fence is completed, and as far as I can tell, it's compliant. It's been completed since 2016.
They purchased the property in 2015, the new owners, and they did construction which has been ongoing. In fact, it's not even completed as of now. The posts are not 8 feet high as set out in his application. They are in fact 10 feet high steel beams. We've measured them, and they are part of the evidence in the small claims court matter where I am being sued for half of the cost of a fence that I don't want. We reported those posts to the city before they were ever installed in the ground. Prior to their installation, I reported it to Councillor Matlow's office and to the people that are responsible for ensuring the bylaw is complied with. They then poured 2 feet of cement on the western side of their property, down the side between the two houses, because Woodlawn sits at the top of a hill, and towards the east it goes downwards, and towards the south it goes downwards. So in fact, our house is slightly higher on the hill than theirs. So to come before you today and claim that those posts are 8 feet high, they poured 2 feet of cement on the western side of the property on a Saturday when no bylaw officer was available to enforce anything. By the way, this is also a ravine property. They have added a fence on the boundary between the houses, which was not pre-existing on the portion that is not in the backyard of the fence. I'm also being asked to pay for that. They have limited our access to the side and the backyard of our property by installing this enormous fence and made it harder for us to do maintenance on that part of our property. The city attended on November 22nd, 2016, only after I followed up, and they were told by the neighbor who's making this application that we will cut down the fence when we finish the permit. Subsequently, we heard nothing. There was no notice of violation issued, nor has there since been a notice of violation issued under the City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 447 for fences. They are blocking our windows, which is, you can see in the report that has become available as of late. They are aware that they are above the permitted amount. They have a sophisticated construction management firm working for them called Basis Design and Build. And we are requesting that you refuse and acknowledge the staff report, refuse that they be allowed to raise this above the permitted height and remain within what the bylaw permits. There is no current building permit showing at the front of their property, therefore I'm going to presume that they have completed their building permits. Their decking remains tied together with those cords that you tie up wires with. That's how they're securing their decking, which is standing at well above 10 feet at the moment. I'm sorry, I'm out of time.
Yes, so I was just going to try to...
And can I just say that we were not apprised by the city of the December 2016 request. The first time this came to my attention was when I was out of town at the end of March.
Thank
and we
you
have
very
been
much.
deprived of our sunshine since 2016.
Are there any questions for our speaker? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak to this item? No? Okay. Are there any questions of staff from members? Councillor Matlow?
So as I spoke with Ms. Johnson earlier, I intend and I am deferring the item for one cycle. And the reason is because, well, first of all, I have great empathy for Carrie. My natural inclination is to support her and to refuse the exemption outright. However, I have a practice, as I've said before, that if I hear from the applicant and they've asked to speak with me and they would like to, as a courtesy, be provided the opportunity to explain their rationale, I need to provide that democratically. That being said, though, there's going to be a great onus on them to be able to provide some rationale or some explanation that a reasonable person can accept for why they should receive this exemption, especially due to such strong and reasonable opposition from their neighbor. So they'll have an opportunity to have a conversation, and then we'll see where that goes. but certainly my inclination and my heart and my mind at this point is with Carrie Johnson. Thank you.
We have a motion to defer this item for one meeting cycle. Anyone else who'd like to speak? Seeing none, let's vote. All those in favor for the 1 month deferral, please indicate. Any opposition? That is adopted. Thank you. T 23.43, application for fence exemption 3 Selby Street, Oliver Boyer. We have a speaker. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for taking the time to hear my case today. I'm here to seek a fence exemption for a section of fence in my family's backyard for 45 centimeters. Our neighbor at 5 Selby Street is All Days Hostel, a for-profit business. This hostel has light emitting from a pair of windows, presumably with washrooms behind them. Oops. So here's a photo with the pair of windows on the left, and this is taken during the nighttime, so you can see the light emitting and shining onto our wall, which is the white wall. The windows are adjacent to our backyard of 3 Selby Street. The light coming from the windows are extremely bright, are on all night, 7 days a week, and infringe on my family's enjoyment of our backyard and our living room, which you can see the sliding door on the right there. Here's a second photo of the fence we built on the right, which was built in 2016. And the section of fence that we're seeking exemption for is on the left, the red section. We built this fence to shade from the light onto our seated area and to the inside of our house. I think that's about it, and that summarizes everything. Are there any questions?
You're doing my job. Sorry, there's a question from Councillor McMahon.
Hi there. Sorry, what was your name?
Olivier Buer.
Olivier. So have you, light is an issue for you, and I get that because it can impede with people's sleep. Have you thought about getting any of those blackout blinds or curtains or things like that?
We've considered blinds, but the wear and tear, we would have to replace them pretty often, so we would rather stick with what we built. And we built this fence many years ago. It wasn't an issue with the previous owner of that building, but he's had some issues with us, and we've had some confrontation. That's why we built the rest of that fence out, which does comply with the 2-meter bylaw.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members who have questions? Okay. Actually, I have a question. So the fence exemption requested is the portion that's in red.
Correct.
That is the only fence in question right now.
Correct.
So is there intention for you to build across the, to fill out that blank space on the fence that does comply, but to bring that, the height exemption all the way across?
No.
Okay. So really, the exemption request is only for the red. You have no desire to extend that wall any further.
Correct.
And have you made any attempts to contact the property owner and the business operator of the hostel that's directly across the way?
Of 5 Selby Street, the building that's shown in the picture?
Yes, the one whose property is emitting all that light.
Yes, we have. We've been trying to distance ourselves from him, and we built that fence. He actually tried to physically take the fence apart as we were building it. Police were involved, and for now, I, on behalf of my father, interact with him so that things stay civil. So what I'd like to say is we're not exactly on friendly terms.
And can you tell me, is that an individual unit that's emitting all that light, or is that common area within 5 Selby?
So that building is a hostel.
Yeah.
So I'm presuming that they have a washroom behind it, and that's why the light is on 24 hours a day. I have never been in the building, so I don't know why that is, but that's my guess. And those windows are actually, I guess, blurred. You can't see through them, so there's no actual view that we're blocking into those windows.
So Actually, it's okay. I think I'll ask staff the question. Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who would like to speak to this item? We're on item number 43. Okay. Seeing none, I just want to clarify with respect to the request for the exemption. I recognize that you've highlighted that the length of the fence is sitting at 19 feet, but from the red portion of the fence that was shown by the speaker, that is clearly not 19 feet of fencing. Do you know approximately the length of the red portion? Not the height, but the length. Okay. But you would confirm that what the speaker said is accurate, that what is before us today is simply the red portion of the fence, and the requests, and the fence right now sits at 2.16 meters in height. Okay, and the exemption, the fence should not have exceeded 2 meters in total. Okay. And can you comment on the remarks from the speaker?
Yes, I can, Madam Chair. Actually, I attended the location and actually spoke with the property owners at the rear of the committee room, and I was actually in the adjacent property. The light that shines through that is actually from a common area in this hostel. There is other issues at the property in relation to ongoing complaints. The gentleman's also been at our office. The property owner, Selby, in regards to those matters. So that in concurring with your speaker, there is an ongoing situation between the two property owners.
So recognizing that Councillor Layton has earlier astutely acknowledged that fences don't necessarily make better neighbors, is there any reason for us to not grant the fence exemption? Recognizing that, you know, the dispute may be outstanding, we may not be able to resolve it. The detriment of granting the exemption, do you see it?
I do not see that.
So if we were to move if I was to move a motion to grant the fence exemption, it's fairly minor.
I would concur, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, anyone to speak? Okay, then I would move that, I'd be moving to grant the exemption as applied. Yeah.
If I could, just very quickly, in support of the motion, my comments in no way said that sometimes fences wouldn't necessarily be a tiny bit taller than they should be, or than they're written in the bylaw, and I have approved many in the past. So I appreciate it may have come across that one shouldn't grant any, but that wasn't the intent.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We are all going to be fenced in. We have a motion on the floor to approve and grant the exemption. All those in favor indicate your support. Any opposition? Seeing none, that has been approved.
Point of order through you, Madam Chair. An issue has come to my attention. I'm not going to be able to stay for much longer, and I have one final item where residents are waiting. I know others are too.
Yeah, I got a daycare pickup.
Would it be possible? Would it be possible, with the indulgence of the committee, to listen to a new business item, which I don't know the number of it, but it's the Always Stop at Oriole Parkway in Tranmere?
So, Councillor Matlow, I recognize that your request is for one of convenience. I also just want to publicly acknowledge that I've been asked by a few other councillors to do exactly the same thing.
That's just coming to my attention now.
And so it seems to me that if you all do this very quickly, we may not have quorum. But what I'd like to do, not knowing the item that you're speaking to, can you give me the number?
I don't have the number in front of me, but it's new business, Always Stop at Oriole Park in Tranmere.
Okay, so that's item number 106.
106.
We are currently on item number 44. And I do know that there are other members who would like to do very similar things. Can I just ask, who can still stay for the balance of the meeting? Okay. We will not have quorum if it's only the four of us. I know that Councillor Cress, pardon me? Okay, all those who can stay, 3, 4, 5. We need 7 members for quorum, and should Councillor Cressy return, that only brings us to 6. I do have a meeting, a community meeting at 6 o'clock as well. We will place a call for the vice chair who's back, but we still need Councillor Cressy to stay in his chair and not move.
Councillor Fletcher, is she?
Well,
So my-
just do my 2 items that I've been waiting for?
So what I'd like to do is I want to be able to, at the very least, what I want to do is, there are members of the public who've been waiting very patiently to speak, and there are simply, as far as I can tell, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them that have registered speakers, potentially 5. What I'd like to do is go through the rest of the agenda and be respectful to the members of the public who are here and you've been patiently waiting. Once we get through those items that have registered speakers, I suspect the rest of it can go fairly quickly, as long as we keep our speeches to a minimum. So, item number 23.44, application for fence exemption 134 Sackville Street. We have 2 speakers, John DeFruscia and Nadim Kiandi. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks. I'll make this brief. Hi, I'm John DeFruscia. So I'm the property owner at 134 Sackville Street. I don't live at that address. I'm here representing 4 of the tenants that live in the multi-dwelling home. So there are 4 families living at 134 Sackville. And the reason why I'm here today is I'm applying for a fence exemption. Basically because the new height of the fence is going to prevent people from jumping over the fence into the neighbor's property. This is an ongoing problem that's been happening. Too close? Okay. So the tenants at the fourplex have been complaining to me about people scaling the fence, going over to the other side, and attempting to enter the backyard of the neighboring property. Just to give you an idea of how often this happens, or was happening, about 8 or 9 times per day throughout the day. Thank you. So I apologize for the black and white picture. The picture on the left was taken by my tenant, and it's a picture of a woman jumping over the old fence. So the property, my property is on the left side where the pickup truck is parked. That is a 3-car parking. So what happens is tenants or street people are jumping over the fence into the neighbor's property. Now you may be wondering, why are people going over? Well, next to the house, or the house next to us, is a rooming house, which supports a lot of people in search of places to stay. Unfortunately, there is a lot of illegal activity that does go on in the rooming house. For security reasons, I can't really get into details of it because it's an ongoing investigation with Division 51. But basically what's happening is the house is being trafficked, or there's stuff being trafficked from the front to the back. As a result, my tenants have asked me to put up a gate or a fence. So I didn't just wake up one day and decide to build a fence. They were asking me to do it. So what was happening is that they were jumping on the car and scaling the fence to get into the other neighbor's property. In doing so, on a few occasions, they've damaged the windshields. Oh, here, actually, let me put back the other picture. So they damaged the windshield. So this is the picture of the windshield when they were scaling the fence, the old fence. So you can see that they basically use it as a springboard to go and to come both ways. So the next picture I'll show you is the fence that's been built. You know, we chose a height that pretty much was consistent with what was already existing in the rest of the laneway. So, you know, and the height was determined based on what I felt was a good height to prevent people that could not reach over when they stood on the hood of a car. So while I did I am aware of the maximum height. I intentionally surpassed that in order for the safety and security of the tenants that live at 134 Sackville. Just on a final note, in order to proceed with the construction, I did seek verbal confirmation from the neighbor at 386 Shooter Street and verbal confirmation from the neighbor at 136 Sackville Street. And I did mention to them that I would be building a fence large enough to prevent people from jumping over. Thank you for your time.
Any questions of the speaker? Councillor McConnell?
So John, thank you. Actually, it would have been helpful if you had called my office, so I'll give you my card so that we can connect around some of the other issues. Thank you. I have received no complaints about this fence. How is it that the fence came to the attention? Did you report it? How did that happen? Do you know?
I received a notice from MLS or municipal licensing letting me know that I had I was non-conformant and had a fence that was too high.
And how much higher is it than it is supposed to be?
You know, I'm very confused with.
I'll ask them.
Yeah, no.
They know how to measure it, right?
No, well, the problem is what I was told and what's been documented is different than what I've been hearing.
Yes, okay.
So I initially was told that I was exceeding the fence maximum height of, the maximum height was 2.5 meters, and I'm exceeding it by 6 inches.
Okay.
So today I'm hearing different measurements.
Sure. I'll figure it. It's where you begin. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam.
Any other questions? Okay. Oops, thank you very much. Next speaker, Nadeem Kiani.
Good afternoon.
Great, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I live at 387 Shooter Street. My name is Nadeem Kiani. If you look at the photo, that garage door to the left is actually my garage parking. Just a little bit of context about the neighborhood. Everyone knows about Regent Park and how it's gentrified over the last 7 years. My wife and I moved into the house in 2010, knowing that the neighborhood would change. Given the fact that 2010 had not yet started to change, the night we moved in, someone was shot and killed across the street. That alleyway that leads up to this, everyone's usually doing drugs. I actually had to call 911 and have the police come because there was a prostitute being strangled. And luckily, I opened the door and the assailant ran away. All of the things are happening, and we've seen people jump over the fence doing drugs, and specifically heroin. How do we know it's heroin? Because we were on a first-name basis with the people in the neighborhood doing this stuff. So ever since the fence has gone up, that has dramatically decreased. It's just the safety of that area, because it's a laneway. I've also called the city and spoken with Hydro about putting proper lighting in. I just hope that you'll allow this exemption, because the house behind that is not maintained well, and people have been jumping over it. Any lower height, then they'll just continue jumping on the car and jumping over that. That's it. Thank you very much. And lastly, this is the first time I have been to one of these meetings, and the patience that you show dealing with the minutia that we bring to your attention is very commendable. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much for that. We appreciate that. Any questions of the deputant?
No, I'll deal with them separately.
Thanks again.
Okay, Madam Chair?
So, any other speakers to the item? Any questions of staff? Councillor McConnell?
No, I'll just speak.
Okay.
We agree that the fence is too tall. However, I'm sorry that we were trying to figure out who these people were so that I could tell them what I was going to do at 4 o'clock or 4:30, and that is to grant the exemption. I am aware, I live just to the north, I am aware that there's a lot of issues in and around this part of Porktown, and yes, I just said.
Oh, sorry, you moved it, okay.
I wanted to move the exemption. And I'm also, I know where the house is, since I live just to the north of it, and also walk up and down the street a lot. But I would like to speak to them specifically about the rooming house and how we can perhaps bring it into better compliance. And it's unfortunate that people have to build very high fences to be able to do that. But I do think that given some of the some of the issues that we have been trying to resolve, both here and in some other of the neighborhoods, I quite understand. But I think that in future, when people are going against bylaws, they should ask for permission first, and then maybe we'll give it to them. So thank you very much, and that's my motion to approve the exemption.
Any other speakers to the item? Great. So on the motion by Councillor McConnell, all those in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
I'm going to try. Okay, T 23.45, application for fence exemptions 241 to 247, 251, 257 to 259, 263 to 286 Sherburne Street. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak to this? Okay, seeing none. Questions of staff? There are none, and members to speak. Councillor McConnell?
Yes, and if people look at the picture, this is Dundas Sherburne, also known as Dan Harrison. If you look at the original fence, it's about as tall as this. Quite easy for drug dealers and others to jump over. This has been a very serious issue for the safety of our tenants, and when they were given some monies to look at safety, this is what they wish to do. I think that the fence is very elegant. I also think that it's very safe, and you can see through it. So on that basis, yes, it's lovely. And on that basis, I would like to grant the exemption and hope that this will deter people from terrorizing the tenants who live here.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor. Are there any other members who would like to speak to this item? Okay. Let's take a vote. All those in favor, indicate your support. Thank you. Anyone opposed? Seeing none, that is adopted. TE 23.46, application for fence exemption for Wellesley Place. We do have one speaker, Gregory Vitale. Welcome. Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
The clock is on your left-hand side.
Hi, thank you. This is my home, and I've had an ongoing issue here for a long time with my neighbor. Excuse me?
Can you straighten out your house?
Oh, sure. So I've had an ongoing issue here at 4 Wellesley Place, which started last year. This light had been erected towards me for approximately 60 days straight. I had made endless calls to my counselor, to the 311, and on the 30th day, inspectors came by and told me that they would take care of the situation. So another 30 days went by and nothing was taken care of. The light it's a pretty large light. It's not a small light. We're talking about a very large industrial-sized light that not only shined upon my house, which is rather large, but it actually shined upon the neighbors to the west side. So this is a nighttime shot, and that's my house. Blinds, you know, I heard some counselor ask about blinds. They don't do the trick. And this is what you would see at a movie shoot in downtown Toronto at night. This is my neighbors, and again, had we taken this picture without that light on, you probably wouldn't have seen the building. There are several elderly people that live here, and I suspect that's why they're not really here today. There's an ongoing feud between my neighbor and I, and I don't want to get into that. So there's a personal vendetta he has against me. You know, this is the light coming in, et cetera, et cetera. That's the actual light there. You can see it's an industrial-sized light that really doesn't belong on a residential home. So I'm here because I erected a crazy large fence. It's approximately 16 feet by 30 feet. It's big, it's large, it's obnoxious. On the 60th day, that Saturday morning when we raised it, that evening the light was off, and it's been off ever since. I'm asking council to allow I want to take it down. I don't want this, I certainly don't want this huge billboard. I literally have a billboard beside the two properties. I don't want it. I've been spending endless amounts of money with landscaping. I want to take it down, but, you know, I need some help from the city. I need some help from licensing. That light was supposed to come down. It's not down. You know, I'm disappointed. I had to go to the provincial court because I used to park in front of my driveway innocently, and I had to go to court, yet this guy hasn't been issued any violation. This guy hasn't been to court. What's going on? That light went up May 13th of last year, and it's still there. So, you know, I'm frustrated. I didn't even live at my home on weekends. I was gone. It was summertime. I went to friends' cottages. I went to my parents' home. It's totally unacceptable. I mean, there's nobody, I don't think there's anybody here who's even here complaining about my billboard, because this was an obnoxious scene. I've done everything to preserve the historical integrity of this home. It's one of the oldest homes in the city of Toronto. On the front side of my home, it's well lit, it's dimly lit, like it was back in 1877. And the neighbor to the south has done this. So I ask that the city make my neighbor take that light down, and I'll gladly take my fence down. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions of the of our deputant? Seeing none. Okay, thank you. Are there any other members of the public who are interested in speaking to this item? Okay. Just questions of staff. With respect to the remarks from the deputants that MLS has done not enough to enforce the removal of that very bright wall pack that's sitting on the property adjacent, how would you respond to that?
Madam Chair, the City of Toronto has received complaints about the light at the adjacent property, adjacent to 4 Wellesley. We've issued an order to comply under Municipal Code 629. That is a direct violation. That picture that you just see is in a direct violation of the Municipal Code, as lighting cannot be shone onto an adjacent property. We've issued an order to comply to the property owner to deflect that light. The owner has subsequently attempted to comply with that by simply not illuminating the light. Consistent with what the speaker said, the minute he installed the 20-foot tarp fence onto his property, the neighbor simply turned off the light. It does not comply with the order to comply. I have officers going out in the evenings on a regular and consistent basis to inspect this property. We have yet to find it in violation of, illuminated. It is not in compliance because it is not deflected. The light's still capable of being operable. However, we have not seen it illuminated. The deputant spoke to the fact that he has been recently charged for front yard parking. 311 received a complaint about front yard parking at 4 Wellesley Street. We investigated, documented. Subsequently, the owner was charged, and that matter was brought up approximately a month ago. And the speaker and myself had a meeting prior to that at the offices of 433 Eastern Avenue Municipal Licensing Standards. So consistent with the ongoing theme here today, there is an ongoing situation between the two neighbors. That's correct.
So thank you very much for the point of clarification, but I mean, the request for this the fence exemption is rather severe. It's over 6 meters in height, where the permitted maximum height is 2.5 meters.
That's
and it sounds to me that the applicant who's asking for the fence exemption is largely feeling like he doesn't have any other options, which is why he's brought this forward. how are you going to address his concerns? Because I think the ideal situation is not to erect the fence of that height, of those proportions, but rather to actually have the adjacent owner either remove that wall pack, because it's clearly very bright. I mean, there's a lot of light pollution coming out of that. But what other recourse do you have?
The other recourse in regards to is to charge either any violating party. If the light is illuminated, it's a chargeable offense. We've got the order outstanding, and if the fence if council decides that the fence is, and he doesn't remove the fence, then again, it's a chargeable position.
No, that is not my question. My question is, like, if you have, I mean, clearly the image that was shown by the deputant is that the light that's shining on this particular property is also hitting properties adjacent to him. Now, there is an application here for a fence exemption that goes 20 feet tall, and it's literally wrapped with a plastic tarp. Granting that fence exemption, I think, is rather severe, especially if other properties are being affected by the same polluting, the light pollution coming from the adjacent property owner. Unless everyone in the neighborhood is going to be coming forward with a fence exemption, either 6 meters in height or 20 feet in height, which we don't want to see, how are you going to enforce the order, which is to have the light removed?
It's an ongoing investigation. The file's not closed. I do have staff going in the evenings, and it's an ongoing, consistent investigation. The owner's attempted to comply. He alleges that it's disconnected, that there's no bulb and there's no wire. We have yet to confirm that.
So how long will it take you to confirm that?
It's ongoing.
I want to know how come he hasn't been issued a
Yeah, I'm sorry, sir. Unfortunately, unfortunately not.
We have not seen the light illuminated.
Okay, so.
I have my sign up.
So what I'd like to, thank you very much. That wasn't too helpful, just so you know. Are there any other questions of staff? Go ahead.
For the item, make sure the light is down. Then when the light is down, this item comes back, then we take down the fence. Is that a possible strategy?
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll answer that question. Councillor Mihevik, just so everybody is clear, with respect to the light, in our property standards bylaw, it speaks to buffering. It speaks to when a light is being directed into a residential dwelling unit, not the fact that you can see ambient light from outside any of your windows surrounding your home. Fact of the matter is, this light's off. Our bylaw doesn't give us the authority to say to someone, you must remove this fixture, you must remove this bulb. It says that if you turn it on and it's being directed into a neighboring property and into the dwelling unit in itself, then that's the violation. And that's why we've been going on a regular basis in the evenings when it gets dark, or early in the morning when it's still dark before sunrise, to confirm whether or not there's a violation. And if we come across that, then subject to further enforcement would be initiating a prosecution against those parties for not complying with the order.
Right. Okay. See, my strategy won't work.
Yeah.
I like your strategy.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any other questions for staff at this moment? No? Okay, thank you. Speakers? No? Okay. So I'm going to defer this item for at least one meeting cycle. I think we're going to do everything we can to get that light down or permanently removed or something, because I have some difficulty granting a 20-foot plastic tarp exemption. I recognize that is what the speaker is doing to protect his property and to give himself peace of mind, but it is certainly not an ideal situation. But I do recognize it is a very difficult one. We're going to work really hard to do everything we can to bring that person to compliance and to satisfy the neighbors that that light is going to either stay off permanently. I don't see a reason why this floodlight it has to be on. There's actually sir, I can speak to you afterwards, but we need to take a vote, and we have a number of other items. There's the motion to defer this item for at least one meeting cycle. All, okay. All those in favor? Okay. And any opposed? Seeing none, that is approved. Thank you. Actually, we're almost there, folks, so you're very, very patient. There's just 2 more items with people who are
One of
speaking.
them is there. So one of them is 85, isn't that correct? And what I could tell you is the deputants have withdrawn. The mosque people are still here. They are not going to speak, and it has been resolved.
Okay.
And there's peace in the valley, and I'll move the recommendation.
So you're talking about item number 23.85 then,
Yes.
is that right, Councillor?
On the deputation list.
Okay, so that means that just to make sure that we are official and everyone is in compliance, the item we are dealing with now, we've just skipped over 47. We're at item number 23.85, payment in lieu of parking, 84.5, 86, and 88 Adelaide Street East. I understand that all the deputants have removed themselves from the list.
Yes.
There are no deputants to this matter. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Councillor McConnell, go ahead.
Yes, and I'll just simply move to, that's not the right one. I'll move the recommendation that they be allowed to a payment in lieu of parking for their mosque.
Okay. Does everyone understand that?
You can put the right wording. Yes.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor from Councillor McConnell. It's not quite typed up, but I think unless you need her to repeat it again, we're ready to vote. All those in favor, indicate your support. Any opposition? That is approved. Last item with speakers. Thank you, folks. TE 23.47.
Thank you.
Request for offense exemption to Toronto Municipal Code Chapter 447- and this is for the property address 140 Edgewood. We have one speaker registered, Lisa Forte. You've been extremely patient. The floor is yours, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for being so patient as well. It's been quite an interesting afternoon hearing everything. I'm the owner of 140 Edgewood and have been the original owner.
Sorry, ma'am. I'm just going to ask you to hang on tight. We just need to have some quiet in the room so we can hear our speaker. Please continue.
Okay, sorry. Lisa Forte, owner of 140 Edgewood, and I've been the original owner of the property since 2004. And this was a brand-new home built by a builder who had graciously put in fences for everybody at the time, so we didn't have to bear that expense. 14 years later, the fence had deteriorated quite significantly. So we have since then put in a replacement fence. This is a, I know it's not snowing right now, but that was taken in December. The fence that you see there is the exact same location and height of the original fence, which is entirely in my backyard. The difference now is that we have constructed a rose arbor, and by virtue of, which is also directly in our backyard, the difference here is that we have used the rose arbor posts to attach the fence boards. So by doing that, that actually makes the fence non-compliant. So that's where we're at. The fence itself, the boards itself are the required 6 feet, and then you have about 27-inch space, and then the 9-inch rose arbor that goes along the top. I have letters of support from my neighbors. There is nothing abutting the other side of that fence. It's open land. It actually is my neighbors, my immediate neighbor's backyard. Very supportive. We all get along really well. So this is basically just an upgrade of what we had. Yeah, I know, amazing. We pour wine too.
Thank you very much. Does that conclude your remarks?
Pretty well, if you have any questions.
Okay. Are there any questions for our speaker? No? Okay. Thank you very much. That was wonderful. Any other members of the public to speak? We're ready to bring it inside. Any questions of staff? Seeing none, speakers.
So I would like to grant the exemption. Saving the best till last. Kumbaya in wonderful Ward 32.
Congratulations, Ward 32. All those in favor of the motion on the floor? Thank you. Any objections? Seeing none, that's adopted. Thank you. Okay, so that brings us to the end of
Fence exemption?
all public deputations. There are no more speakers to the items. Now we're going to do everything we can to keep quorum and to deal with outstanding items here.
Would it be okay if we just quickly added 121 and 122?
Okay, can I get a motion to add, to add items back on the agenda? Only two, adds items 121 to 122 in the clerk's, yes. Let's just finish up this, just add quickly items, two items. Okay? And so we'll have those circulated. I'm sorry, sir, what items are you here for? Are you folks here to speak to a particular item? Oh, I see.
It's 106.
Okay, sorry, I meant on the green sheets to clear that off. Okay. So 106, you're going to hang on tight because we will come to you at this point in time.
From the earlier.
Yes, Councillor Fletcher, go ahead.
I just had the motion 65 with that, was held earlier
Yes,
on.
actually, you're coming up right after item number 53.
Great, thank you.
You're one away. So we're now on TE 23.53, 1040 to 1042, Queen Street West Site Plan Control Application. There's a final report. Any questions of staff? Go ahead. And you have a motion, Councillor Cressy?
On behalf of Councillor Layton, I have a motion on the screen that I'm moving on his behalf.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we're ready to vote. No one else to speak. All those in favor, indicate your support. Any opposed? Okay, that has been adopted. Thank you. Now we're heading to Councillor Fletcher's item, T 23.65, 309 Cherry Street zoning amendment application preliminary report.
Our great clerks have a motion to post. Thank you. Defer consideration until such time as the director has received written feedback and consulted with Waterfront Toronto. This is a planning application for Villiers Island for a 52-story building. So I'd like to hear what Waterfront Toronto has to say first.
Okay, any questions of the mover? Anyone to speak? Okay. Seeing none, we're ready to vote. All those in favor? Okay, any opposed? That is adopted. Thank you. We're now at T 23.87, expansion of the residential on-street permit parking program, potential policy changes and/or bylaw amendments. Ward 14, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. This item was held by Councillor Davis. She is no longer here. Oh, sorry, didn't see you. Councillor Davis, do you have questions of staff? Yeah, this is the residential on-street permit parking program.
Okay, well, the staff are over here writing a motion for me. So if we could hold it down and...
I will do that for you. We'll come right back to it, okay? T 23.91, traffic regulations, Waterloo Avenue and Stonehouse Crescent. It was held by Councillor Bailao. Oh, she's back. Wonderful. Councillor Bailao, what would you like to do with this?
I do have a motion that I'd like to add, and with the motion, move the item.
Okay, I loved your speech. That was perfect. Any other speakers?
Just trying to install good bike lanes and good circulation around a school, that's all.
Good job. All those in favor? Indicate your support. Any opposition? Seeing none, that's adopted. Thank you very much. T 23.92, traffic control signals, Richmond Street West and Simcoe Street, held by Councillor Cressy. Any questions of staff?
Nope.
Nope. Go ahead.
I'm going to move a motion of the committee on the screen that City Council approve the installation of the traffic control signals at Richmond and Simcoe. We'll talk about it at council.
Okay. All those in, any questions of the mover? Anyone to speak? All those in favor indicate your support. Okay. All those opposed? Seeing none, that is adopted. I believe we're ready to deal with T 23.104, endorsement of events for liquor licensing purposes. Are we ready to deal with the party clause? Yes. Oh, okay. Are you ready to deal with that? Okay, sure. Do you know what it is?
Sorry, Madam Chair, on the, what page is it? On page 161, about a third of the way down, it was a letter from Michelangelo Mazzanche, who's the producer of House of Dala, and it was requesting an exemption at Polson Pier from 7:30 to 4 a.m., and that it be declared an event of municipal significance. Fortunately, they've changed their mind. They're withdrawing this, and they may be doing something at the Hearn in the fall, they said, but they'll have to come back through. So if we could remove that one, please.
Sorry, just to clarify, they're not just removing the 4 a.m., they're taking the whole thing out.
The whole thing out. They are not having this event.
Okay. So did everyone get that? Did staff get that?
Is Fashion Week canceled?
They are not having this event. That's all I really care about.
Okay, so that's the only amendment we have. Anybody else who wants to strike anything from that? No? Okay, so let's vote. All those in favor of the amendment, and then the recommendations as amended, indicate your support. Any opposition? You love parties. Good work, everyone. TE 23.106, propose always stop control at Oreo. Do we deal this? No, not yet. Sorry. Okay, okay, let me start all over. TE 23.106, propose always stop control at Oreo Parkway and Tranmere Avenue, held by Councillor Matlow. And we have speakers on this item, is this correct? Are you gentlemen here to speak to this? Okay, so do you want to just come to the front? Okay. No, we'll actually be hearing from you first as members of the public, and then Councillor Matlow will be speaking afterwards.
Do you know what you're doing? Why? Ask them not to.
I think they want to.
They do want to speak.
Yeah. Okay, welcome, sir. If you can just state your name. The clock is on your left, and I will start it for you. You have 5 minutes.
Hey, my name is Don Johnson, and I've lived for 33 years at Oriole Parkway, 287 Oriole Parkway, on the southeast corner of Oriole Parkway and Tranmere. Now, because of the traffic accidents, we retained the services of AccuTraffic, Inc. to check the number of vehicles traveling northbound and southbound on Oriole Parkway, north of Tranmere Avenue, over a 24-hour period during the work week. There were 9,771 cars traveling northbound and southbound on Oriole Parkway. The speed limit is 40 kilometers per hour, and 78% of the cars were traveling above the speed limit. On Avenue Road, north of Tranmere, there were 26,000 vehicles traveling north and south, but only 57% were traveling above the speed limit. The fact that there is a stoplight on Avenue Road between Chaplin Crescent and Eglinton Avenue is obviously the main reason for the 30% reduction in the number of cars traveling over the speed limit on Avenue Road compared to Oriole Parkway. Obviously, a four-way stop sign at the corner of Oriole Parkway and Tranmere would significantly reduce the number of traffic accidents and make our street safer, not only for our residents, but also for the drivers and their passengers. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions of our speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much. That was very helpful. And we have another speaker. I'll start your clock for you when you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay.
This will be very short.
Great, thank you.
My name is Michael Robinson. I live on another corner of Oriole Parkway in Tranmere, the southwest corner. I've lived there for 17 years with my family, and we have lost count of the number of traffic accidents which occur at that intersection. I won't bore you with the details of it, but there are many, many. There are no limitations on the traffic flow on Oriole Parkway between Chaplin Crescent and Eglinton. There's only one pedestrian-activated crosswalk at College Park, south of Eglinton. This helps explain the speeding statistics that we privately arranged to have scientifically created, in which Don Johnson spoke of. I'm going to only make one small technical point. I think it's an important one relevant to safety. There's inconsistent application of the current road classification system used by the city. This is demonstrated by the different treatment of Chaplin Crescent and Duplex Avenue as contrasted with Oriole Parkway. All three streets are classified as minor arterial roads in part. Chaplin Crescent between Yonge Street and Avenue Road has 4 all-way stop intersections. Duplex Avenue north of Eglinton becomes a minor arterial road and remains so until Lawrence. It has 11 all-way stop intersections, 2 stoplights, and 3 speed bumps. The rules for minor arterial roads prohibit, apparently, unless an exception is made, putting stop signs at intersections. But to our view, in the interest of safety, exceptions have been made for other streets, and we see no reason why an exception is not made for the corner of Oriole Parkway and Tranmere, where the issue is safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I recognize that we probably need to have the speakers register with our... We did. Oh, you did register? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes. Okay, so Councillor Mallow, you have questions of staff or to speak? Going to speak?
I move in support of the item. I want to briefly thank Michael and Don and also recognize Dave McMahon, who's sitting in the middle there, who represents our local Ratepayers Association, the Oriole Park Association, in the Chaplin Estates neighborhood. This has been, along with Avenue Road, which I'm so happy to support Councillor Wong-Tam's motion, which will be slightly amended to extend to St. Clair. Oriole Parkway has been an ongoing problem with respect to cars speeding, and there have been so many collisions, especially at this corner and elsewhere. It is a significant concern not only by those who have taken such strong action in the community who live right there, but also for parents who see their kids go to Oriole Park Public School nearby. So this is a pilot. This will be closely monitored by transportation so we can receive the data to demonstrate the effect that it has on community safety. So I encourage you all to support the community, and again, great work rallying the community. I cannot express what strong support the community has demonstrated for this initiative.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Any questions of the mover? No? All those in favor of the motion? Okay. Any opposition? That is adopted. Thank you very much. That was 106. The next item is TE 23-107. I held this down specifically to amend the recommendations to include, to extend it to St. Clair Avenue West, which has now been done, and you will have a revised copy of the letter with the extended area. There is no members of the public to speak to this.
Let me just thank my ward cousin.
Okay. Always happy to work with you, cousin. Okay, all those in favor? Any opposition to road safety? No? Good work. We will move along. Thank you. That has been adopted. Clerks, I'm moving on to 23.113, 504 Wellington Street West, Community Consultation Meeting, Ward 20.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay. Any questions? Any other speakers? Seeing none, motion is on the floor. Any opposition? Nope, that has been adopted. Thank you. TE 23.114, 488 Wellington Street West, Community Consultation Meeting, Ward 20.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, again, no questions, no speakers. All those in favor indicate your support. Any opposition? Seeing none, that is adopted. Thank you very much. TE 23.115, 474 Wellington Street West, Community Consultation Meeting. Councillor Cressy.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, great. No questions, no speakers. Indicate your support. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that's adopted. TE 23.116, request for heritage evaluation of 33 and 35 Kensington Avenue, Ward 20.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay. Any questioners, anyone to speak? Motions before us? Okay. Indicate your support. Any opposition? Seeing none, that is adopted. TE 23.117, parking amendments, DuPont Street, Ward 20.
I'll move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay. Any questioners? Nope. Anyone to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor? Any opposed? That has been adopted. TE 23.118, implementation of permit parking on non-licensed streets, Ward 32.
Isn't that part of the same item? Is that a separate item?
Sorry, I was thinking that it had, was going to be in a different order, but that's fine. So, actually, maybe I'll go first. Do you want it? So, well, Councillor Davis, where's yours? I mean, I'm moving mine, so.
So why don't we hold,
Okay.
if it's okay, because we still have Councillor Davis has held the other item, we can bring them together if you like, unless you.
Well, I'm not deferring mine. I'm going to move it today, so that's the difference.
Okay, so
Okay,
let's.
so why don't I just go? So, you may have seen in the report, there's a little graph that you should all look at as to how much of your, how many of your streets in your ward have permit parking and how many don't. And for me, and I'm sure for you, it's an equity issue. It's a fairness. Oh, yeah, I'm going to move my recommendation here. No, we already did that at lunch.
I don't think we should be interrupting Councillor McMahon. She has the floor. Please conclude your remarks. The motion has now been moved. Go ahead.
All right. So I have in my ward, Ward 32, 10% of my streets do not have permit parking on them. The other 90% do. So 90% of my residents are paying to park on the street, and 10% are not, you know, unless they have a parking pad or something like that. So some of these sections in my ward were on, they were new subdivisions back in the time, like the old Greenwood Racetrack and up by Ted Reeve Arena. Other sections, interestingly enough, are in the neighborhood of both the previous councillors. So anyways, it's just a matter of fairness. It's also a revenue source for the city, and I am moving forward with this, and I suggest everyone take a look at that and give it some thought whether they're about doing that in their wards. So here it is, and here's my list of streets, and bringing equitable parking to Ward 32.
No, she. Actually,
Councillor McMahon introduced a separate item. We are not on 87 yet.
that is correct, and I think the rest of us recognize
This
that.
was just for my ward.
That is correct. So there is a motion on the floor from Councillor McMahon is to.
What number is it again? Sorry, because that's not a number on my letter.
118.
You would have received a package. It starts with 7 letters from Councillor Cressy, and Councillor McMahon's item is 118. Are there any questions of the mover? Are there any questions of?
You know, is it really necessary?
She's not. Listen, folks.
I'd like to speak to it if I could. Councillor
Okay.
Wong-Tam?
Yes, you can ask questions of the mover. And are there any questions of the mover?
On a point of order?
Yes, Councillor.
Sorry, I just, we're actually on an item independent of item 23.87. This is actually for the benefit of Councillor Perks, who seems to be confused and thinks we're on 87.
Just said that.
Okay.
We're not on item 87. We're on item 118. Is that correct?
That is correct. We're on item number 118. Councillor McMahon has moved the contents of her letter, the recommendations in her letter. Are there any questions to Councillor McMahon? Seeing none. Are there any other speakers to this item? Councillor Davis, go ahead.
I support Councillor McMahon's motion. I was not aware that it was as easy as listing the streets, taking it to council and asking for those streets to be exempt. We've been waiting for some time to figure out a process. So I think it's great. And the next report offers another process for doing this across the whole district.
Okay. Okay, so thank you very much. That concludes the remarks. Anyone else who'd like to speak? No? Okay, so let's vote on Councillor McMahon's motion. Okay, all those in favor indicate your support. Any opposition, any opposed? Seeing none, that has been adopted. Okay, thank you. We are now moving to item 119, request for attendance at an Ontario Municipal Board hearing, appeal of Committee of Adjustment decision respecting 76 Don Valley Drive, Ward 29.
I move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay. Any questions? No? Anyone else to speak? All those in favor? Okay. Any opposition? Seeing none, that is adopted. Thank you. TE 23.120, Heritage Evaluation of 401 Logan Avenue, Ward 30.
Yes, I'd like to move the request for staff to do a heritage evaluation of the old woods, bag, and canvas building.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? No? Okay. Anyone to speak? Seeing none. All those in favor of the recommendations in the letter? Any opposed? That is adopted. Thank you very much. We do have two new items that were added.
21 and 22.
And I am looking for them. Okay, so we are now on new items, TE 23.121. The title is City Services in Intensifying Areas. It is Councillor Fletcher, Councillor McMahon, Wards 30, Wards 32. Who would like to speak? Okay. Any questions? Any speakers? All those in favor of the motion? Okay. Any opposed? Seeing none, that's adopted. Thank you very much. TE 23.122, the item subject matter is 175 Memorial Park Avenue, request for staff to evaluate for possible heritage designation. Councillor Fragadakis, Ward 29.
Yep, I move the recommendations in my letter.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Anyone to speak? All those in favor? Okay, any opposition? Seeing none, that's been adopted. Thank you very much. There is, before anyone runs away, you cannot run away, we have 86 and 30, I believe, right? Sorry, 87. So I believe there's two items left on the agenda. The first one we can probably do very quickly and move that along. That is item number 23.87. It's a long one. Expansion of the residential on-street permit parking program, potential policy changes and/or bylaw amendments. It includes everybody in Toronto East Shore Community Council. Councillor Davis, are you ready now?
I'm ready, but I don't know if there are questions of staff.
I can ask, are there questions of staff? Are you deferring this item? Were you planning to defer?
Well, I would speak to it, but if people want questions of staff, in relation to,
If this matter is not urgent, what I'm going to suggest is maybe simply to defer it to the next meeting. I suspect
could I just move my motion then?
yes, of course, sorry.
No,
I didn't
it is
realize there was a
referral.
motion.
So what it does is it refers, it should say refer the matter back. That was on my motion. No, we had an awful lot of scribbles on it. So it should say refer the report back to staff and request that they report to the September meeting with a list of all of the streets that currently do not have permit parking within the district, but could accommodate on-street parking, a proposed consultation implementation plan, because the report before us talks about the difficulty, just like we had with 30 kilometers, in terms of implementing and installing signs. There's a suggestion that there would have to be a 5-year phase-in to actually install sufficient signs. I'm not necessarily convinced of that. We have that difficulty with the speed limit. So this is a report back with more detailed cost and staffing implications and a proposed bylaw. So basically, it's a package. It will come back as a package. It's just my thinking on this, that we would look at it as a whole. What are the streets? What would the consultation plan be? What are the cost implications, and how could it be phased in for the remaining streets?
I think that, have you concluded your remarks? Okay, do you have a question?
Yeah, my question is, if we don't want to be included in that, then is that going to be part of the report back that they're going
When
to?
it comes back,
You're moving it across the district, and some of us have.
what this says is it asks them to report back all of the list, at which point anyone could amend it, or take it forward, or not. It's a process that would allow, so there are some of us who have a significant amount of, a significant number of streets that currently don't have permit parking.
Yeah, I know, I'm one of them, I'm aware.
Oh, you have a lot more than I do, frankly. But it would allow there to be a one-time, everywhere, all at once implementation,
Well,
I hope.
Or not.
So can I just ask, can I ask that the questions are to clarify?
That was a question, or not, question mark.
Okay,
Is that a question?
Yeah, or
Yes,
not.
I
The
will
answer
recognize you in a
was,
second.
When the report comes back, what I said was when the report comes back, that there will be a discussion about the implementation, and at that point, presumably, anyone could amend it.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have another question from Councillor Fletcher.
I don't know if I can ask staff, or I'm just going to ask you, Councillor. In that report back, would you expect to have somewhere in there whatever bylaw or policy that currently exists where residents of a street are able to, of a local road, are able to determine if there's parking or not on that road, as compared to an arterial or Richmond or anywhere else?
proposed-
So I'm asking about the policy piece. Will that be in there or not? Or do I have to move that in?
The policy piece,
Sorry, I'm asking,
I was going to answer.
Well,
What
I
my
know, but-
intention was that we would come back with a draft bylaw that would eliminate the polling requirements. So in other words, the exercise is about taking away that ability of residents to stop permit parking on streets that leads to too many requests for front yard parking because there isn't permit parking available.
I think that's not the answer to my question, because somewhere there's a provision that allows residents through polling or a councillor to say, no, there will be no parking on a public street.
It's in the bylaw, so
And
the
I'd like
amendments...
to have the bylaw very clearly in front of us.
There.
You know what?
Indeed. So the proposed...
This is not a question and answer, so I'm
Yes,
ending it
is.
now.
You were asking me questions.
Okay. So,
If I may, Chair? The proposed policies that require polling are in the bylaw. So what the proposed bylaw would do would be to eliminate the polling and petition requirements. And if that isn't there, it should be.
okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Davis. We do have speakers. I will begin with Councillor Mihevc, then Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you very much. I haven't prepared this motion, but I'm going to recommend, folks, that we defer this for 1 month. And the reason for that is that this is not a small move. It's a big move. It's a big move, I think, for a number of us. And you know what? I think I want a little bit of a chance to get my head around this, if it's the right thing to do. We could be, I mean, there is a very strong argument that says we should try to, quote unquote, push the parking on the street, commercialize the street. That's what it's there for. And there shouldn't be an opt-in, opt-out provision in the City of Toronto at this stage of our city's development. There's a strong argument for that. But, you know, we have had a history of doing it a different way, and I think to move from one way to the other way, I think it's going to require some very, very careful thinking. So I'd like to move respectfully for 1 month and allow us to do some chitter-chatter amongst ourselves in the quarters of the...
No. Don't interrupt.
Some chitter-chatter in the quarters of the pretensions of power to allow us to think about it a little bit more.
Okay. Generally, at City Council, when a deferral motion is on the floor, we vote on that first. Councillor Fletcher, did you still need to speak?
I'll speak to, I'll support that for a month. It's 5:30. I think we should be able to have a better conversation. I'm also, would during that time hope to understand very clearly the role of businesses, let's say, on Richmond Street regarding their ability to say there can be parking, or the role of businesses on the Danforth that would say you can or can't park on the Danforth. So I'm interested in who gets to say what about public streets, and I think within that month that we'll know more as to whether the city itself can say these streets are fine to have cars on our public road and these streets aren't. But right now, I'm not sure how that all works, because I don't think the businesses on the Danforth or on Queen Street East or anywhere else get to say if it's going to be parking or not. The city's decided it's going to be parking. And I think leaving it, so that's fine. I'm happy to have this conversation.
Okay. Thank you very much. So we have a deferral motion, which we will vote on first, and failing the deferring motion, we will vote on the referral. All those who are in support of deferring this particular item for one meeting cycle, please indicate your support. Any opposition? Seeing none, the item is deferred. We'll come back to it. Thank you very much, everyone. We have...
Way to refer that?
I believe we have one last item, and that is item number 30, which does have a confidential attachment, and I believe that there are members who have questions of staff who we will need to go in camera. So let me just read this. We're now on items, folks, we're now on items TE 23.30. 123 Massey Street, front yard parking pad application. It's in Ward 19. There is a request to go in camera. There are questions of staff pertaining to the confidential attachment. I'm going to ask clerks to clear the room and prepare us to go in camera. I will also ask that members, unless you absolutely have to leave, please stay. Even I have an evening commitment that I will be late for, simply because if we all leave, we won't have quorum. Thank you. We'll come back in about 3 minutes.
Sorry, Councillor Layton was going to move the motion to go into closed session.
Okay, I will. Yes, so I will move this motion that the Toronto and East Shore Community Council recess this public session to meet in closed session to consider this item as it relates to advice or communications that are subject to solicitor-client privilege and litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. All those in favor? Indicate your support. Any opposed? Okay. Okay, oh. Are we ready? Okay, so, yes, we're back and open. If everyone just take their seats, we're almost done. We have speakers? Yep. Okay, Councillor Mihevik?
So I've got a motion from legal.
Okay. And then I think Councillor Perks would have a motion if there's no questions to the first mover.
Turning it into, yeah.
Okay. Anybody else would like to speak while we prepare the motion? No, you're all good? Okay.
No, they're just writing it up. I've got advice from the lawyer. It'll be one.
I think considering that this particular item has a leak, this item has a. Yeah, hold on. This item has an attachment that speaks to client solicitor information. We want to make sure that we deal with this properly. We're almost there. Okay. We are now in public, so everyone behave yourselves. Always. Councillor Perks to speak.
So I move that Toronto East York Community Council request the city solicitor provide a supplementary report to City Council outlining why this item does not establish a precedent for future front yard parking exemption applications. And I wish I could say more, but boy, oh boy, is this never going to happen again.
Okay. Any questions of the mover? Any other speakers? Okay, so we're ready to vote on the item. So I think what we'll do is we'll vote on, does it matter which order? No.
Well, the amendment's all the same.
Okay, so let's vote on the amendment first. All those in favor of Councillor Perks' motion, indicate your support. Any opposition? Seeing none, that has been adopted. Councillor Mihevik has moved the staff recommendations as amended now. All those in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that has been adopted. Excellent. And okay, so I will call, who has the, who am I going to call? Okay. Okay. So we have pretty much cleared the agenda. Councillor Mihevik, I believe you have a motion. You want to? Oh, sorry. Actually, hold on. Councillor Fletcher needs to read hers first. Sorry about that. The honor is yours today. Go ahead, Councillor Fletcher.
This is going to cost you $85,000 to me to read this. That the Toronto and East York Community Council pass and declare as bylaws bills 361 to 387, 389 to 411, 413, and 413 prepared for the April 4th, 2017 meeting 23 of the Community Council.
Well done. Thank you very much. And all those in favor? Okay. Any opposed? Great. Thank you very much. That's adopted. Go ahead, Councillor Mihevik. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, any opposed? Seeing none, that's adopted. Motion to adjourn. Goodbye, everyone. And I want to thank City Clerk and all the city staff and all the councillors who stayed. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And then I adjourn at 50.
Yes. Let's do a trade award day.